Hunter x Hunter, Achieving Immortality. Chapter 51. There is no time limit until 3 qualified candidates emerge. Anyone who attacks other candidates will be eliminated directly. When all the candidates heard this rule, the first thing they thought of was that it was restricting Lucci's performance. Netero laughed heartily, which was Netero's bad taste. Tommy and Husum are basically certain that the other candidates, after seeing Lucci's strength, will definitely target Lucci at the first opportunity. This is the number of special number plates. When a special number plate is used, the number will be reduced by 1. A machine was pushed out. The 3 threes are like a scoreboard, representing the upper limit of the number of special number plates. There is a maximum of 7 number plates for candidates. There is also a machine with the candidate's number plate number on it and 7 dots below. Every time one is found, a dot will light up, allowing candidates to confirm the status of their number plates. There is no time limit for this test. Until a qualified person appears, or all special number plates are used up, no one will pass. At the same time, if a candidate is eliminated by a special number plate, all the number plates obtained by this candidate, including the special number plate, will also disappear. For example, this group of candidates wanted to eliminate Lucci, but Lucci had already found the number plates of other candidates at this time. When Lucci was eliminated, the candidate represented by the number plate in his hand was also eliminated. Because it is no longer possible to obtain the qualification. After explaining the rules to the candidates, the exam began. The hotel is very large and there are many ways to hide the number plate, and it is even possible that it could be hidden in someone's hand. And because it is an inanimate object, it is impossible to rely on the circle to detect the breath and determine the target. The restrictive measures Netero came up with are quite good. Too bad he didn't know about Lucci's Sharingan abilities. Under normal circumstances, he would first look for a number plate that could prevent him from being eliminated, or the number plates of other candidates. But the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan can completely turn these candidates into Lucci's helpers. Perhaps this is one of the benefits of hiding abilities. However, Lucci was not in a hurry to use this ability, as he had already planted psychological hints in these candidates. Lucci plans to play for a while first. After the rules were introduced, the other candidates plan to work together to eliminate Lucci first. Whoever finds a discarded number plate can use it directly, no hesitation. Although this test is not evaluated based on combat skills, Lucci has shown too many special abilities, and who knows how fast the other party will find the number plate. Among them, Wesley, the martial artist from the Sky Arena, did not choose to stand with Lucci just because he admired him. Instead, joined forces with other candidates. And also talked about some situations. I know you have some thoughts, but don't hesitate, Master Lucci. You will definitely find the number plate faster than us. Don't hesitate even if someone will be eliminated. Wesley was worried that some candidates were afraid that Lucci would find their number tags, which would result in Lucci being eliminated, and thus causing him to fail the hunter exam. Once they hesitate, even if they unite, they may not be able to win. He knew of the existence of Nian, but who knows what special abilities Nian had. Do you know his true identity? The candidate here is definitely not asking about the identity of Netero's disciple who was just exposed. Then Wesley began to tell the group of candidates about Koplutzkai's great achievements. This surprised some candidates again, as they had heard of the Sky Arena. But they have never been there yet, they only know that it is a city of martial artists. Lucci began to search in the hotel. Even though he knew the circle wouldn't have much effect, Lucci still unfolded his own circle to see what was going on. Netero stroked Lucci's beard and felt that his nipples were bigger than the last time they met. He was very satisfied with Lucci's progress. The small size of the circle does not represent the strength of the non-user, but the strength of a non-user with a large circle will definitely not be weak. Netero is looking forward to Lucci's growth and feels very lucky. How lucky it is to meet an opponent when you are at your peak. Netero believes that as long as Lucci grows up, he will definitely become his rival. And it won't be for too long. The secret recipes developed by Lucci are also helpful to Netero. Although they may not help him to break through in strength, they are very good in terms of health. His fall from the peak was much slower. It can be said that since some of Lucci's research has been applied in the Sky Arena, martial artists have attached great importance to maintaining their bodies in addition to pursuing strength. Taking care of your body can not only make your martial arts journey longer, but also improve the upper limit of your martial arts practice. After Lucci discovered that Madoka was useless, he could only rely on the inside effect of the Sharingan to search. He also found that there were many staff members in the hotel, so he asked some of them to help him look for it, of course for a fee. Now Lucci is a rich man. The powerful insight effect of the Sharingan, coupled with Lucci's fast speed, allows him to quickly search and scan his surroundings at the same time. A number plate was found quickly. It is not a special number plate, but the candidate's number plate number. Unfortunately, it's not mine. The other candidates will be assigned tasks directly. The hotel has a total of 42 floors. There is extra space for each candidate on each floor. It is not easy to find the number plate on one floor. They also asked the hotel staff for help, and with the example of the second exam, it was easy for them to think of this solution. It's a pity that the Sharingan is not the Byakugan, otherwise it would be much faster just relying on the Byakugan's ability to see outlines through perspective. After more than half an hour, a candidate finally found the eliminated special number plate. No hesitation, want to use it. But Lucci had already given him a psychological hint, so he stopped and planned to go to the lobby to confirm whether his number plate had been found. Basically, any candidate who finds an eliminated number plate will encounter this situation. Wait for confirmation before deciding whether to use it. Some candidates did not use it, while others used it directly after confirmation. The hypnotic suggestion given by Lucci was not obvious. Before, considering that his master Netero was present, Lucci used the Sharingan without using any mind power. In addition, the candidates who come here will all have strong willpower. Lucci did not force it, because he believed that he could find the corresponding special number plate. One is that if you are really unlucky, just be eliminated. He wasn't too eager to become a hunter, and taking the hunter exam was pretty fun. Meet some of the career pathway opportunities for hunter and if I am not unlucky and get eliminated, I might encounter interesting things like this one in the next exam. Lucci played this final exam with a gaming mentality. Chapter 52. Lucci searched layer by layer. None of the other candidates' elimination attacks were able to eliminate Lucci. Every time Lucci met a candidate, the other candidates gave up the idea of eliminating Lucci. There is no way, as long as you meet Lucci. You will see that he has several bags in his hands, and they are full of number tags. This also includes special number plates. After learning this information, the candidates who met Lucci immediately changed their mindset. As long as they have a number plate for trading, they will find Lucci to see if Lucci has the number plate they need. And any candidate who finds Lucci's number plate will also look for Lucci as soon as possible. See if Lucci has the card they need. In this way, Lucci became the first qualified person. You didn't expect that, old man? Lucci asked with a smile. The rules prepared by Netero did not restrict him at all. In order to make the exam more intense and cruel, Lucci traded some number plates and special number plates in the end. Only the number plate for defensive elimination was left, which no longer had any effect as he passed the test. That is to say, when Lucci passes, other candidates can attack him wantonly. Haha, I really didn't expect that, but... Netero didn't finish his sentence, but stared into Lucci's eyes and then turned his head away. Lucci had a hunch that Master Netero had discovered something. His cosmetic contact lenses were specially made by someone with materialization abilities, so some things can be found out if you really want to. Although the ability of the Sharingan is secret, some people have speculated about his abilities. If you want to become a top floor master, the ability of the Sharingan has been used in battle. There is a rumor among the high-level building owners that if you want to fight with Lucci, the top-level building owner, you must pay attention to Lucci's eyes during the battle. If you are not careful, you will be hit by Lucci's ability. As for what specific abilities they have, it is unknown. So is this exam also a confirmation? But it doesn't matter. What Lucci is looking forward to now is the competition with Master Netero. After mastering the 6 styles, Lucci felt that he was capable of fighting against 100 styles Guanyin. Lucci wants to test whether the finger painting ability can cope with Hyakushiki Guanyin. In the next examination room, after knowing that Lucci had passed, the candidates began to scheme against each other. In other words, we can't take action, otherwise there would have been a river of blood. In the end, 2 people successfully advanced. Among them was Wesley, a freelance martial artist who came from the Sky Arena. He was able to advance entirely with the help of his companions. That's right, he found 4 good companions for this exam. Of course, there was another reason for being able to convince the 4 companions. He informed them of the existence of Neon and would take them to Carry City and provide some help in the next hunter exam. The so-called help is actually just that after reaching the 200th floor, you can go directly to the first exam location. It's just an advantage of information asymmetry. The other qualified candidate was the dark-skinned female candidate number 12. She was one of the luckier types, thanks to Lucci. It was she who found the last number plate that Lucci needed, and thus obtained the legacy from Lucci. Rely on these to successfully qualify. After passing the test, a hunter license will naturally be issued, and you will be taught about the power of mind. Small conference room. A man with a bean face began to explain matters related to hunters. Also let Lucci know, has this character been in the Hunter Association so long? He doesn't look like a normal human being at all. Is he some subhuman race? One of the reasons why Lucci thought the hunter world was like some fantasy world was the existence of subhuman races. But it is very rare and rarely seen. Records on sub-races are very scarce and cannot be explored. Is that all? Won't you teach us to learn telepathy? Wesley asked immediately after listening to the explanation of the bean-faced man. His reason for wanting to become a hunter was simple, just to master Nen and then officially register on the 200th floor. Fancy. Lucy didn't understand, but immediately reacted to the power that Lucci had shown before. Just hearing the word telepathy is enough to bring up many associations. The bean-faced man was worried and had to follow the rules of the Hunter Association. For hunters who pass the exam, the association will specially arrange for them to teach Nen abilities, but generally speaking, hunters who go to teach will undergo certain examinations. Although they will be taught to read in the end, it is hard to say how seriously they will be taught. And depending on the candidates, the learning methods will also be different. Gon and Killua used the evil way to open their minds because of the registration factors, and Kurapika did the same, wanting to master the power as soon as possible. However, because Leorio was still learning and was slow to develop Nen, he did not have enough knowledge about Nen and Yuxin. Bakuer has more time than Leorio, but he uses the orthodox way to open the mind. Every hunter who is scheduled to be taught has a different time, which is determined according to the individual. Some, after being taught how to read, will then inform them of the practice of applied skills and the basic situation of their reading abilities before leaving. If some people have more time, they will keep teaching until the students become masters. Gon and Killua left the Sky Arena, otherwise their progress would have entered the development stage. It is impossible for Yungu to follow them forever. The association will make arrangements. That's all the Dumianren could say. Don't bother. Now that you have obtained the hunter qualification, if you want to learn how to read, you only need to show your hunter license when you register on the 200th floor. The Sky Arena will arrange for someone to teach you. Lucci spoke. The Hunter Association needs to find people, but the Sky Arena does not. Taking the hunter exam to learn Nen is only for individual martial artists. So, what exactly is Nen? Is it that powerful force that you possess? Lucy can still remember the powerful slash that Lucci made with a branch during the first exam. If you can't wait for the Hunter Association's arrangements, you can also go to Carry City. As long as you fight on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, you will know everything. Lucci had no intention of explaining to the other party. I believe that in time, the number of hunters will increase significantly due to the existence of the Sky Arena. As the number of people in this area increases, the Sky Arena will have a certain impact on the Hunter Association. Since it was almost over, Lucci was ready to leave. After all, there was still a battle waiting for him. The location of the battle was chosen to be in the wilderness. In ordinary places, Netero cannot use his full strength. Chapter 53. Outside the wilderness, in the plains area. Netero was already waiting. Wearing his unique martial arts uniform. As Lucci grows, Netero no longer simply plays a game of chase with Phoenix. He started formal sparring with Lucci 3 years ago, and also demonstrated his 100-style Guanyin. From Tina's introduction, it seems that you have mastered the swordsmanship? And it's very powerful. Netero asked, expressing his desire to see it for himself. Compared to your 100 styles of Guanyin, it's still far behind, master. It must be said that the attack speed of 100-style Guanyin is too fast. Before the ability is displayed, or the means of attack are about to be used, it is directly slapped away, and all the abilities and means are in vain. Especially when there is no place to leverage, even if you can see the trajectory, you will not be able to launch an effective counterattack. This is the conclusion that Lucci came to after personally experiencing Master Netero's high Akusha Ki cannon. There are several key points that allow the Ant King to defeat Netero. First of all, one must be thick-skinned and tough. Needless to say, only if you can withstand it can there be many possibilities later. Secondly, through playing against Xiaomei, he mastered a special breathing. To be more precise, this breathing is to grasp the opponent's attack habits and combat mentality. When facing Netaro's Hyakusha Ki cannon, he memorized the attack patterns of Hyakusha Ki cannon so that he could dodge better. The last step is to use the force of the pillars and walls of the underground palace to move. If it were on a plain, Netaro might not be able to defeat the Ant King, but it would not be easy for the Ant King to hurt Netaro. This is what Lucci experienced. He was slapped away with one palm. If he wanted to dodge or move, he could only use the ground to gain leverage. But I have some insights recently, and I would like to ask the master for some guidance. Lucci wants to try out what will happen to 6 styles under the control of 100 styles Guanyin. So are you going to use your eye ability this time? Netaro said with anticipation, smiling. Of course. Lucci feels that he is very strong now, and challenging Netaro and defeating Netaro is one of his goals. And he is not Netaro whose strength is halved in the anime, which makes him truly challenging. Lucci took off his contact lenses, revealing his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Is this your ability? When Netaro saw the Sharingan, he felt a sense of enchantment, which was completely different from the feeling of the flaming eyes. It's not surprising at all that Lucci has multiple abilities. The core of Xinyuan Liu's practice is the Chinese character. After this school has been practiced to a high level, other schools will also practice it. The Heart Source Stream's Nen users are all trying their best to practice towards the hexagonal warriors. Some of the more powerful ones may even possess 5 development abilities in addition to the trait system. As for Hisoka's so-called waste of talent, it is not entirely applicable to truly gifted people. It's like Biscuit's strengthening system, which is far superior to most people's strengthening system. The ability is called the Sharingan. Netaro was only told the name, without telling him the specific effect. But Lucci felt that Master Netaro should be able to sense it. Are you ready then? Netaro made a prayer gesture. Although he hadn't used his mind yet, a golden guanyin appeared in Lucci's eyes. This is Netaro's momentum, the momentum condensed by his own martial arts. This guanyin has nothing to do with the ability of Nen, nor is it a product of the materialization system. Pure martial arts. When President Netaro makes a prayer gesture, it means he is about to use 100 styles of Avalokite Tesvara, and the corresponding force will appear. Magical martial arts. Lucci cannot reach this level now. Even if he uses the Sharingan to copy some of Hyakusha Ki Cannon's moves, no momentum will appear when he uses them. The momentum of martial arts cannot be replicated by the Sharingan. And when Netaro uses thoughts, this guanyin will become more solid, as if it is affected by thoughts and becomes a materialized product. This is not the first time Lucci has seen this, and every time he sees him, he gains some new insights. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci raised his foot and kicked out. The powerful vacuum slash with additional mental energy was directed directly at Netaro. Netaro's opening move begins. Guanyin can also take action. He broke up the vacuum slash with one move, and then launched a follow-up attack towards Lucci. But Lucci dodged quickly. With the Sharingan's powerful insight and copying abilities, Lucci has already figured out the attacking habits of the previous several types. Can dodge in advance. Now Lucci uses shaving to make himself faster. The appearance of Arashi and shave made Netaro's eyes light up. As expected, his disciple could always give him surprises every time. He was delighted to see the prey, and his movements became faster. In the battle with Lucci, he naturally didn't need to fully display the power of 100 styles of guanyin. But now the speed displayed by Lucci can already keep up with Hyakusha Ki's speed. A little faster. At the 35th move, Lucci was knocked flying. If it were the same situation as before, Lucci would have already been defeated by now, because he would have been subjected to endless attacks in the future and would have no chance to dodge. But this time it was different. Lucci completely withstood Hyakusha Ki's attack when he used the iron block. And when in the air, he immediately used the moon step, jumped back in the air, and continued to move towards Netaro. Netaro was surprised, but as a veteran of battles, he would not let this surprise cause any gaps in his movements. Hyakusha Ki Cannon's attack continued, leaving no chance for Lucci to get close to Netaro. After all, the use of moon steps is not as smooth as on the ground. It can also be said that Lucci has practiced the 6 styles for a relatively short time. He dodged 3 palm strikes before being slapped away again. Originally, Lucci could have dodged a few more palms, but Lucci wanted to test the effect of finger painting, and then went straight to barbecue. Using moon step and finger painting together is very uncoordinated when facing 100 styles Guanyin. If it was any other opponent, it wouldn't be like this at all. In the battle with Netero, the main attack left no room for maneuver and it was difficult to counterattack. It is simply impossible to do so. For example, in some battles in One Piece, when using moon steps, you can also use storm kicks in the air. Lucci's speed is much slower than Netero's. This time, Lucci was knocked flying and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Netero's attack range. Netero would naturally not stay where he was and would come straight towards him. He now wants to see what other tricks Lucci has. Lucci's use of storm kicks and moon steps was easily seen through by Netero, a martial arts master. This made Netero feel excited because he saw his further possibilities. After landing, Lucci entered the finger-drawing state, unfolded a circle, sensed the strong wind, and let his body move with the wind. Chapter 54. Type 1, Type 2. He was knocked away during the 13th move. The first time Lucci, who had mastered finger painting, faced the extremely fast attack speed of 100 style Guanyin, he felt a little overwhelmed. It's not as good as Lucci's previous dodging by himself. Netero treats Lucci as a toy, while Lucci treats Netero as a coach, experimenting with his various abilities. Such a strong sparring partner is not found anywhere. Because it was a sparring match, Netero's high Akusha Ki cannon did not have any powerful thoughts attached to it, and Lucci also had his own defensive abilities. Every time Lucci is hit, it doesn't cause too much damage. Lucci had been defeated repeatedly in battle, so it was a bit of a luxury to use a move like high Akusha Ki to hone his finger painting skills. Netero could naturally see Lucci's change of tactics, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, he found it very interesting, as he saw through Lucci's methods. Immediately see the use of this evasive ability. Sense the wind? The effect of the circle is to enhance this sensing ability. Sense the wind and dodge along with the flow. So what? Netero, who has practiced punching countless times, has a great grasp of the power of his punches and palms. As his attacks began to converge. Sure enough, there was a problem with Lucci's finger painting again. Once again, he was slapped away. Suddenly he felt happy because he thought of something. It seems that his boxing skills can be further improved. If the impact of the attack can be completely eliminated, then it will be another realm. Master your own strength to the extreme, and once you have mastered it, unleash it with violent force. How earth-shattering it would be! Lucci's repeated defeats caused his finger painting skills to improve rapidly. It is not easy to control your body and let it float with the wind. It also requires great body flexibility. Moreover, if finger painting and circles are combined and practiced to a high level, it seems that a different kind of Kanbunshoku domineering power can be achieved. For Netero, Lucci is now like a special target, and his goal is only to hit the target. Because he was fully focused on practicing finger painting, Lucci did not fight back. The battle lasted nearly 3 hours, and Lucci's progress had reached the level of 17 dodges. Of course, this kind of dodging is based on the fact that Netero uses one move after another. If the moves of 100 styles of Guanyin are changed, then this level will definitely not be achieved. In Lucci's eyes, Master Netero's 100 styles of Guanyin is the pinnacle of skills. Very good, it seems you have learned some new abilities. Netero was very satisfied with this competition. He is looking forward to Lucci's future growth. Thank you very much for your guidance, teacher. Lucci also expressed his sincere gratitude. There was no rush to go back. Netero asked about the method that Lucci used just now. Lucci also did not intend to keep the secret from Netero, and told Netero about the 6 styles. I also want to see if the 6 styles will undergo any new changes in Netero's hands. If it can open up new applications, then I can also learn it. After listening to the 6 styles, Netero instantly felt a surge of momentum. I still underestimated your talent. In the future you will surpass me. Netero said seriously. The inspiration of the 6 styles was too great for him. If other moves only enhance Bitro's martial arts strength, then the development of the body by the iron block will be a new research direction for mental ability. So far, no one with the ability of mind has used it to develop the internal organs of the body. They all involve refining qi, increasing the amount of mental energy, and then practicing applied skills and fa. I thought of the novels written by Lucci. If it can really be developed to that level, it would simply be a direction of human evolution. In this wilderness, Netero quickly practiced the 6 styles. As a martial arts master who has been immersed in the ability of mind for many years, this kind of applied skill training is very easy for Netero. What Jin can do, Netero can do as well. Needless to say, the moon step is very easy to master. In the future, there will be an additional means of aerial combat, a capability that is highly adaptable and can cope with many environments. It can even play a big role in the Dark Continent. The moon step provides great mobility too. The use of storm kicks and finger gun allowed Netero to see the changing ability of Hyakusha Ki cannon. If such ability was integrated into Hyakusha Ki, the power would be greatly enhanced. Even more than just boxing, you can practice leg techniques and develop in an all-round way. The shaving is also very versatile, making one's own speed faster, allowing Netero who is practicing the 100 style to be more calm, and no one can escape his attack range. The last piece of iron was in one direction, and Netero couldn't help but practice it. You also enter a state of introspection, where you can gain a better understanding of your own situation. In addition to forming entanglements on the surface of the body, entanglements can also be formed internally, but the further inside the body you go, the more difficult it becomes. As for using chi to affect the inside of the body, I have not tried it easily because if I am not careful I may cause harm to myself. But it was enough for Netero to take it seriously. Soon Netero made a new discovery. If the iron block was to be used for cultivation, then entering the state of absoluteness would be the best. This step is a bit difficult. It is a method of not using mind energy, which is to cut off the loss of energy. It can cure extreme fatigue and eliminate worries, and make one's breath extremely weak. In this state, it should be impossible to use the iron block and also impossible to look inside. But it is not absolute. The absolute upgraded application skills can not only be used in Fa, but also in iron training. However, the mastery of Ju and the flow of one's own chi must be extremely high. Otherwise it will be difficult to achieve results. In this state, letting the chi flow slowly in the body is awakening the vitality. Because of this state, the chi is not violent and its impact on the body is extremely weakened, so it will not cause any harm to the body. This kind of circulation is directly circulated by Netero in the blood, allowing the air to flow along with the blood. Of course, it is only in the blood vessels. Once it involves the internal organs, he will avoid it and stop. There are trillions of blood vessels in the human body. Netero mainly promotes the flow of chi in some blocked blood vessels. Even Netero has congestion in his body. Start with something that won't cause much harm to your body. This feeling of unblocking gave Netero a different kind of enjoyment. In other words, the time is too short to show any effect for the time being, but Netero can imagine that practicing in this way will help him understand his body better and make practice smoother. Chapter 55. This training lasted for 3 days. Lucci had discovered some blockages in his body before. Some of them were inevitable physical changes, while some of them Lucci guessed might be due to the use of various secret recipes to promote cultivation. I didn't dare to be too bold before because I was afraid of hurting my body. But with Master Netero taking the lead, Lucci also practiced slowly. Unblock some blocked blood vessels. This training method also reminded Lucci that he must not neglect the training of strengthening system and must strengthen his recovery ability. If you make a mistake in your practice and hurt yourself, you can recover on your own. Then you have to cultivate the ability to heal. Phoenix's tears have the ability to heal and purify, but its use is limited and cannot be used at all times. It is not suitable for use in treatment of cultivation. If you notice some conditions in your body, such as blood stasis, you can simply make a small cut on your finger, then use air to wrap the blood stasis and let it flow slowly, and finally discharge it from the small cut. This method of using mental energy can also repair certain hidden injuries. Netero also intensifies the inner vision effect on the body, so you can see more clearly, but it is still a bit difficult. Netero's gains were enormous. He now had a direction for his practice. From now on, in addition to practicing with his fists, he would also do something new in his daily practice. This kind of training means so much to me. Accepting you as my disciple is the best thing I have ever done in my life. Netero's words to Lucci were a true acknowledgement. This training method should not be spread casually now. Netero also reminded Lucci. Netero had a feeling that this method of training was probably even more horrifying than the training of Nin ability. The potential is so great that he can't even see the ceiling. Lucci will definitely not spread the knowledge casually. Even if he wants to pass it on to someone else, it must be someone with great talent. The purpose of spreading the news was not to teach others how to do things, but to see how these people cultivated and created new paths to help Lucci in his cultivation. This was the idea he told Master Netero. We summarized some basic ideas and then practiced together for another 3 days. Finally, Netero left, as the Hunter Association still had many things waiting for him to deal with. As for Lucci, he stayed for a few days and practiced. This kind of practice cannot enhance one's own mental energy, and may even consume more mental energy, requiring more concentration. What we are cultivating is the body, making it more perfect. Come to think of it, this city has the largest library in the world. Lucci also planned to stay in this city for some time to take a look at the books in this library. Lucci mainly read books on medicine, including various books on the decryption of the human body. A further understanding of the human body will also enable further cultivation. It's a pity that meridians cannot be seen through inner vision, as they are a bit mysterious. Otherwise, there might be better ways to practice them. For this practice, Lucci even conducted some experiments. Qi can invade other people's bodies. Then you can also help others cultivate. Of course, for such experiments, Lucci will first use various animals to conduct experiments. At the beginning, many small animals were directly stimulated by the energy given by Lucci to open their sperm holes. Because they could not control their own energy, many of them died directly from deflation. Let Lucci know that this is not that easy. Even if there are surviving small animals, they will actively resist when Lucci's energy invades their bodies. In the end, the two energies will directly cause the surviving small animals to explode and die. It seems that it is not working. After sacrificing another little white mouse, Lucci had to give up temporarily. Although he failed, Lucci did not gain nothing. First of all, it allows for a more detailed control of one's own qi, as well as a training effect of releasing the qi. The other thing is the proficiency in the flow of qi. You don't need to be so cautious with experimental subjects. If there is a chance, Lucci also wants to conduct real human experiments. It is already a bit evil. Lucci will not attack normal people, but only those vicious scum. And there is never a shortage of such people in the hunter world. Soon rumors of the hero spread throughout the city. Because they were looking for bad guys and they would never leave anyone alive. There were even many times when they had to rescue people directly and were watched by people. It means that Lucci was disguised, otherwise he would have been discovered long ago. Of course, he soon got in trouble with the city's mafia families, and Lucci immediately stopped his actions. It can be said that I have satisfied my former superhero addiction. When facing some admirers or people who want to follow him, Lucci will respond by saying that he is just an ordinary martial artist in the Sky Arena. Those who yearn for it will naturally head to the Sky Arena because of Lucci. Lucci will naturally gain something from such evil experiments using human bodies. Compared with the circulation of blood, organs are more sensitive. Many times, before the opponent's sperm holes opened, Lucci's energy had already destroyed the hearts of those evil guys. As for the brain, that is an even more mysterious area. Skin, flesh, blood vessels, blood and bones were what Lucci was testing and found to be most receptive to the flow of qi. It is enough to be able to gain these. Lucci didn't plan to delve into it any further. As he became stronger and mastered more things, he decided to conduct some experiments. You can even wait until your next birthday check-in. Lucci was not in a hurry. It was not difficult for the strong people in this world to live to be over 100 years old. It is much stronger than the qi training stage in many mortal cultivation novels. Lucci stayed in this city for more than a month. Originally, he was planning to go to God's Oasis to check out the situation. But soon I received a call from Sky Arena. Lucci still has responsibilities on his shoulders and cannot leave for too long. He needed to go back to the Sky Arena to deal with some things, and the other was that someone had challenged Lucci. He needs to come back and prepare. Helplessly, Lucci could only return to Kari City. As for the Oasis of God, I can only find time to learn about it later. The acorn with spiritual energy in hand also needs to be dealt with. Lucci first tried to see if he could use Phoenix's space transfer ability to return directly to Kari City. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and his mind was not enough to support the distance, so he had no choice but to take the airship. At the same time, I had another idea in my mind. You can't leave the Sky Arena easily, nor can you leave for too long. Then he needs this ability of spatial transfer. It can allow him to quickly return to the Sky Arena. The first thing that Lucci thought of was the Greed Island in the anime. It seems that if he leaves Greed Island, he can choose many places in the world. Is it the application of the word God? If yes, then try to master it yourself. Chapter 56. Back to Kari City. The Sky Arena was bustling with activity at this moment, as the high-level building owner battle competition had already begun to warm up. Moreover, this time it is a battle between the top floor owners, which is so attractive that the tickets have been sold out. The referees of the Sky Arena were also in a meeting, and several referees and maintenance personnel would be deployed this time. Lucci returned to the Sky Arena and also paid attention to Biscuit's current floor. She has become the owner of the 212th floor. It is also because of her existence that the OP, who had not changed much before, has begun to change. Apart from the challenges, there are not many things in the Sky Arena that require Lucci to deal with. At the top level, continue to practice luck and strengthen your abilities, which can strengthen your body and your recovery ability. Then it can also strengthen the body inside. However, at this stage, Lucci's main goal is to open up the body's blood vessels and to clear or eliminate all the blocked or blood clots. There are no obvious changes yet, but it should make the body healthier. The one who wants to challenge Lucci is the owner of the 250th floor. Dominic, 58 years old, from Phantom Fist Martial Arts School, is a release-type ability user. This is not the first time that Lucci has fought with the opponent. Has he developed some new abilities? Now, in addition to some daily training, Lucci also has a new task. That is to learn the divine characters. The Sky Arena is so large, how could Lucci not have collected relevant information and intelligence, including contact with an user who mastered the word God? Judging from what Lucci had gained, the word divine is an ability that very few people possess. Generally, this knowledge comes from some ancient relics or is passed down from ancient families. Some countries with a long history or powerful countries also have it. At least Lucci can be sure of one thing. That is, V5 is in control. There are many ways to use the divine characters. You can simply draw or write with a pen, or even weave or carve them. But basically you need to recite it to activate it. Of course, if you want to limit its use to yourself, then you must use thoughts to create the divine word. The word Shen has many abilities, which is equivalent to the similar word Fa. Nowadays, the first things to master in the Sky Arena are defense and barrier technique. In the battles on the 200 floors of the Sky Arena, these will be activated to limit the battles to a certain range, while preventing powerful telepathic abilities from penetrating the floors and destroying the Sky Arena. At least in the Sky Arena dominated by Lucci, Kurora's fighting methods in the Western War cannot be used. The divine abilities that are currently mastered also include strengthening, which mainly refers to the strengthening of objects, similar to the divine longsword in the hands of Daisne of the Nisra family in the anime. This ability was mastered by the Sky Arena and was directly used to create weapons for martial artists. Among them, weapons built based on the strengthening divine character have been accepted by various martial arts schools. Lucci also intended to prepare a weapon for himself. In addition to these three types of magic characters, there are also magical characters that control absoluteness and connection. The Ju here refers to the rope of oath that Yungu gave to Xiaoji, which will break if stimulated by thoughts. Of course, it also has other uses, which is to target the thoughts of a certain person rather than everyone. It is very useful in creating some special safes. Among them, contact is still in the research and development stage, and Lucci estimates that it will play a big role. Lucci is now slowly mastering this enchantment ability. The basic practice is to learn from the method in the anime where Biscuit uses his fingers to form numbers and words. The latter part also involves the detailed training of materialization abilities. Unfortunately, there are very few people who have mastered the God Word Nen ability, and even if you meet them, they may not sell this knowledge to you. Lucci estimated that in the future, Jin and his team must have obtained this knowledge from some ancient ruins and applied it to create the Greed Island. Lucci's game was warmed up for a whole week. Tickets were sold out immediately. Biscuit came to the door. Isn't the number of tickets too small? It's not about the ticket price, but the high-level battles are basically not suitable for ordinary audiences. They simply can't see enough excitement. At this time, Lucci was enchanting a piece of cloth. Although some electronic equipment has been added now, high-level battles are not easy to be captured by electronic equipment. More efforts are needed in this area. Lucci estimates that more researchers with knowledge of Nen abilities need to be deployed in this area of research. Then can you give me a seat? It shouldn't be a problem with your status, right? Biscuit asked. Actually, you don't need to come to me. After becoming the owner of the post, you no longer need a ticket to watch any game. There will be seats for you. Lucci stopped and answered Biscuit. Then he took the enchanted cloth in his hand and started tearing it apart with force. It can be torn apart without much force. Are you practicing like this now? Baisaji naturally knew what the word God meant. Strengthening training. Baisaji knew the word God, but had never thought of using it in training. But she has experienced fighting now. Now she couldn't defeat the owner of the previous floor because the weapon in his hand was quite powerful. Weapons created with the word God can not only strengthen weapons, but also strengthen thoughts, allowing the opponent to launch strengthening type attack power even if he is not a strengthening type ability user. Biscuit, why don't we have a master who studies the divine word? This person obviously has extraordinary abilities. Lucci asked the Hunter Association and also asked Master Netero. There is no professional hunter who specializes in this. You're not interested, right? The divine word does have extraordinary power, but even the ability to read cannot be cultivated to the limit, let alone the application of the divine word. Moreover, there is no systematic learning method for this, and it takes time to search and explore. It takes a lot of time, and it is not easy to master. You can't keep learning it. If you want to learn it, you have to look for it all over the world, which is very time-consuming. It would be great if there was a magic word for gravity. That's what the Sky Arena lacks right now. Lucci sighed slightly. Gravity is perfect for cultivation. Existing technology cannot reach this level, and it can only be achieved by relying on divine words. Biscuit thought of the various weight-bearing equipment for training in the Sky Arena. Indeed. Those can serve as training and cultivation, but they are never comprehensive enough. Biscuit, what do you think will happen if I tattoo the word God on my skin? Lucci asked again. Lucci discussed the matter of the divine word with Biscuit. Chapter 57. Game Day. The entire top floor of the Sky Arena was bustling with activity. There is only one arena on the top floor of the Sky Arena. The audience began to enter the competition audience seats one by one. Most of the audience members were contestants from the Sky Arena or disciples from various martial arts schools. There were very few ordinary spectators. The landlord has his own place. Unlike other arenas in the Sky Arena, the arena on the top floor is much wider. There are many patterns on the ring, and these patterns extend to a large area outside the ring. There are a total of 8 referees, standing in the area outside the ring, which is the core position. There are also 3 referees at the ring, who are specifically responsible for refereeing this match. Having more people also means that they can deal with various emergencies. The contestants have not yet entered the venue. Today we are honored to have invited the leader of Phantom Fist to come and commentate this match with me. The passionate voice of the commentator has sounded. Master Waz, as the senior of Dominic, what do you think of this match? This is the 4th time that Dominic has challenged Lucci. The result was obviously that he wanted to get some information from Dominic's senior brother. From previous battles, Lucci is worthy of being accepted as Netero's disciple. He is extremely talented. Whether it is his physical ability, mental level, or even reaction speed, he is far superior to many martial artists. Master Waz first praised Lucci. Then he talked about the previous battles and pointed out the reasons why his junior brother had lost. The first time I lost was because I was careless and didn't take Lucci seriously. The second time he lost due to his use of telekinesis. The third time was simply basic development of capabilities without complete preparation. In short, this time we are well prepared and have a great chance of defeating Lucci. Didn't say too much. There was also a heated discussion in the chairman's seat. I heard that Dominic stayed in the forging room for a long time for this battle, and also spent a lot of money to learn the divine characters. The person who spoke was the host of the 238th floor, who was also an old man from a certain martial arts school. Starting from the 220th floor, most of the people there are older martial artists. The benefits provided by the OP are so amazing that these older martial artists are unwilling to give them up. If they cannot use them themselves, they can use them to subsidize their own martial arts schools. Of course, it is impossible that they cannot use it themselves. Since the revised version of the Sky Arena, every time new things appear, it is beneficial to them, a group of martial artists. Have you prepared the divine weapon? But it's not very useful. As long as the problem of eye contact is not solved, they will always be attacked. The most important thing is that Lucci can fly. Several ops expressed their dissatisfaction. When Lucci started the challenge, he defeated them all, relying on his ability to fly and the illusion of the Sharingan to kill them at first sight. But the challenge the OP wants requires going step by step. Otherwise, they all wanted to challenge Lucci and avenge their previous humiliation. In response to Lucci's ability to fly, those who are not ability users of the release system have also practiced some release system techniques. Even when it comes to dealing with Lucci's Sharingan's eye contact ability, there's still no effective way to deal with it. The simplest way is to spread out a circle to fight, but this consumes too much energy. Among the high-level ops, Lucci's Sharingan ability is basically no secret. Now Biscuit is also considering whether he should try to fight with weapons. Soon the conversation turned to how to defeat Lucci. The strengthening system is basically impossible because Lucci is too flexible, and it is also most easily affected by Lucci's eyes. For the operation system, unless you have the ability to kill at first sight, it will be difficult to make Lucci fall into your trap. The materialization system is okay, but the current ops materialization ability still needs to be improved. That is the study of divine characters. That's right, the God character can also be used in materialization abilities. The materialized product can be added with the word God. A typical example is Norbu, who has the word God on his handcuff keychain. There are too few high-level transformation type players, and unless you combine them with the release type ability, it will be difficult to defeat Lucci. The release system has the greatest chance. As for the special system, it can only be said that the high levels are occupied by various martial artists, and there is no one with special abilities. Furthermore, the abilities of the trait system are rarely the kind that can deal with combat head-on. Is it the ability to use mind power with the eyes? Biscuit had never experienced it before and she was really curious. No matter what, after the game, I must find Lucci to compete with him and see what kind of abilities he has. Biscuit is also Netero's disciple, and has her own pride. She is still young and has a desire and a competitive spirit. Lucci's current strength made it even more difficult for her to understand. The game has not officially started yet. It's the final stage and the audience has placed their bets. Since Dominic has made so many preparations, he should be very confident. Let's give him a chance this time. If he loses again, I will make fun of him. There is a martial artist supporting Dominic, and judging from his tone, he should be very familiar with the other party. As the hosts of the OP, they no longer care about this little bit of jackpot, and most of them bet on Dominica. As for Biscuit, there is no doubt that Lucci will win the bet. After the betting time is over, the two players start to enter the venue. Lucci and Dominic entered the ring from two directions. Lucci noticed that the opponent had a pair of boxing gloves on his hands. No need to ask, it must be the divine weapon of the Sky Arena. Lucci, this time I must defeat you and become the owner of the top floor. Unlike last time, my ability this time will definitely surprise you. Dominic is full of confidence. Then please give me some advice, senior. Lucci said calmly. Humph. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Lucci's performance, Dominic knew that the other party had reason to be proud. Many people even believe that only Lucci has the potential to challenge the world's strongest Netero. For martial artists from many martial arts schools, it is bad enough that Netero cannot be defeated, but now even his disciples cannot defeat him, which is a shame for them. Why is Biscuit stuck now? In fact, what she didn't know was that the owners of the other floors provided some help to the owner of the floor above Bizaji. I studied Biscuit thoroughly. Biscuit himself has not yet developed complex combat abilities, and once his attacking moves are thoroughly studied, it will be difficult to defeat him. In addition to the ability limitation of rejuvenation technique, Biscuit has no intention of rushing to the next level now. It's also good to occupy the ops resources for cultivation. 3 judges confirm whether the contestants are ready. After both parties nodded, the battle is about to break out. Chapter 58. The referee's voice fell. The first to move was Dominic, and instantly several figures appeared on the ring. The commentator's voice instantly spread throughout the arena. It appears. Dominic's Phantom Afterimage Fist. This move is somewhat similar to the one Killua used in the anime when playing the ball-grabbing game with Netero. A similar point is the multiple afterimages and illusions, which make it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, as a move of the Phantom Fist school, it is not that simple. These phantoms all attack, but do not get close to Lucci. The moves he used were completely similar to the air-splitting palm technique. If you get too close, you will easily get caught in Lucci's eyes. Dominic was able to control this distance enough to avoid being affected. As a user of the ability to release energy, even a simple palm strike has considerable power. Phantom Afterimage Fist, a move that combines footwork and boxing. There are Phantom Fist moves in boxing, and the impact of the fist moves cannot be captured and seen simply by dynamic vision. Just like Netaro's Hyakusha Ki cannon. However, this was not the first time that Lucci had seen the other party use this move. First, Lucci summoned Phoenix. This is not the first time they have fought. This move is probably just a test, or it may be a cover for other tricks. As the core move of the Phantom Fist School, it can only be used for testing nowadays. All I can say is that in a battle using Nen, unless one can combine martial arts and Nen to perfection like Netaro did. Otherwise, in the end, the ability of mind will still play a big factor. Lucci dodged the phantom punch leisurely. Many of the footwork in the Sky Arena had long been copied by Lucci and became his master, allowing him to handle it with ease whether attacking or dodging. Of course, it is useless against the 100 styles of Avalakai Tesvara, which is extremely fast and simple footwork is not enough. Lucci stretched out his hand, and a long whip of mental energy appeared in his hand. Thanks to the Sharingan, Lucci can copy and learn some basic abilities as long as they do not involve special abilities. This move was naturally also the telepathic ability of the referee of the Sky Arena. And according to Lucci's ability, it also changed, and a long flaming whip appeared. The fire dance whirlwind-like whip technique was unleashed. Destroy the phantom images one by one. The phoenix in the sky spit out fireballs from its mouth, which kept bombarding down. Its target was naturally Dominic, who was hidden in the phantom. Suddenly these phantom afterimages became condensed. Became a clone. This is Dominic's ability. He combines the ability of the release system with his own phantom afterimage fist to form a more real existence, and it is no longer a simple phantom. If I had to describe it, it would be similar to the Hokage's clone jutsu, or Emo Laohu's purple smoke mecha soldier team. The difference is that one is condensed from smoke, and the other is formed from fists. These clones have no self-awareness and no special abilities. Dominic controls these clones by using boxing. Lucci had seen this move in the last battle. The number seems to be more than last time. This ability can also effectively affect the effect of the Sharingan. But Lucci was not a weakling. While moving his hands, he also stepped on the ground and tapped several times, not just shaving. Instead, a thought came from under his feet. In an instant, the mental energy formed an attack and hit Dominic in the outer area. This is an ability used by Leorio in the anime. Lucci can also learn to master this striking ability, and it can be used with more than just fists. Biscuit on the chair of the building watched Lucci's actions. Thinking about how I would respond if it were me. In terms of attack power, it is not strong enough, but it is enough to cause an impact. Moreover, the hands and feet can perform different mental attacks. This ability to multitask also makes her eyes light up. Now, the teaching of Nen users in the Sky Arena is no longer limited to basic Nen teaching, but also includes applied skills, and even abilities formed solely by the application of Nen can be taught. It is equivalent to adding many more martial arts moves. Being familiar with the opponent's abilities, Lucci would naturally not avoid a fight, but would be the one taking the initiative to attack. The attack of the Sky Phoenix, the long whip of mental energy in Lucci's hand, and the shooting the cow from behind the mountain-like moves on the ground, made it seem like there were three people. Unfortunately, facing Dominic's many clones, he was unable to quickly achieve results. Even if Dominic's clone is broken, it can be quickly replenished with its ability. Unless the use of his boxing skills is affected, the clone is indispensable. In addition, these clones are endowed with martial arts power and mental energy, so Lucci cannot see through them directly with the Sharingan. In that case, the Chi whip was quickly retracted into his hand and turned into a Chi sword. Chairman Lu. Could it be that Lucci has mastered a new weapon? A younger martial artist couldn't help but say. This mind ability is developing too fast. It seems that his eyes are not only capable of illusion and hypnosis, but they also have the ability to cultivate. The hosts started discussing. At that time, Lucci fought his way up the floor step by step. In each battle, he would use some new moves, some of which were other people's moves and abilities, while others were improved and mutated. Use the ability of the release system to condense weapons for use. There are weapons in the Sky Arena, but they are basically the same type of weapons. The difference between this type of weapon and the materialized type is that it is easier to control, and the effect will be more effective after adding stealth. Of course, it's basically useless in front of Lucci. These ops all know that Lucci has a very high ability to see through invisible things. As his eye ability is gradually exposed, this ability will be further improved. Some opponents who fight against Lucci basically don't know how to use stealth. The weapon formed by mental energy has the main feature of free contraction, which is like an instinct for those with the ability to release mental energy. It seems that Dominic's clone ability, combined with the power of the Phantom Fist, has a new change. Otherwise, Lucci might have used the circle to find the opponent's real body. Dominic lost last time because of this. Some ops complained. A sword of mind energy appears in his hand, so what will happen if he uses Mist Kick in this way? And the sword and knife skills that I have mastered. Before Lucci could show his skill, Dominic's counterattack came. When Lucci's telekinetic whip changed, these clones quickly approached Lucci, and dozens of telekinetic bombs appeared at the same time. It is an ability called Kikong Cannon. To put it simply, it is a kind of mind bomb. Dense Kikong cannons. Lucci also noticed that these clones began to stand in different positions in all directions, and it seemed to be a special position. Chapter 59. Is this a joint attack? There is no shortage of combined attack fighting methods among martial arts schools. At first, Lucci was wondering whether Dominic had developed volleyball skills similar to Liza from Greedy Island. He was soon wrong. All the mental bullets that Lucci dodged hit these clones. Then the mental energy of the mental bullet was integrated into the clone. A total of 4 clones rushed towards Lucci, intending to engage in close combat. Lucci swung his sword quickly and slashed out in a vacuum, and the 4 clones dodged quickly. Some of the clones around were destroyed, but they were quickly replenished. The clone that was close to him quickly launched a martial arts attack using the Phantom Fist style. Lucci immediately noticed the difference between these 4 clones. Just like a real entity, it will also have unusual reactions, and the most important thing is that its attack strength is quite good. How did you do that? With so many clones, how could the mental energy be so strong? Or are there some kind of oath or restriction attached? Because there were too many attacks, Lucci was hit by several telekinetic bullets, which affected his body shape. Then he was kicked away by the clone and slid on the ring. I didn't expect your swordsmanship has reached this level. Dominic's voice appeared, and all the clones spoke. This kind of slashing attack, which can be unleashed without thinking, is extraordinary. In other words, the arena has been reinforced, otherwise many grooves would have been cut into it. In order to defeat you, I have put a lot of effort into my training in mind ability. Do you want to continue testing me? The owners of Chairman Lu's post also have the same doubts as Lucci. So far they haven't figured out which one is the real one, and the strength of his clones seems a bit excessive. Have you noticed that these clones seem to form some kind of pattern? Already outside the arena, these hosts can see more clearly. Yes. Lucci on the field no longer tried, and didn't even need to use the moon step. Flame wings emerged from his back and he flew directly into the air. The weapon in his hand changed again. The mind energy turns into a bow and arrow. Shoot an arrow and quickly split it into dozens of arrows for shooting. This use is similar to Dragon Star Cluster, but not to the level of Xenozaldique. This also made many martial artists sigh that this ability is truly versatile. With the reform of the Sky Arena, many martial artists will find that mastering certain powerful and unique abilities does not necessarily guarantee victory when fighting above the 200th floor. Only by mastering enough countermeasures can they have a chance of victory. Powerful abilities must have strict restrictions. It is difficult to achieve the desired effect when facing a strong opponent, and it is only suitable for the first kill. On the contrary, the practice and learning of various techniques can be applied in all aspects. Now the battle in the Sky Arena has become that at the beginning, both sides will use some long-range means or release system abilities to test each other. Find out the other party's category, and preferably their abilities as well. In the battles of the Sky Arena, there are only 3 types that are most feared: the operation system, the embodiment system, and the characteristic system. These 3 categories represent too many magical abilities. And Lucci, who was flying in the air, also discovered the formation pattern. It seems a bit like the word God. A thought flashed through his mind and his hands kept moving because he was still fighting. Dominic easily saw through Lucci's mental arrow shooting, and all his clones took action to dodge. Lucci discovered that the flexibility of these clones seemed to be improving over time. Phoenix. At Lucci's command, this time it was no longer a fireball attack, but a spit of flames, and Lucci's mental arrows also turned into flaming arrows. Turn the entire arena into a land of fire and find out the opponent's true form. Lucci's circle tried, but this time he couldn't see through it. Lucci's behavior also made many people sigh. This talent is too strong. Not only is the release system so powerful, but the transformation system is also so powerful. Mistaking the abilities brought by Phoenix for transformation abilities. You didn't say enough. His strengthening ability is not bad, and the illusion hypnosis ability of his eyes should be considered as manipulation. Is there really anyone who can reach this level? Facing Lucci in the air, Dominic jumped up. Lucci's eyes were watching to see which one's energy under his feet would be different. But the difference is not that big. How is this done? Is it really the application of God's word that can achieve this level? The weapon in Lucci's hand in the air changed again, and he flew into the group of clones, relying on his mobility and swung the flame whip. Unlike slashing attacks with a long sword, whip attacks can reduce the appearance of gaps in all aspects. The clones were broken up one by Lucci. Phoenix also flew quickly, and the flames in his mouth turned into fire lines, cutting and attacking the clone. If we're competing in terms of mental capacity, I'm afraid Lucci has the upper hand. Unless there are other means, the maneuverability of this flying machine is too difficult to handle. As Bigis listened to what others said, he couldn't help but think, Lucci didn't even use his spatial ability, that is the real powerful mobility ability. If you want to defeat Lucci, first of all, you must not lose to him in speed. Bizagi's eyes were fixed on the ring. Now it depends on whether Dominic has any other tricks up his sleeve. Lucci on the field wanted to break up the god pattern formed by his clones first. Suddenly, a special mental bullet directly broke through Lucci's whip net. When Lucci's attention was slightly attracted, his back was attacked instantly, and he was knocked down from the air, falling onto the ring and rolling several times. All three referees immediately ruled that Dominic had landed a valid attack. Score 1 point. When Lucci was knocked down, he thought he would be attacked by many clones. But Lucci didn't expect that their target of attack was Phoenix in the air. Another special telekinetic bullet appeared. This time, Lucci saw it with his peripheral vision. It was not a telekinetic bullet, but a telekinetic shape that looked like a slash. But Phoenix dodged it swiftly. Lucci flew up again, quickly increasing the distance, wondering what had just happened. The one who just knocked him down was definitely the real body. But through Phoenix's vision, he clearly saw the clone being broken apart by the whip shadow. This scene was seen clearly by the martial artists outside, and some of them were confused as to why. But everyone in Chairman Lu's group knew exactly what was going on. I almost forgot. Phantom Fist has never been a style of afterimage or clone. It is also a different style of boxing from illusion. These landlords all understood. It might be because of Dominic's use of his abilities that they were able to directly characterize him. Phantom Fist, to be more precise, is a multi-fist style, with afterimage fist as the core, but there are other boxing styles, such as snake fist, tiger fist, crane fist, and so on. When these boxing techniques are used, it is like facing a huge number of animals. People will be unconsciously affected by the boxing techniques, and everything they see will turn into some kind of animal. It is also a kind of illusion boxing, and if you can integrate all these boxing techniques, then it is the evolved afterimage combination boxing technique, which is the real combined attack method. Unfortunately, only the founder of a school can do this, and few of the younger disciples can do it. When this move is integrated into the ability of Nen, a new change occurs, which is skin covering. The two clones are superimposed on each other, with different numbers of fist clones. If the clones can use different phantom boxing techniques, then Dominic can be considered an alternative 100 styles. This is the application of martial arts mind ability. Chapter 60. There are clones among the clones, but that shouldn't be all of them. Lucci was also analyzing the situation quickly. And if it seems like this, Dominic's real self may also be hidden among these clones. It seems that this ability has become a rigorous ability, which is completely different from the last battle. And the cutting-shaped mind bullet just now has also been practiced and supplemented in terms of attack. It seemed that with the exposure of this move, Dominic no longer hesitated, and all the attacking Qigong cannons were transformed into the cutting Qi Yuan Zhan. Master Dominic has actually used a new ability. But strangely, it seems that his target is more likely to be Master Lucci's Mind Beast. The commentator was shouting loudly. Although he was confused at first, Lucci quickly guessed the other person's idea. Once a normal Mind Beast or clone is defeated, there will be no impact, as such Mind Beasts and clones will not be particularly powerful. However, if it is a Mind Beast or clone with special abilities, it must have a powerful restriction X oath and will be unusable for a short period of time after being defeated. Phoenix itself can assist in attack and also share vision. Of course, these are secondary. The first thing Dominic doubted was whether Lucci's fire ability and flying ability were also attached to Phoenix. This world also has similar legends about the Phoenix, of course the form may be slightly different. According to common sense, when facing an user who uses the abilities of clones and then beasts, one would choose to defeat the manipulator first. It doesn't even need to be completely defeated, it just needs to be affected to a certain extent, and the clone and the mind beast may not be able to be released. It's just a pity that it has not happened until now. There are only opponents who get too much from Lucci, but if they want to defeat Lucci and make him unable to use his abilities, such a situation has not occurred so far. Even if Lucci is really defeated, or even made unconscious. But as long as the mental energy in Lucci is not consumed, the Phoenix will not disappear. After all, the Phoenix is not a real mental beast. Now that Dominic has changed his mindset and is attacking Phoenix directly, it seems to be a way out. Many posters have guessed what Dominic is thinking. Some people also agree. But Biscuit knew that this was impossible because Lucci's mind beast was too powerful. She had seen some spatial abilities before, which required advanced preparation and even had a limit on the number of times they could be used. However, she had never seen one like Phoenix's that could be used all the time and had no upper limit on usage. Although they didn't spend much time together, Bizaji could keenly feel that Lucci's mind beast seemed to be alive. Biscuit was not curious about the reason, the person with special abilities could explain everything. The fierce battle officially began. Lucci did not use his spatial ability, after all, this is a killer move. The ability of the Sharingan activated by the eyes did not work. Lucci already had an 80% chance that Dominic's real body was hidden among these clones. The mind-activated weapon in Lucci's hand disappeared. Oh, the weapon in Master Lucci's hand disappeared. Could it be that he started to use his fire superpowers? The commentator is also a being who masters mind and can see the existence of mind weapons. Among the audience, there are only a small number of ordinary people. Lucci quickly formed seals in the air. Dominic on the ring jumped up and tried to stop Lucci. The variant ninjutsu used by Lucci, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Senjutsu. Like impatience seeds that flew out at the slightest touch, the flames that came out of Lucci's mouth spread out in all directions. The Phoenix, on the other hand, cooperates, but it flaps its wings. This is the time you've been waiting for. Some clones directly faced the fire attack. Some clones, on the other hand, use their clones as stepping stones, and with a quick leap, they change direction in mid-air. The target is still Phoenix. The ability of Qi Yuan Zhan was used again, and this time the boxing method was changed to a rotating boxing method. Phoenix dodged the attack of the telekinetic bullet. But all those mental bullets dispersed and turned into mental energy lines, which were woven into a net in the air, and the other ends of the lines were in the hands of these clones. It is restricted by the influence of flames and many clones. Lucci was not able to see it completely. He only saw the thread, but by the time he reacted, the mental energy net was quickly formed, trying to catch Phoenix. And this time there is no way to escape by flying. Is it going to succeed? This is what everyone thought when they saw this scene. As expected, as the battles get more frequent, the opponent will prepare corresponding means. The most important one is the illusion ability of the Sharingan, which has not been truly activated so far. Phoenix! Lucci shouted before the mind net captured him. Then the Phoenix disappeared, and flames burst out, and with a chirping sound, it flew into Lucci's body. Tattoo formation. It can be considered as forcing out an ability of Lucci. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment, which uses thoughts as energy, was used. With Phoenix's amplification and Lucci's generous use of his mental energy, a very large sea of fire was formed. Cover the entire arena. All of Dominic's clones were disappearing. Not all clones contain a new clone. When Lucci's attack affected the entire ring, the three referees had to move to the corresponding positions, isolate themselves, strengthen the ring's defense and protect themselves. The last figure was Dominic. You should be hiding inside, right? Luffy asked. There is still a huge gap between this weakened Sharingan and the authentic Sharingan. Lucci tried to use the Sharingan to activate his illusion ability, but found that it didn't work. Moreover, the other party was looking at me so unscrupulously, it should not be a direct look. At this time, Lucci and Dominic used their abilities in a similar way. It's really not that easy to defeat you. You have such a terrible amount of mental energy. Even though you used such a great ability, the flow in your body still didn't change much. Dominic praised. In fact, his real killer move is to wait for Lucci to reveal a flaw when attacking Phoenix. As long as there is a change in the flow of Lucci, any hint of weakness, he will attack blatantly. Lucci feels that he has a strong talent. His physical strength may not be as good as that of the Chimera Ant, but his mental energy level is definitely not bad. Of course, they are still far inferior to the Chimera Ant guards and Ant Kings who have huge mental energy as soon as they are born. If we use numerical estimation, as he becomes an adult, his mental energy volume must be in the hundreds of thousands. This is the real reason why he can become the owner of the top floor. The flames were unable to hurt the opponent because the mental energy was used for defense. But the battle is not over yet. Dominic took action again, practicing his moves with his hands and flowing his mind. 3 phantoms appeared behind Dominic, each one taller than the other. Chapter 61. Or a clone? No? It seems different. Dominic jumped up and performed a snake-speed punch. Several tall phantoms behind him punched along with him. The flames cannot affect him, but of course continued fighting will consume a lot of his mental energy. Lucci quickly flew away, but an invisible attack hit Lucci and knocked him out of the air. However, the power was not particularly strong. Just as Lucci was trying to stabilize himself, Dominic's attack came again. During the battle, you rarely talk to Lucci. As long as you get the chance, there is no need to give up. What happened just now? Chairman Lu's people were many and no one could figure out the reason for that move. Logically speaking, at that distance, Lucci couldn't be attacked. Dominic did not use hide to hide the attack distance. And if hide was used, there was no way Lucci couldn't see through it. Bang Chuan! Dominic attacked again. Another force attacked Lucci's back. This feeling. Lucci, who was attacked, instantly realized the familiarity of this force, which was very similar to the first time he faced 100-style Guanyin. However, the specifics of Hyakushiki Guanyin can be seen by Lucci. The opponent cannot see it, but the attack that the opponent cannot see is also very weak, and may even be just a slight mental attack, which cannot cause real damage. Is it related to those phantoms? Then all we saw was that Lucci was beaten so badly that he couldn't get down from the ground. It was as if he was hit and couldn't react. Only some strong people could see that these did not cause much harm to Lucci. Otherwise the referee would not have made no decision. Weaker than the previous close-range attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dominic quickly approached Lucci, and the closer the distance, the higher his attack power. It's obviously a release system. Of course, Lucci has already seen through the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent's abilities. The flames gathered under Lucci's control and exploded rapidly in an instant, blocking Dominic's attack. So this is the ability. It integrates boxing into the ability. Attacks that are not mind-based will naturally not be seen. Strictly speaking, it is still the air-splitting palm. This ability doesn't seem to be mature yet. Lucci said as if nothing had happened. Chairman Lu, please come on stage. As expected, without special rule-based abilities, it is impossible to defeat Lucci. His mind energy is too terrifying, and it is difficult to break his strength in normal combat. Only speed can break anything, nothing can break anything, it's really amazing. It's not that Dominic's Qi Yuan Zhan can't hurt Lucci, but it's too difficult to hit him. Besides, after Lucci merged with the Mind Beast, he became even stronger. It's already pretty good. At least up to now, Lucci's illusion ability has not been effective. People who were watching could also guess Dominic's method. But it seems that Dominic still can't win. Dominic's ability is very similar to the ability of a person Lucci knows, from another anime called Bleach, called Kyuzaka Yachiryu's ability. The reason why he was attacked was because of those phantoms. Dominic himself is good at using techniques like the air palm, and his attack range is at least 10 meters. The phantom behind him is even taller, so the attack range will naturally be even longer. That's right, but don't forget that I am armed this time. Dominic's hands were shining. Do it again. This time the noise was much louder, and the attack was accompanied by mental energy, which appeared along with the movements, including palm, fist, and leg attacks. Specially made boxing gloves enhanced his attack power. Lucci was hit again. Dominic scored a point. It seems that I am really very strong. Looking at Dominic's performance, if the opponent's mental energy was higher and could break through his defense, then it would be possible to defeat him. It's time for this battle to end. If it were in the past, he might have to work hard to end this battle. But now, he has mastered the 6 styles and his strength has been greatly improved. Lucci landed directly on the ground, then used shave to quickly approach Dominic. Many of the audience watching the show didn't even know how Lucci disappeared. Chairman Liu marveled at Lucci's fast speed, and their eyes could hardly keep up. Dominic couldn't keep up with such speed, but with rich combat experience, he immediately swung his fist to block it. Lucci dodged left and right, quickly passing through all the attacks. He came in front of Dominic and pushed him in the chest. He flew out quickly and hit the arena barrier. How can you be so fast? Is it your telekinesis ability? No, it seems to be a combination of physical skills and mind skills. He stepped on the ground many times in a row just now. In a head-on battle, it's basically a matter of strength and speed. Oh, didn't it break your shell? Lucci said unexpectedly. The referee awarded Lucci 2 points. What is your ability? Are you talking about this? Lucci smiled, and then appeared in front of Dominic, appearing in various places on the ring as if in an instant. This is a physical technique that I just learned recently, called shaving. The speed of shaving is much faster than Lucci's simple flying speed. Dominic showed a bitter expression. The longer time passed, the more unpredictable Lucci's strength became. To be honest, this growth rate was a bit despairing. Fortunately, this was not the first time he had experienced such despair. Did you draw inspiration from my master for your ability? Lucci asked. Dominic is a generation younger than Netero, but when Netero was born and swept the world, Dominic was also at the age when he had achieved some success. There are indeed references, but our Phantom Fist school is still the main focus. After saying that, he continued to strike a stance. Even though he knew he was going to lose, he would not admit defeat. In the end, Lucci defeated Dominic with just a shave and his powerful mental energy. The battle came to an end, but it also opened the eyes of many people. The first is the ability to deal with Lucci's eye illusions, and some of Lucci's abilities are displayed. The use of shaving is not difficult to see through for true martial arts masters. In addition to physical skills, you also need to add some thoughts under your feet. Of course, the speed of shaving depends on the individual. Moreover, some powerful ops accidentally tested out the moon step while practicing shaving. Lucci simply sold the books in his own bookstore in the Sky Arena, so that ordinary players on the 200th floor could also have access to them. In the Sky Arena, they were once again immersed in frenetic training. Lucci has also been vaguely known as the second in the world. As for the first in the world, there is no doubt that it is Netero. And Biscuit found Lucci again. There was no further mention of fighting Lucci. But it has to do with her cultivation. Do you really want to develop into the Tian Shan child father? Chapter 62. Biscuit, a powerful gem hunter in the anime, is also Netero's apprentice. He is also a master-like character who teaches Gon and Killua how to train. As far as Lucci knows, Biscuit's ability is Miss Cookie, but he doesn't know if she has any other abilities. Lucci is 100% sure that Biscuit must have other abilities. However, due to the fact that the anime has not been completed, he could not wait until the end before his rebirth, and naturally he could not know Biscuit's other abilities. But after coming to the Hunter world, the influence of Lucci is beginning to take effect. The first is the change in the Sky Arena, and another intuitive change is Biscuit. This character appeared in the anime. Her ability to transform into a Lolita form must be different from what it is now. According to some official book records that Lucci remembered about Biscuit, her transformation ability had been cultivated to the extreme. It should be related to the lowly form. Now it has become a real ability. Biscuit has already told Lucci about the ability of rejuvenation. Now she is looking for Lucci, just to ask for his opinion. I have now successfully practiced the Tian Shan Jimi hand that you wrote about in your book. The more difficult problems now are the Tian Shan Liu Yang Palm and the Life and Death Talisman. The Tian Shan Jimi hand is certainly not the Tian Shan Jimi hand that Lucci copied from the demigods and semi-devils. It is the ability that Baizaji has cultivated. The Tian Shan Jimi hand, also known as the Six-Way Jimi hand, although it only has 3 palm techniques and 3 grappling techniques, a total of 6 martial arts, it contains the essence of the Xiaoao school's martial arts. The palm techniques and grappling techniques contain the unique skills of various weapons such as sword, knife, whip, spear, claw, axe, etc., and the variations are complicated. As a martial artist, Baizaji has developed this ability by combining his martial arts training. If you want to understand it, you can think of it as a complicated version of paper, scissors. Xiaoji's game of rock paper scissors and guessing punches, in which rock paper scissors is a strengthening game, punches are a releasing game, and scissors are a changing game. The same is true for Biscuit. It is not a complicated ability, but a martial arts ability that belongs to the striking department. Although it has not reached the level of perversion like Lucci. But Biscuit, who has the ability of Miss Cookie, is also very hardworking in her practice, which means she has a lot more practice time than ordinary people. The things you wrote in your book are too complicated. There is also the yin and yang qi. Is it a transformation-based practice? Lucci was helpless. It seemed that Biscuit was really on the road to follow the child fairy of Tian Shan and there would be no return. You may need to learn some more special medical knowledge. Lucci could not give any advice, but he pointed out the direction to Biscuit. In this world, there are also things like traditional Chinese medicine and meridians, but they are relatively niche. What's more, the other party is practicing the ability of mind. Is that so? Biscuit left somewhat disappointed. After meeting Biscuit, Lucci found Dominic, mainly wanting to learn about the word God from him. Dominic also told about the methods he used when fighting Lucci. In the beginning, he did borrow the power of the word God to form a large number of clones. He also practiced for a long time. When his clones combined into the word God for contact, his control over his clone has improved a lot. The clone still needs operational capabilities. So that's how it is. Lucci thought of the Greed Island arc, when Zyja and the others first went to look for Liza, and they fought in a ring. On the stage with divine runes painted on it, the prisoner contestant could use his attacks to penetrate space, but unfortunately he was too weak. It can be considered a small gain. It turns out that the use of the word God does not just have to be fully portrayed. The connection formed by mental power can also make the word God take effect. Next, Lucci did not leave the Sky Arena, but instead experimented with Phoenix's new abilities. At the same time, acorns were planted in the Sky Arena. Look at the little sprouts in the flower pot. Lucci could feel the vitality in it. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that Phoenix's new contract ability might not necessarily have to be used on humans. It needs to be experimented upon. If possible, Lucci even wants to sign a contract with this sapling. No matter how you look at it, this little sapling seems to be something extraordinary. The first thing Lucci chose was the mouse. It really works. As long as it is a creature with chi, it can become a contractor. This ability is too powerful. In front of Lucci, there were 7 little white mice, all of which were emitting spiritual energy. Because it is a slow way to open the sperm hole, there is no danger. These little white mice have fewer sperm pores than humans, and their life breath is weaker than humans. Lucci doesn't spend much time on it, even one a day. If that's the case, I can even form a team of non-users. Looking at these ignorant little white mice, Lucci shook his head. As for people, there is no rush for now. You can start with animals, and they must be ones that you can control. These 7 mice that had opened their minds did not experience any major changes as a result of the practice. After all, it was not a genetic mutation, so they would not suddenly become violent or anything. It's a pity that Lucci doesn't have the relevant operating ability. Otherwise it can be perfectly controlled. These 7 mice all have Phoenix patterns on their bodies. They are Phoenix's followers. Lucci tries to let Phoenix control these 7 little white mice. Unfortunately, there was no response. Do you want to develop operating abilities? Lucci has such energy and magnanimity. Strictly speaking, the only ability he had actually cultivated was dream memory search. Other abilities come from the system. In the end, Lucci set his sights on the Blood Jade Bee from the previous hunter exam. After the test, Lucci checked the relevant prices and found that a bottle of ordinary blood jade honey cost tens of millions. Moreover, the number released for sale each year is limited, and as soon as it appears, it will be snapped up by various dignitaries and other powerful people. The difficulty of obtaining it is at level G. It is an acquisition level like the later Greed Island. At the same time, Lucci was also thinking about whether the blood orchid had a chance to become a plant with thoughts. So far, the only plant with Nan that Lucci has seen is the oak tree in the ruins of God, which was a relic of an ancient Nan user. What Lucci was thinking about was whether there would be any changes if the blood orchid became a plant with psychic powers. If the blood jade bee becomes a creature of thought, will there be any changes? And will the honey they collect also become a rare food ingredient with spiritual energy? With this in mind, Lucci immediately began to search for relevant information on the Hunter's dedicated website. After Lucci's renovation, the Sky Arena has been connected to the internet, and there are plans for modernization and progress every day. The internet is still very simple now, but a special intelligence website for hunters has been established long ago. Chapter 63. No matter how many times it happens, it's still surprising. He exited the intelligence website. The hunter intelligence website requires a hunter license, and once you enter, you will enter a special space, or more precisely, fall into a kind of illusion. It's not really entering another space. Lucci had tried to operate intelligence websites many times, but he couldn't figure out how they were actually run. Thoughts can also be carried out with the power of the internet. Some hacker hunters' abilities are more network-related. Of course, Lucci is not in a hurry to understand these. Just now, Lucci learned about the information related to gourmet hunters on the intelligence website. The first one is the food of the gourmet hunter. No matter how you think about it, it is not just a simple delicacy. As Lucci guessed, the gourmet hunter has the ability to cook mined food. However, there is no information on the specific effects of reciting dishes on the website, because there are too few food hunters nowadays. But this alone is enough. It seems that it would be better to have a dedicated food hunter to provide services in the Sky Arena. With the development of the Sky Arena, the entry requirements for the staff have become increasingly higher. Previously, only employees with martial arts skills were required. Later, even service personnel were subject to relevant requirements. Even female employees are the same, they do not have any privileges, and of course their capabilities are lower. And now Lucci's plan for the Sky Arena is that only those who master thoughts can join. With the restructuring of the Sky Arena and the opening of many martial arts halls in Kerry City, more and more people in Kerry City are now able to master Nian. Even every once in a while, in low-level competitions, there would be people who could master the power of mind. Lucci estimated that if the time period really came when Gon, Killua, and the others arrived at the Sky Arena, I'm afraid the elevator lady in the old version of the anime will really appear. There is also the collection of divine characters. It seems that I can only issue commissions. With the resources of the Sky Arena, Lucci can continue to build the Sky Arena according to his ideas. Kill all 7 mice. At this time, a male staff member knocked on the door. Lord Lucy, Mayor Julia requests an audience. She was once the eldest daughter of a gang. After becoming the head of her family, she became the gang leader of Kerry City, and then transformed herself into the mayor of Kerry City. It is rare for gang members to become government officials. Even the gangs in the future Kajin Empire mostly existed as private armies or bodyguards. When I saw Julia again, she looked the same as before, without much change, and she even looked younger. As she rose to power and collected various things and intelligence for Lucci, she also gained a lot of benefits. The 2 female bodyguards she had before were already protecting her. I contact Lucci less often now, as we are both quite busy. Today, the Conrad family has completely transformed. With the Sky Arena behind it, it is potentially the strongest mafia family under the 10 old men. In the box, Lucci was sitting and Julia was standing, and their status was clear at a glance. What's the matter? I'm very busy. Lucci's tone was very flat. Lord Lucci, I have something to report to you. Julia remained respectful to Lucci. The first and foremost groups to be affected by the development and changes in the Sky Arena are the gangs. Because of the Conrad family's performance, gangs from all over the world who are looking for men, guards, and bodyguards now come to the Sky Arena at leisure. Some martial arts schools do have some connections with gangs. Compared to discovering talents in Meteor Street, Kerry City is more convenient and formal. Some projects in Radpoint have been affected recently. Lucci didn't say anything. He knew that Julia wouldn't bother him with normal things, so something troublesome must have happened. Julia's main job now, apart from the city of Kerry, is various external developments to expand the Conrad family's territory and influence. Another one is to make transportation between Kerry City and various cities more convenient. Some pharmaceutical industries will also be established in nearby cities. Some raw materials cannot be purchased alone, and some simple materials can be developed by ourselves through planting and raising. Radley is just a small town. But there is a forest nearby called Bassin, in which there are abundant herbs and animals, and some herbs can be grown. There is also a minority group in Bassin called the Pachi people. The antlers cut from the deer they raise are also a material that Sky Arena frequently purchases. Why don't they want to? There are many ethnic minorities in the hunter world, many of whom still retain ancient customs. Some are even unwilling to be affected by technology and instead prefer primitive life. No, they agreed to trade with us and were even willing to allocate a piece of land in Basin for us to grow herbs, but they put forward some conditions. It seems that these conditions are not simple. But what Julia said next made Lucci realize that it was not that simple. The Pachi's demands were simple. That is, something unusual happened in Basin. As long as Julia and the others can solve it, they only need to pay very little money to obtain land in Basin. Abnormal. Yes, from what I've learned, there seems to be some dangerous creatures living in Basin now, hunting the creatures of Basin. Julia's face turned grim when she said this. At the beginning, Julia directly sent her men to solve the problem. There are more than 20 people with an ability in the Conrad family now, plus some martial artists they are on good terms with, so it should be easy to resolve this matter. However, after sending people to Basin, not only did they fail to find the cause of the abnormality, but there were even casualties. Even now, we still don't know what the creature that hurt people looks like, but judging from the situation at the scene, it is probably not a large creature. But what is unusual is that no body was found. And the person who died was an user, so this matter is not that simple. Julia took the initiative to find Lucci, hoping that Lucci would send relevant personnel to resolve the matter. Ding ding ding. The cell phone in Luffy's pocket rang. It was brought by Biscuit. What, is something wrong? The Hunter Association has issued a commission. A magical beast has appeared in a place called Basin. Hunters nearby can take the commission and deal with it. Are you interested? Julia also heard the voice on the phone and shuddered. As her status increased, she became aware of many things. Warcraft is a very dangerous creature. Once it is discovered and appears in the human world, it will cause a great disaster. World of Warcraft? Lucci thought of the vicious fox and what he saw in the Bremen Mountains during the Hunter exam. Okay. Chapter 64. The Hunter Association should be considered the largest commissioned association in the world. Sometimes, when something is difficult for the country to handle, the task is entrusted to the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association will arrange corresponding hunters to solve the problem. In the Chimera Ant incident in the anime, it wasn't Netero who stepped in at the beginning, but several teams of hunters. Among them are Team Bakuer and Team Kate. Of course, not all members of these teams are hunters. Most of them are people with special skills who team up with hunters. The hunter's companion. He didn't talk much with Julia, but told her to leave the matter to him. As for whether Biscuit's call is related to what Julia said, it should be very likely. After all, it's in the same place. Basin, a large rainforest, is much safer than dangerous places like the Chimera wetland. Of course, the dangers within are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Lucci met Biscuit. Biscuit informed him of some situations. A demon beast appeared in Basin and caused many casualties. As a rainforest like Basin is not so dangerous, there are always people entering it for exploration and scientific research. This also includes scientific research teams from some countries. Magic beast? What kind of magical beast? Although Warcraft is known to the world, there is very little information and intelligence about it if you really want to understand it. It's a humanoid monster, and it also has the ability to control thoughts. Biscuit continued to explain his information. This magical beast should be Basin who arrived recently. No more. Lucci looked puzzled. That's all. We only have this information. We don't know what kind of monster it is, but the association's mission is to capture it alive. Biscuit said. So how much is the commission reward? 50 billion Genie. And you can also get the official hunter badge of the Mingbo Republic. Biscuit said an exaggerated number. The so-called hunter badge is actually a kind of honor. Mingbo Republic. This matter is actually related to V5. I should be able to encounter some interesting things during this mission. The young Biscuit is still interested in some things. During this period of time, you are either practicing or fighting, and you need to relax. Biscuit regarded this task as a relaxing task. As for finding Lucci, it is naturally because Lucci is strong and serves as an insurance policy. Of course, there is another purpose besides this. I've heard for a long time that there is a special ore in Basin, from which a gem called the Heart of Nature can be mined. This is also one of my goals. Biscuit's gem collecting habit has struck again. Let's go then. At first, Lucci thought that this matter was the same as what Julia said, but now it seems that is not the case. Lucci and Biscuit took the Sky Arena's airship directly to Rad Cape. Rad Point is a prosperous city. After all, it is close to the large rainforest of Basan, and many adventurers come here every year. Since this happened in Basan, the Pachi tribe, as the lord of Basan, should know something. As the leader, Biskai planned to find the Pachi tribe first. But I'm not very familiar with this place, so I need a guide. The Pachi people live in the rainforest. Basin is very large, and it is not easy to find the Pachi people's residence in it. Leave it to me. Lucci made a call directly. Soon, a man wearing unique ethnic minority costume followed another person. Lord Lucy, this is Oma from the Pachi tribe. The leader was the Conrad family's engineering manager here. Behind him, Omar was a sturdy man nearly 2 meters tall with dark skin. Lord Lucci. Omar actually showed respect to Lucci. This also surprised Lucci a little. The minorities in the hunter world are not easy to approach, and it is difficult for them to show respect to outsiders, especially those they have never met. You know me. Of course, I also know that Lord Lucci is the strongest in the sky arena. This must be Lord Baiziji. Omar then bowed his head to Baiziji to show his respect. And Conrad's person in charge explained for Lucci, there are quite a few sky arena shows in Radley now, and some people from the Pachi tribe are fighting in the sky arena as well. Lucci suddenly realized. The Pachi people are not truly isolated from the rest of the world. With the changes in Cape Rad, the Pachi people have also been affected to some extent. Moreover, the ethnic minorities who have been able to survive from generation to generation in the rainforest also worship the strong. Omar, if Lord Lucci comes in person, the matter will definitely be resolved. The head of the Conrad family did not stay long and soon said goodbye and left. Lord Lucci, do you want to follow me to the Pachi tribe now? Omar asked. As a Pachi tribe member who had been to the sky arena, although he had never seen Lucci fight, as the master of the top floor, he definitely would not dare to underestimate him. Of course, please tell me about the problem as well. The three set off for the Pachi tribe. With Omar as a guide, it would be much easier to move forward after entering the Basin rainforest, as he could always find some small paths. As a dense rainforest that has not been developed by humans, Basin is full of lush vegetation and contains many large predators. But Lucci and his friends didn't encounter him along the way. On the way, Oma also told Lucci about the problems of the Pachi people. The Patch people live deep in the rainforest and rarely come into contact with the outside world. When they do come into contact with the outside world, they bring some wild animal furs or herbs from the rainforest to Cape Rad for sale. Live a relatively simple primitive life. Although the Pachi tribe cannot be said to be the masters of the Basin rainforest, they are definitely very familiar with Basin. 5 years ago, the Patch tribe began to discover a dangerous area in the Basin rainforest. In that dangerous area, any living creature that approaches and stays for a while will immediately disappear without a trace. Not only against humans, but also against wild animals. If it was just an area, the Pachi people would still be able to accept it, but as time goes by, this area is slowly expanding. The exploration teams sent out either disappeared or failed to find anything after a brief exploration. The same situation also happened to the non-users sent by Julia. Because he understood some of the strength of the Conrad family. After all, when the Conrad family wanted to develop the rainforest, they had conflicts with the Pachi tribe. Only then did he hand this issue over to the Conrad family. Unexpectedly, even the strong men of the Conrad family were helpless. Until now, Lucci has arrived. Biscuit was even more surprised that Lucci, the crazy cultivator, agreed so easily. It turned out that he had other reasons for coming to the Basin rainforest. Chapter 65. Suddenly Omar stopped. The river not far away was dyed red with blood. A broken giant python was staying nearby. In the rainforest, this python called Basin's python is definitely the top predator. It's a predator. Omar said immediately when he saw the giant python. And Lucci simply expanded his circle and explored the surrounding situation. Biscuit looked over. And Lucci shook his head. As for the predator that Oma mentioned, Lucci and Biscuit already knew what it was. It is the monster in the commissioned mission issued by the Hunter Association. This magical beast appeared in the Basin rainforest. Naturally, the Pachi tribe could not have been unaware of it and named it Predator. The top predator among the Basin. In the Basin rainforest, there are many tigers, leopards, gibbons, Basin gorillas, and other creatures that are hunted and killed. Each time, a huge corpse is left behind, with some bite marks on the corpse. Because of its size, this predator cannot eat too much. Of course, such corpses in the rainforest will soon be eaten by other predators. And the strange thing is that this monster seems to hate humans very much. Many adventure teams or scientific research teams that enter the Bassan rainforest will be attacked by it whenever they encounter it. However, the only exception is the Pachi people. Omar, have you seen this predator? Lucci asked. Omar shook his head. The predator is very strong and very fast. Only Harris has seen it. The Harris mentioned by Omar is the strongest among the Pachi people. Biscuit asked immediately. Omar also told him some information, which he learned from Harris. The first point is that this existence called predator can communicate. This is not surprising to Biscuit. Warcraft itself is an intelligent race, so it is not surprising that they can communicate. Why didn't this monster attack the Pachi tribe? Biscuit asked a key question. I don't know about that either. Omar couldn't answer either. The three continued to move forward. The rainforest was too large and Omar's speed was slow. After walking for a long time, it was already evening and the Pachi tribe had not arrived yet. It looks like we'll have to spend the night outdoors. After finding a place to rest, Omar built a fire and prepared to go hunting. And Lucci released Phoenix. In fact, it was cancelled first and then summoned, because as Lucci's mental energy increased, Phoenix could already stay out completely. Your mind beast seems to have changed. Baisaji's attention was immediately attracted. There was obviously not much change in appearance, but at such a close distance, the perceptive Biscuit still noticed something. Really? Lucci did not tell Biscuit about Phoenix's changes. The summoned Phoenix was flying over the rainforest, making chirping sounds, with a feeling of joy. As a magical creature, it prefers places like the Bassan rainforest to modern cities like Kari City. He also told Lucci that he wanted to stay here forever. Lucci conveyed it in his mind and indicated that it was okay. This place is some distance away from the Sky Arena, but it is still within the acceptable range. Phoenix can come at any time since he can summon him at any time. There is no need to restrain it. Soon Phoenix disappeared into the sky. No matter how many times I watch it, I still think Phoenix is special. Alas, why can't my Miss Cookie be like this? Maybe because of the comparison with Lucci, Baisaji sighed a little and felt that the current achievements were not good enough. No matter in martial arts or in ability, he is not as good as Lucci. What can't I do? We can't communicate, and we can't exist all the time. Biscuit knew that it was difficult to do this. Before coming to the Sky Arena to settle down, Baisaji was homeless. Of course, as a strong person, these were nothing to her, but as a woman, she sometimes felt lonely. If Miss Cookie could communicate, she wouldn't be so lonely when she went out on adventures in the future. As for continuing to exist, it requires a high level of mental energy, and Baisaji's current rejuvenation technique limits her possibility. There are too few mind beasts that can communicate. Moreover, Biscuit is not willing to continue developing Miss Cookie's abilities. It is not worth it to spend time to make Miss Cookie able to communicate. Lucci and Biscuit didn't talk for long before Oma came back from hunting. Then start cooking. In this environment, only simple barbecue is possible. Fortunately, we prepared it a long time ago. Lucci also came up to help, and took out some seasonings from his backpack. Thank you for your help, Master Lucci. Will these attract other wild animals in the rainforest? Biscuit asked as he looked at the prepared corpses. I will be on guard this evening. There was no other way around it. As a Pachi person, Omar could not solve this problem. This is easy. Lucci walked over, a fireball emerged from his hand, and he threw it directly at the remaining body. The flame burned rapidly, and the temperature was far higher than that of ordinary flames. The blood was burned away and soon turned into a charred residue. Omar sensed the danger, worthy of being Lord Lucci, and he also mastered the power of fire. Omar was not unaware of the existence of Nen, but from some of the competitions he had watched, there was no Nen ability that could directly control fire like Lucci. As for vigilance, that's easy. Lucci turned his right sword finger, and a large circle of fire appeared. What was even more surprising was that the circle of fire only burned some plants and trees but did not spread. Has your mental energy reached this level now? Baisaji couldn't help but say this because of the unscrupulous use of his abilities. A strong body and spirit will strengthen your mind. I've eaten a lot of good food over the years, and you've experienced it now, haven't you? Lucci's question reminded Biscuit of some of the host's cooking sets. Lucci's reform has caused a difference in diet in the Sky Arena. In this world, there are many cooking ingredients that are good for the human body. Since he has money, Lucci will certainly not be stingy. Practice hard, absorb the nutrients brought by those rare ingredients, and the transformation of your physical fitness will also lead to changes in your mental energy. The stronger and healthier your body is, the more effective your training will be. Poor in literature but rich in martial arts is not just a simple saying. In the world of immortals and heroes, I am afraid that people would use spirit stones for cultivation every day. After a few months in the sky arena, Biscuit could clearly feel his rapid evolution. Chapter 66. That night, Lucci did not sleep, but observed the Basin rainforest from high altitude through Phoenix's perspective. No large organisms similar to those found in the Shimley wetlands were found. I thought something might happen during the night, but nothing happened at daybreak. You really don't miss any time to practice. Biscuit stood up and sighed. She did not enter a deep sleep, and would wake up immediately at the slightest movement around her. The same goes for Oma. Camping at night in the Basin rainforest is not a safe place. That's why I'm strong, Lucci said as a matter of course. As for the practice of refining, Lucci will continue to practice as long as his body can. What he was pursuing was the stage described in martial arts novels where one could practice while walking, standing, sitting or lying down. The fact that he can reach his current level of strength is not only due to his own cheating, but also due to his own efforts. After a night's rest, Oma continued to move forward with Lucci and Biscuit. It took more than 2 hours, but it still didn't arrive. The rainforest of Basin is very large, but if Lucci and Biscuit try their best to move forward, they can actually go very fast. It was mainly because of Omar, their guide, that they were held back. The rainforest was full of fog in the morning, and the path ahead could not be seen at all. In such a thick fog, can you still tell the direction? Biscuit asked. Of course, we Pachi people will not get lost in the Basin. Omar replied, as if this was a kind of talent of the Pachi people. We advanced in the fog and did not find any wild beasts attacking us. Suddenly, Lucci and Biscuit looked at each other. Because I noticed something unusual around me. There were sounds of insects chirping and birds singing just now, but suddenly there was no sound at all. Lucci and Biscuit each opened their own circle. I have discovered something unusual around me. There is chi in the fog, but it is not the kind of human energy. It seems like a change in nature. The Patch people are a minority in the Basin rainforest, but no one has ever found the Patch people in the Basin rainforest. Everything is so mysterious. We'll be at the village soon, Omar said suddenly. Lucci was able to guess that there must be some special arrangements near the Pachi tribe, and that was the fog. Lucci even began to speculate that Omar chose to spend the night in the rainforest perhaps because he was waiting for the fog in the morning. However, I don't know where the Pachi tribe is located. Is it really in the rainforest, or do we have to go through a special fog to enter the Pachi tribe's location? If it is the latter, then there are many secrets hidden here that are worthy of Lucci's attention. Because of this change, Phoenix is moving quickly towards Lucci. As they continued to move forward, the fog began to thin. The surrounding trees also began to become sparse. Soon a building appeared in front of them. Soon a quaint village appeared before their eyes. Omar, you're back. Soon, the Pachi people came to greet them. Of course, he also set his sights on Lucci and Biscuit's men. Omar, are they the people sent by the Conrad family? Asked a younger man with a childish face. Dirac, don't be rude. These two are Lord Lucci and Lord Biscay. They are the owners of the Sky Arena. Omar warned immediately. As Omar's words fell, the Pachi people around all showed respectful expressions. This made Lucci and Biscuit feel a little strange. Is the reputation of the Sky Arena's host so useful here? Lord Lucy, Lord Bizaji, I will take you to see the chief and the priest first. Oma took Lucy and the other two to the village. Why are they looking at us like that? Is the host very famous here? Biscuit didn't quite understand. We, the Pachi people, are a race that respects the strong. The owner of the Sky Arena is a strong man who also masters the power of mind. He deserves our Pachi respect. Omar began to explain. The Pachi people have been conservative for many years, but there are always people who want to go to the outside world. A Pachi man who was warlike and respected the strong went out to the Sky Arena and experienced everything. He also learned about the power of God, returned to the Sky Arena, and told everyone, which attracted everyone's attention. But Omar did not say this. Because this is a secret of the Pachi people. Once it is known to the outside world, it is likely to cause danger. Oh, could that be the heart of nature? Halfway through the journey, Biscuit immediately ran towards a place that turned out to be a stone in a Pachi village with a green glow on it. Heart of nature? This is very common in our Pachi tribe. Lord Bisji, if you like it, you can take it away. Omar was not aware of its value. I'm so sorry. Once we solve your problem, give this to me as a reward. Biscuit returned to his serious expression. Then he directly treated Lucci's mission as his own mission. And there was a change in Lucci's expression. Above Basin, Phoenix rushed into the fog, but still could not find any trace of Lucci. But based on the connection between the two parties, they should be nearby. It was as if they were in two different spaces, and even the Sharingan could not see through the changes. Lucci wanted to know and master such methods. When approaching the priest's house that Omar mentioned, Lucci noticed that the house where the priest lived had traces of the word God. Is it the word God that Lucci doesn't recognize, a different word God? What a great harvest! There is no need for Omar to report. Benson, the priest, and Monroe, the chief of the Pachi tribe, both came out of the house. The Pachi tribe had already reported it in advance. Lucci originally thought that priests or clan leaders were older people. But judging from their appearance alone, these two people are still very young. I am Benson, the chief of the Pachi tribe, and this is Monroe, the priest of our Pachi tribe. Welcome both of you. Benson's gaze lingered on Lucci and Biscuit. Unlike the non-users who had visited the Pachi tribe before, he could feel the powerful aura from Lucci and Biscuit. Of course, it was also because Lucci and Biscuit did not restrain their auras and use their ultimate skills. Lucci and Biscuit also noticed that the two people in front of them were also non-users. But if you think about it, with the special method just now, it is impossible that the Pachi tribe did not master the ability of Nin. And to have been able to live in this precious land for so long, they also need to master the supernatural power of Nin. Monroe and Benson welcomed Lucci and Biscuit into the room. Chapter 67. After entering the room, Benson started making tea. After sitting down, Patriarch Monroe spoke first. You two are the owners of the Sky Arena. What is your relationship with the Conrad family? Lucci and Biscuit are strong men, and there is a great possibility that they can solve Bassin's problem, but because they are strong men, Monroe will also be a little worried. The Pachi people have little communication with the outside world, but that doesn't mean there is no communication at all. They still know how to be prepared for danger in times of peace. The unique environment also made them worry about the appearance of strong men like Lucci and Biscuit, fearing that they would see through the secrets of the village. It's a partnership. The Conrad family and Sky Arena are in a partnership. Omar mentioned before that you Pachi people should also know about the Sky Arena. Lucci could sense the concerns and worries expressed by the Pachi chief. Bathan has enough strategic value to the Sky Arena. As the masters of Bathan, some plans also need the consent of you masters. First courtesy, then force. After Bassin's on-site observation of Lucci, his value has increased a lot. How do you plan to develop Bassin? Monroe asked with some concern. There is only a verbal agreement with Conrad now, and the specific matters have not been formally discussed. Monroe is still worried that the development of Bassin will be too excessive, which will affect the entire Bassin and the survival of their Pachi tribe. There's no rush for this issue. Lucci felt that the original development plan needed to be completely revised. Such a place is very suitable for the growth of the oak sapling, and it seems to be qualified to be controlled. Even this group of Pachi people seemed to be worth using. An interesting plan came to Lucci's mind, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. But you can rest assured that if Bassin is really developed, it will not have much impact on you. Lucci could sense the Patriarch's worry. I promise. As the actual controller of the Sky Arena and the owner of the highest floor, you can choose to believe my guarantee. An air of arrogance was revealed in Lucci. That extreme self-confidence makes people involuntarily believe what Lucci said. It was rare for Biscuit to see this side of Lucci. The tea is ready. This is our Pachi's special tea. I hope you like it. He came to the table with the tea. Both parties drank tea. Talked about the problem of Bassin rainforest. This was something they had not told the Conrad family before. The Pachi people have some information about the area that can devour living things, but of course only a little. It is said among the Pachi people that when the Pachi people are in great danger, the whole of Bassin will turn into a land that devours all living things. And now the Pachi people regard this as a prophecy. Finding someone to solve Bassin's problem is actually also to save the Pachi people. This was the first time that Baisaji had encountered such a thing. I have been a hunter for many years, but I have never accepted a commission like this. Are the trees the only ones unaffected? Monroe nodded and told them some of the details of their exploration. The Pachi people had also conducted experiments on the devouring land. If you drive the wild animals in the Basin rainforest into it, they will disappear after a while. Not only the wild animals, but also the birds and insects are the same. Even the bodies of the newly dead will be devoured. It was like it had turned into a devouring evil place. Biscuit, what do you think is going on? Lucci felt that Biscuit had traveled more and might have more experience than Lucci. Biscuit fell into deep thought. I have never seen it before, so I don't know for sure, but this performance is a bit like a magical or secret realm. Maybe there are some ancient ruins beneath the ground of this land. Biscuit shared some experiences based on what he knew. Then explained to the Pachi people what the magic realm and the secret realm are. Generally, this name refers to places that are rarely visited and contain many rare things. Just like the Shimalo wetland can also be called a magic land. But in addition to such places, there are other situations that are also called magic realms and secret realms. Some large communities of ancient ruins are also called this because of the special powers contained within them. Those that are exposed to the outside are still okay, but some troublesome ones will form their own space. Generally, such magic realm or secret realm will have great gains, but also great dangers. There are also some places where subhuman races that have mastered thoughts live, or special spaces they have formed, which are also called this way, but they are extremely rare. Baisaji had only heard of such a thing, but she had never seen or even heard of the magical realms or secret realms represented by the subhuman races. In addition to these, certain thoughts after death can also generate devil realms and secret realms. This is the most troublesome. The last one mentioned by Baisaji made her frown. Thoughts after death are relatively rare, but they are not enough in the face of a large base number. Moreover, it is not just humans who have thoughts after death. Some magical beasts and fantasy beasts may also have thoughts after death. According to the records of the Hunter Association, there are several cases of disasters caused by thoughts of afterlife. The ability of thought is also a kind of idealistic power. Once the thought of death is formed, it may even have the possibility of growth and cause great disasters. What is related to space are the magic realm and the secret realm. This is also extremely dangerous. So your suspicion is that a magic realm and a secret realm appeared in the Basin rainforest, and those beings that were swallowed up by the magic realm and the secret realm. Lucci summarized. I'm just guessing. After all, judging from the description, it is related to spatial ability. Then Biscuit asked about Monroe's ancient legend in Basin. The Pachi people have been passed down in Basin to this day, so they must know a lot of information. But unfortunately, Monroe did not give Biscuit too much information. The previous prophecy was one of them, and the other was that there was once a small kingdom on this land. Biscuit felt that there might be a magical realm or secret realm formed by ancient relics. If we find an ancient relic here, and it is a relic that forms a secret realm, it will be a great achievement for the Hunter Association. Generally, such relics are of great value, and even countries like V5 will pay attention to them. Without staying in the Pachi tribe for long, Oma soon left with Lucci and Biscuit and headed for the land of devouring. Still have to go through a fog. This made Baisaji more certain of his guess. Although I am very curious, now is not the time to ask, as it may cause misunderstandings among the Pachi people. I will communicate with them after the matter is resolved. Chapter 68. Omar stopped walking. We're here. We can't go any further. Lucci and Biscuit both looked forward, and Yuan had already reached over. How is it? The radius of Biscuit's circle was only about 50 meters, and it was impossible to detect the situation clearly enough. But Lucci's is farther away. No breath of any living creature was detected. Yuan's detection ability is unavoidable even if one uses absolute power. But I'm curious, how did you determine the range? Isn't it always expanding? Lucci asked Oma. It's a feeling, perhaps it's a talent of our Pachi people. Omar didn't know why, but it was indeed as he said, it was a feeling. What now? It would be unwise to rush into something without knowing the answer. Based on a warrior's intuition, there doesn't seem to be any danger ahead. Let Phoenix go and take a look. As Lucci's words fell, Phoenix in the sky spread its wings and flew into the rainforest ahead. At this time, the mind beast can enter as a test. That's it. Omar looked at the bird with colorful wings and gorgeous feathers, which he had never seen in Basin before. Since you know Nan, you should also have some understanding of Nan abilities. That's my Nan beast, its name is Phoenix. Lucci smiled. Then he turned his head and looked at Bisji. Leave this to me first. Don't you have a mission from the association? Lucci had no intention of letting Biscuit waste time with him here. The association's mission is actually not urgent. Bisji said. I am more interested in this place. If it is a new secret realm, the discoverer will also have a great achievement. Although Bizaji did not care about the so-called achievements, she wanted to know. As a hunter, I have a curiosity about the unknown. I think you should hurry up, and maybe these two things may be related. What did you find? Biscuit stopped smiling and immediately asked seriously. Not that I discovered anything. Although I haven't seen the monster yet, didn't you say, Omar, that the monster has never attacked the Pachi people? Omar had been away all the time and didn't know the exact situation, so he believed what his tribesmen said. But this possible secret realm started to exist a few years ago. Biscuit suddenly stopped. Because she thought of something. The first is the origin of this warcraft. The Basin rainforest is very famous, but it is not connected to some more primitive and unexplored places nearby, and it is basically just a place with people. According to intelligence, there were no large-scale casualties in the nearby cities, towns, and villages of Basin. So how did this monster appear in Basin? If this monster has always existed in Basin, is it possible that it escaped from the secret realm in front of us? Biscuit quickly figured out the key. You are right. That monster is indeed crucial. In that case, leave the task to me. You just need to be careful. Biscuit had a direction, so he no longer stayed with Lucci, and asked Lucci to be careful when leaving. Mainly to warn him not to take risks. If it really is a secret realm of its own, then once you are trapped in it, it will not be easy to leave. Don't worry, don't forget, I'm stronger than you. Even if he is really trapped in it, unless there is an ability to limit the space inside, Lucci's ability to travel through space mastered by Phoenix is enough to allow him to face most of the dangers. Wait until Biscuit leaves. Lucci asked Xiang Omar, have you calculated the time? How long will it take to disappear after being trapped in it? 5 to 6 minutes, and the larger the animal, the longer it takes, Omar replied immediately. Phoenix was flying not far away. Whether using the Sharingan or Madoka to investigate, Lucci did not find anything unusual, and no force was acting on Phoenix. 10 minutes later. It seems that this land will not react to mind beasts. In this case, let's try it first. Lucci started looking for animals nearby, and Omar joined in to help. The animals in the rainforest are divided into two types, one is to be killed, and the other is to be crippled so that they cannot move and then thrown directly into the devouring land. Take two creatures of the same kind, one dead and one disabled, and see what the difference will be. Lucci stared intently, and Yuan also circled the target within range. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, the first thing to disappear was the dead beast, because was it already dead? Similarly, Lucci also made a discovery. When he disappeared out of thin air, Lucci's Sharingan saw a strange kind of mental energy, very faint. If it weren't for the Sharingan, even using condensation wouldn't be able to see through it easily. Lucci then conducted several more experiments and was basically able to confirm that the thought did exist. How is Lord Lucy? Omar asked carefully. If even a strong man like Lucci didn't find anything, then we would be in trouble. Some discoveries have the power of mind, but if you want to confirm it, you need to test it yourself to fully perceive it. Lucci plans to try it himself. Lord Lucci, you plan to? Oma was surprised. Yes, I plan to go in and take a look myself. As he said that, Lucci had already stepped in. Lord Lucy, isn't this too risky? Omar asked worriedly. Sometimes, you really have to take some risks. At least in that thought, Lucci didn't feel any danger. And if there is any problem, he will transfer space immediately. Phoenix landed directly on Omar's shoulders. Omar was attracted by the phoenix for a moment. He had never seen such a magnificent bird. It seemed like a divine bird. Being close to him gives you a warm feeling. As a phoenix, it does give people a sense of divinity. However, Omar's gaze quickly shifted and he stared at Lucci, waiting to see what would happen next. And Lucci was also waiting quietly, which normally only took 3 to 5 minutes for animals. But Lucci waited for nearly 10 minutes and still didn't feel the existence of that thought. But his keen intuition made Lucci feel that someone was spying on him. Finally, at 23 minutes, a thought acted on Lucci. Soon he experienced a feeling of traveling through space. Since he was very familiar with this kind of spatial change, Lucci performed the space travel as soon as possible. To be precise, this time it was a swap with Phoenix. When Omalakai disappeared and Phoenix flew off his shoulder, he instantly showed a look of panic. But in less than a second, Lucci appeared next to him. Lord Lucci. The panic expression on his face had not yet faded. Chapter 69. Lord Lucci. Omar didn't understand what was going on. But I guess Lucci should have used an ability. What ability was it? Lucci looked up and signaled the other party not to disturb him. At this moment, his eyes were looking through the Phoenix at another space. Of course, it was still unknown whether it was another space. The Phoenix is in an unknown place, with flames coming out of its body, illuminating the surroundings. It appeared in a stone forest. The stone forest is filled with various skeletons and corpses. Among them were some animal corpses, and Lucci also saw some human corpses, one of whom was a psychic user from the Conrad family. This stone forest is composed of many stone pillars, each with the word God written on it. Lucci could feel that the energy from Phoenix was being absorbed by the surrounding stone pillars. A ball of light emerged from the Phoenix, forming a ball of light that enveloped it, and the force that absorbed the energy was immediately resisted. This is the purifying power of Phoenix, or it can be said to be the power to remove thoughts, and can be used to resist attacks from thoughts. This method of absorbing mental energy is also a form of attack by malicious thoughts. Can the divine word that transfers space also absorb the divine word of mental energy? Lucci also saw some magical words for contact in it. And this malicious thought seems a bit familiar. Lucci quickly figured it out. This was the thought in the fog when he went to Pachi village. This means that this place is actually related to the Pachi village, but why are the Pachi people unaware of this place? With doubts, Lucci asked Phoenix to continue exploring everything around him. Soon he flew out of the stone forest. There was a thick rock wall above, which made Lucci wonder if this was Bassan's underground rather than the so-called alien space. After flying out of the stone forest, there was a large altar with words on it. Lucci could feel thoughts flowing in it, which meant that something was running. At the edge of the altar, there is a large white jade disc, like a mirror, reflecting Lucci. There seemed to be no danger here. Phoenix landed on the jade disc and injected his thoughts into it. As Phoenix's mental energy was injected into it, the white jade disc began to react and an image appeared. It is the scene of Bassan, and according to Phoenix's mental control, some situations in Bassan can be seen. Like a surveillance camera. The figures of Lucci and Oma appeared on the jade disc. This was a strange perspective, but Lucci didn't find any trace of surveillance. As for intuition, unfortunately his martial arts had not reached the point where he would react when being looked at. After adjusting the direction a few times, Lucci saw Biscuit, the adventure team in Bassan, and other hunters and bounty hunters. The bounty hunter here refers to someone who does not have a hunter's license but also accepts related commissions. So is it possible to find the monster? As Phoenix controlled it, a figure appeared on the jade disc. Is this an orc? What appeared in the jade disc was a tiger-headed orc covered in white hair, with many wounds and bloodstains on his body. At this time, he was on the trunk of a tall tree, hiding himself with the help of cat leaves. The other party is resting. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the afterlife. But nothing was found. He could feel it. This was Lucci's first reaction. Lucci accepted the appearance of orcs very quickly. There were bean-faced men and individuals like the yin beasts in the anime. Although there were few subhumans, there were some. Then Lucci thought about it. Since we can see them, can we see the Pachi people? As the idea came to mind, a high-altitude display of Pachi village indeed appeared in the jade disc. I also understood one thing, that the village that was actually in a different space was Pachi village. He did not manipulate the jade disc, but continued to explore the situation here. Soon they found a stone tablet with words engraved on it, but unfortunately they were not the ones Lucci recognized. But Lucci knew where the words came from because he had seen them in Pachi village. As expected, this place is related to Pachi village. In the entire space, except for the stone forest area which occupies a large area, the rest is occupied by 2 altars. The other altar was not in operation, and Lucci also asked Phoenix to try it, but it was of no use. I don't know what effect it has. There is no way out, which means that a special method is needed to enter here. Thinking of that kind of space travel, it seems that it may be the use of a divine character with spatial ability. Through Phoenix's observation, Lucci basically understood the situation. First, the sudden swallowing disappeared. It was the ability of this stone forest that transferred the living things into the stone forest, and the stone forest began to absorb qi. Then the changes here are driven by the absorbed qi. The method was a bit evil, but it was enough to make Lucci surprised and curious. This method of absorbing air has never been seen in any non-user. It is a very powerful method. But the reason has been found out, so should we tell the Pachi people now? Judging from the current situation, the Pachi people have obviously lost some important information. For a nation that inherits opportunities, it is not unacceptable to lose some information related to its race during the course of history. Just like Tina, the first examiner of the Hunter exam, not many people in their tribe even remember her. Phoenix is flying in this space. This place is also valuable to Lucci. These divine words alone are enough for Lucci to study. But let's talk to the Pachi people first and get more information. Phoenix disappeared into this space. Appeared in front of Lucci. Omar also saw the sudden appearance of Phoenix and was much more shocked. Now only his pupils showed some changes. I have a rough idea of the situation. Next I need to talk to your clan leader and priest. Things went more smoothly than expected, but of course, it can also be said that Lucci himself has some bugs. The power of space is amazing. Really? Omar asked happily. Of course, let's go. However, Omar was not in a hurry to take Lucci back. Instead, he jumped up between the trees and looked towards Basin to see if there was a suitable place near Basin. Are you looking for a fog? Lucci asked. These words made Omar's whole body tremble. The secret of the Pachi people was discovered by outsiders. Ever since you brought me into Pachi village, I noticed the changes in the fog. The fog is filled with thoughts. That is to say, in the rainforest, where there is abundant water vapor, there is fog. To enter and exit Pachi village, one needs to rely on the existence of fog. Omar jumped down from the tree and said, as expected of you, Master Lucci. I can't hide anything from you. Fortunately, the patriarch and the priest had told him that it might not be possible to hide it from Lucci and Baizaji. And if we really want to solve the problem, we must come to Pachi village more often. We will find the answer sooner or later. But without the guidance of a Pachi member, outsiders cannot enter the Pachi village. Chapter 70. It was when Lucci and Oma returned to Pachi village again, and Biscuit was still slowly searching for the monster. The Basin rainforest has welcomed a new group of hunters. It was a three-person team, a tall and strong man, a young man with glasses, and a blonde man with a smile on his face. One of the men with glasses was holding a round machine in his hand. You can refer to the Dragon Ball detector. This direction. The man with glasses pointed in the direction. The man with glasses is named Gao Yuqian, a bounty hunter without a hunter's license. The Basin rainforest is too large, so this mission will probably be more troublesome. Although they have the ability to detect and determine the direction of the target, the team is not in a hurry. The bounty for this commission is very high. There are other hunters too, said the blonde man. Don't worry. The nearest hunters should be mostly in the sky arena. There are many martial artists there. Standing in the Basin rainforest, they won't be able to find their target as quickly as we can. The tall and strong man is called Donald, and he is also the captain of the three-person team. He is also quite familiar with the sky arena. I heard that there are a lot of non-users in the sky arena. Is that true? Gao Yuqian is the youngest of the three. Before forming a team, he usually relied on his own abilities to take on commissions to find things. Yes, there are indeed many non-users there. After all, most of the martial arts schools in the world are gathered there, and it is not easy to fight your way to the top of the sky arena. The tall and strong man had obviously experienced fighting in the sky arena. Unfortunately, the reward for reaching the next level can only be obtained once, and the battle on the 200th level is too difficult. Herman has also been to the sky arena. Can you tell me about the sky arena? Gao Yuqian was still quite curious. After all, it had become famous and he had heard many stories about it. Of course. The three of them walked through the Basin rainforest as if they were on a picnic. The three of them are all non-users, but only Donald has a hunter qualification certificate, which makes him different from the others who have accepted commissions from the Hunter Association. They had received the relevant commission long before, or it can be said that they received the commission from the client at the beginning. Unfortunately, the monster moved too fast and ran into the vast Basin rainforest before they could make any move. In order to improve efficiency, the talents are commissioned to the Hunter Association. The other is the casualties caused by monsters. Some things cannot be buried. This 3-person team was formed a year ago. At first, only Donald acted alone, then he met Herman, and Gao Yuqian joined. If Herman became a teammate because of his strength, then Gao Yuqian became a teammate because of his nin ability. Donald is a typical enhancement type ability user, while Herman is a release type ability user. Gao Yuqian is a trait type, tending towards the materialization type, or it should be said that most of the trait type ability users tend towards the materialization type. Gao Yuqian is a bit similar to Nian, who actively activates his Nian ability, but his use of Nian is not very high. In the past, he relied on an ability called Detection Radar to do commissions to survive. Until he met Donald and Herman, he really came into contact with Nian. In this 3-person team, Gao Yuqian is both an auxiliary staff member and a core member. Although its ability is not suitable for combat, it can be of great help in completing mission commissions. It has also gained some fame in the industry. The sky above the Basin rainforest was grey at this time, which seemed to be a sign of rain. Some other hunter teams or irregular bounty hunter teams are also searching in the Basin rainforest. The sky was grey and soon it began to drizzle, reducing visibility. At the same time, water vapor appeared in the rainforest, forming fog. This has reduced the work efficiency of many people. The Basin rainforest is dangerous and there are magical beasts hiding in the dark, so all teams are very careful. Only the 3-person team that Gao Yuqian was in had an easier time. Apart from being careful about the animals in the Basin rainforest, there is no need to worry about the possibility of magical beasts hiding and attacking them. Because Gao Yuqian's ability has locked onto the Warcraft. This ability is somewhat similar to Palm's ability, the difference is that Gao Yuqian's ability cannot see the target image, but can only detect the target display. The drizzle in the sky did not affect their progress. There was even an invisible air above the 3 of them that protected them from the effects of the rain. On the other side, Lucci entered Pachi village again. It was raining in Pachi village at this time. It seems that the space here should not be that kind of isolated space, Lucci guessed. After entering the Pachi village this time, Lucci discovered that the Pachi people all had tattoos on their bodies. If you look closely, they look like the word God. When Lucci saw this tattoo, he thought of something. It seemed that there was a similar tattoo on the body of the monster, but because it was blocked by the hair, Lucci was not particularly sure. Lucci tested Phoenix's teleportation ability. This place is no longer defended for Lucci, and he can teleport in at will. The chieftain and priests of the Pachi tribe did not expect Lucci and Oma to return so soon. Already have a discovery? Still in the priest's house. Master Lucci, have you figured out the reason for this abnormality? Patriarch Monroe asked first. Lucci nodded, yes, the existence of Pachi village is really magical. It belongs to Basin, but it is not in Basin. How is it possible? In fact, Lucci already had some guesses. Both Monroe and Benson knew that the existence of Pachi village would be difficult to hide from those who were interested, especially from someone with strong psychic abilities like Lucci. In response to Lucci's change of subject, they did not rush to ask about the situation of the devouring land. Instead, he answered Lucci's question, Master Lucci, we, the Pachi people, have lived in Basin for who knows how many years, and the specialness of the Pachi village is only to protect us, the Pachi people. This can effectively keep out outsiders, and is also the key to the Patch people's good life in the Basin rainforest so far. As for how it was done, Patriarch Monroe and Priest Benson both said they didn't know, because this was passed down since ancient times and they didn't know how many generations it had passed down. Of course, as the priest and patriarch of the Pachi tribe, he should at least be aware of these situations. But the Pachi people have never had smooth sailing. There have always been cases of death or disappearance of tribesmen. The previous generation of priests disappeared, causing the Pachi people to lose a lot of their heritage. Of course, what is more important is that as time goes by, it becomes increasingly difficult for the Pachi tribe to have users with nin abilities. For the small population Pachi people, every time they chant, it is a risky act. The Pachi people do not have a formal way of chanting. Chapter 71. The Patch people are a nation with a long history and they also have a heritage of divine characters. They are also a race that can control the mind, but their method of doing so is rather crude, and they can basically only rely on forcibly opening their sperm orifices to control the mind. The Pachi tribe also once had several nin users. It's just that the previous generation of priests disappeared, and then the clan leader took several non-users to look for him, but he also disappeared. This directly led to the interruption of the Pachi people's inheritance once again. For this ethnic minority, crises have occurred throughout history, and every crisis has caused problems for the Pachi people's inheritance. The current clan leader and priest are the only old generation non-users who remained in Pachi village and were forced to wear wigs. Several Pachians died as a result. Only after they both have mastered the mantra will they stop and continue chanting. The Pachi tribe used to number tens of thousands to thousands, but now it only has a few hundred people. Why did the Pachi people go to the sky arena? One reason was to improve their strength so that they could deal with possible dangers. Another reason was that they wanted to try to master Nen. The Pachi people are now in a state of decline. If there are no other changes, I am afraid that the Pachi people will disappear in the long river of history in the near future. They were able to tell all this because Lucci told them about the underground ruins. If I'm not mistaken, the protection measures for your village are provided by the underground ruins. As for the so-called prophecy, it can actually be understood like this. The layout of the underground ruins, the stone forest formed the devoured land that expanded in the Basin rainforest. Its purpose is simply to absorb chi to maintain the protection of Pachi village. The appearance of the devouring land means that there is a problem with the protection measures, and it also means that the Pachi people are about to encounter danger. That underground ruin could probably be hosted and operated by the Pachi people, but unfortunately due to the discontinuity of generations, the operator has been lost. Master Lucci, can you take us to the holy land of our clan? Monroe said pleadingly. But Lucci shook his head and refused. Of course Lucci could take them there, but he didn't want to because he wanted to take the place for himself. Judging from previous contacts, that underground ruins should not only be used to protect Pachi village, but may also have an impact on the Basin rainforest. Just being able to detect at will is already amazing, but Lucci believes that that should only be the basics, and maybe he can control Basin. Given such an opportunity, Lucci would naturally want to take it into his own hands. He even wanted to master the Pachi tribe, and he even had a rough plan in his mind. Not to mention that my ability cannot bring you in, and the way I entered was not formal. I have just mentioned the dangers inside. Even I used the mind beast to explore. Lucci's performance, at most, makes people doubt that Lucci and Phoenix can switch positions. Monroe and Benson showed regretful looks on their faces. Is there no way? Now we know where the danger comes from. Allowing the devouring land to continue to expand would indeed allow Pachi village to continue to exist in this way. But it will also affect their lives, and they are also worried that such changes will attract attention from the outside world. They have little contact with the outside world, but they do know nothing. And even if we ignore the attention of the outside world, when there are no creatures to be devoured in the Basin rainforest, Pachi village will still appear in the Basin rainforest. The only difference is the length of time. Don't worry, although we can't enter, I actually have other ways to solve your problems. Lucci said this as he looked at their sad faces. What method? Monroe and Benson asked anxiously. Don't be impatient. Before that, I want to know, what is this tattoo on your body? Monroe and Benson didn't know why Lucci asked this. But thinking that Lucci could help solve the problem, they decided to answer Lucci's questions first. This is the battle pattern of our Pachi tribe. It can be activated by thoughts to protect us. Monroe only mentioned one of its functions. Another function is as a kind of certificate. Why can the Pachi people enter and exit the Pachi village? The fog protection is not that smart. It's all because they recognized the battle pattern. Having said that, Monroe seemed to have thought of something and immediately activated his own thoughts. The battle patterns on his body also lit up. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Monroe shouted happily, because his mental energy could be input into the battle patterns. Monroe quickly rushed out of the house and began a ritual dance in the rain. And as he performed his sacrificial dance, Monroe felt the flow of his own chi disappearing through the battle patterns. This was naturally noticed by Lucci. And Benson also jumped up. When some Pachi people saw this, they didn't know what was going on with the chief and the priest, as it was probably not time for the sacrifice yet, but they all jumped up along with the chief and the priest. But unfortunately, they cannot activate the war patterns, so naturally they cannot perform sacrifice. When the dance was over, Monroe and Benson asked them to go back to their homes and continue to return to the house. The original joy had dissipated, because they all realized that with only 2 non-users, they might not be able to support the sacrifice of the ritual. After figuring this out, they also realized that even if they could go to the Holy Land, they would not be able to change much. The devouring land will only exist and expand. Of course, we also need to listen to Lucci's solution. It seems that you have found a solution, but it can't solve the problem. Lucci said. The devouring land must disappear, otherwise it will affect the ecological balance of the basin rainforest. That's right, alas. Monroe sighed. Let's talk about the solution first. The emergence of the devouring land is due to the lack of mental energy to protect Pachi village. As long as there is enough mental energy, the problem can be solved. Monroe and Benson didn't know much about mind power, but they could imagine that maintaining the existence of Pachi village was not something that could be achieved with just a little bit of mind power. No matter how strong Lucci is, it is impossible to solve this problem, and this is even a long-term problem. Do we need other hosts of Sky Arena to help as well? My original plan was that the devouring land devours the energy of living things, so all we need to do is provide enough living things. The Sky Arena has enough money to do this, so we can use the money to buy properties in the Basin Rainforest. This is indeed a way. But this is more troublesome. I just asked about the battle patterns on your bodies because I saw related patterns in the Holy Land of your Pachi tribe through my mind beast. It may be related to it. Now it seems to be true. My other solution is to plant a sacred tree in your Pachi village. Sacred Tree. Chapter 72. The sacred tree mentioned by Lucci. These are the saplings that have grown from the acorns that have been planted. The oak tree itself is made up of telekinetic power, and it has been able to exist for many years and has been reborn with the phoenix. It can no longer be viewed with ordinary eyes. The acorn given to Lucci was no ordinary thing. The rich breath of life also has thoughts in itself. After being planted and growing into a sapling, it also displays the same characteristics as the oak tree in the oasis of God. And there is a vague connection with Phoenix. And this connection is gradually strengthened as the sapling grows. And this sapling is Lucci's plan to seize the Basin Rainforest. This is a sacred tree from another nation, and this sacred tree has incredible powers. Lucci believed that when the sapling grew up, it would be able to help people safely open their sperm holes and master Nen abilities just like the oak tree in the oasis of God. What Lucci has to do is to make this sacred tree the possession of Phoenix, or directly contract it. Use this sacred tree to influence the entire Basin Rainforest. Monroe and Benson couldn't believe it. The sacred tree that can help people awaken their thoughts. But then thinking about the different space where their Pachi village is located, it seems that it is not impossible. I just don't know if you can accept it. Lucci asked. According to Lucci's description, if they want to use the power of the sacred tree to safely control their thoughts, they need to pay with their faith. The relationship between the oak tree in God's oasis and Tina is actually very similar, and because there is only one example of Tina, it is difficult to explain the details. But thinking of the contractability that Phoenix obtained, Lucci is inclined to this speculation. We need to think about this. As ethnic minorities, they all have their own different beliefs, and they also need to discuss with other ethnic groups. Because they came to power in a hurry, their status as clan leaders and priests was not as high as imagined, and of course they themselves did not regard this status as very high. Try to get along with fellow tribesmen as equally as possible. In that case, contact me when you've thought it through. I have other things to take care of. Lucci said goodbye. He thought of the monster and its relationship with the Pachi tribe. Then you need to understand and get in touch with it. If it affects his own plans, then he doesn't mind being a bad guy. Lucci must master that underground ruins. The god words there form a scale and are combined into abilities to be used, which is enough for him to make such a decision. Lucci left Pachi village. As long as he walked into the fog circle surrounding Pachi village and walked a distance, he could naturally return to the Basin Rainforest. The drizzle at this time tends to increase. Phoenix didn't feel uncomfortable with the rain. Then, Phoenix, go find that monster. Lucci handed the task of finding someone over to Phoenix. Phoenix is more mobile than him. Lucci used his ability to travel through space and directly reached the underground ruins. Flames appeared on his hands, and he controlled them to float in the air, turning them into a little sun that illuminated the entire underground ruins. The presence of oxygen, is it the power of the word God? Lucci continued to explore. The entire underground ruins are semicircular in shape, and there are God characters on the walls, and these God characters are still in operation. Lucci tried to make contact using his own thoughts. Some of them were designed to resist his thoughts, at least the walls of the underground space were designed to resist. Only at the altar will his thoughts be accepted. There are 2 altars, one of which allows you to observe various parts of the Basin rainforest, but unfortunately there is only picture and no sound. At the same time, after some exploration of this altar, Lucci basically figured out the main function. In addition to the ability to explore, the different space of Pachi village is maintained by this altar, and the stone forest is the supplier. The stone pillars in the stone forest all have divine characters engraved on them, and they are all batteries of mental energy. Because I haven't received any energy replenishment for many years. This underground ruin activated the backup plan originally designed. The devouring land began to appear in the Basin rainforest. This situation means that the Pachi tribe is in danger, and the emergence of their devouring land not only continues to protect the location of the Pachi village, but also serves as another line of defense. The Pachi people with war patterns will not be affected by the devouring land. The Pachi people can use the power of the devouring land to resist foreign enemies. Because of the reminder of the battle pattern, the Pachi people did not fully understand the characteristics of the devouring land. Not all foreign enemies who fall into the stone forest have abilities like Lucci. However, this divine ability to devour the energy of others is truly powerful. The stone forest occupies a large proportion of the underground ruins. According to Lucci's observation, in addition to the divine words of space transfer, devouring, and supply, Lucci also discovered that there is also a psychedelic divine ability. The creatures trapped in the stone forest are unable to escape, as if they were trapped in a maze and unable to walk out of the stone forest. Compared with the 2 ethnic minorities he had come into contact with, Lucci felt that the Kurita people seemed to have no foundation at all. But then I thought about the red eyes, and I wondered if all red eyes had special abilities. After all, Kurapika was the only example. If it has these qualities, then it can be said to be a bloodline family. If there is a chance in the future, go and get in touch with him. After figuring out some of the situation, Lucci came to the unactivated altar among the 2 altars. There are different divine characters on the ground of the altar, and there are 4 stone tablets around it, which are also covered with divine characters. He walked to one of the stone tablets, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and began to input his own mental energy. Just like charging, all the divine characters lit up, and the divine characters on the entire altar began to activate under Lucci's mental energy as if the light of the wires was connected. Can it be done to this extent? Lucci exclaimed. With Lucci's current status and strength, there are very few things that surprise him. He activated the altar, but it was just a simple activation. Even Lucci couldn't operate the altar. Because his mental energy is insufficient. He knew the function of this altar, which could actually control rainfall. As long as this altar is operated, it will rain in the Basin rainforest. Lucci had never seen this kind of ability even though he had come into contact with so many non-abilities. First of all, to use this altar, one needs sufficient reserves of mental energy, and the other requires 5 people. There are 4 control stone tablets and a master controller standing in the center of the altar. The other altar also needs to be activated, and 5 people are required to stand together. It can cause rain in the Basin rainforest, and the amount of rainfall is related to the energy. In addition, there are many stone pillars in the Basin rainforest. Some are damaged, some have been buried by trees, some have sunk to the bottom of rivers and lakes, and some are buried by soil. The world has changed dramatically. Another thought of Lucci was this Basin rainforest once a rainforest? Chapter 73. When Lucci was still groping in the underground ruins, Gao Yukin's 3-man team had already found the location of the monster and launched a sneak attack. However, the monsters were very sensitive and their sneak attack was unsuccessful. Somewhere in the rainforest, the tiger-headed orc warcraft was blocked from the road. Herman and Donald blocked the monsters in 2 directions, giving them no chance to escape. Gao Yukin did not show up to attack because he was not a combatant. He hid not far away and took out a gun from his backpack and assembled it. It was a sniper rifle. And there was no impact of the rain near him. That is Gao Yukin's ability. His strength is not strong, but he can still fight, and the sniper rifle is also effective when facing psychic users. Not all non-users' entanglement or strength can resist sniper rifles. Assemble the sniper rifle and use it around the rifle. The bullets will also be specially attached with gas. Even if you can't kill the opponent, you can at least injure him, so just provide assistance. Donald is a user of enhancement abilities. His main ability is the application of applied techniques, and his main damage is the hardness of his fists. Herman was a little different, he held 2 guns in both hands. He is a release type, but he has also cultivated materialization type abilities. The 2 guns do not have any special abilities, but instead become vehicles for his mental attacks. Before he mastered the ability to develop his mind, he was used to fighting with guns. After mastering the concept, he developed his abilities in the direction that he was familiar with. His attack method is also telekinetic bullet attack, but it is a telekinetic bullet attack fired from a gun. Both of his guns were revolvers, with a limit of 12 bullets. Use thoughts to replenish bullets. Although he also came from a wild background, the development of Herman's ability is somewhat similar to that of Franklin of the Phantom Troop in the future. One is to transform both hands into gun muzzles, and the other is to materialize a gun to launch an attack. This demon beast with a tiger head and a human body had a cold gaze and was surrounded by a spiritual aura. With Donald's feet attached, it was raining and the ground in the rainforest was muddy, so the use of flow required full concentration. The brief fight just now made him realize that the beast in front of him was very powerful. If the opponent wasn't injured, I wouldn't have been able to stop him just now. In a head-on battle, 2 against 1, it would probably be difficult to defeat the opponent. From the fight just now, Donald had already figured out some information. Should we say it is worthy of being a demon beast? His physical fitness is very strong. Even when injured, he is still so fast, and his mind energy is also very strong. In terms of the use of Nen, he is like an user. Moreover, the other party is a subhuman monster, so I'm afraid we can still communicate. This commission is really hard to get. Thinking in his mind, he quickly stepped forward to engage in a fight with it, being extremely careful with the sharp claws of this tiger-headed human monster. Facing the opponent's attack, he dared not be distracted at all. The opponent's claw attack requires carefulness and strength to resist. Herman responded with his gun firing non-stop. The gun in his hand will have unlimited bullets as long as his energy continues to flow. Always be aware of your location. When he needs to exert his abilities to their maximum power, his body's defense will be maintained at a minimum level of entanglement. If he is attacked by a monster, there will be a certain danger. Herman's attacks were directed at the wounds on the tiger-headed monster as much as possible. It did not penetrate the mental defense, but every touch would make the tiger-headed monster uncomfortable and roar softly. The battle was at a stalemate, and whenever the tiger-headed monster wanted to attack Herman, it would be quickly stopped by Donald. Gao Yukin in the distance had already taken aim and was ready to shoot. When you find the right moment, shoot. A trickle of blood flowed out. It wasn't that it was shot, but the wound on the monster's body burst open. The sniper rifle's attack only caused the monster to stagger, but the slow movement of its body was immediately noticed by Donald and Herman. Immediately attack the monster's wound. Roar. A loud roar. Donald sensed the danger and quickly retreated. Herman also retreated a certain distance. Both of them were in a defensive posture. Because of irregular fluctuations on the monster's body, its mental energy was actually enhanced. The body was deforming irregularly, and the original human form slowly turned into a white tiger. A dangerous aura was filling the air. After transforming, pounce hard. Donald wanted to dodge, but the monster was much faster and he could only block it with his hands. Under the sharp claws, the flesh was torn off, revealing the white bones in the arm. Donald. Herman and Gao Yukin fired at the same time. This allowed Donald to move away for a distance, but the huge wound on his hand made him feel very uncomfortable, and he could only use his mind to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he understood that this monster was not something they could deal with. This is not good. In the rainforest, it would be difficult to avoid the pursuit of this monster. There is no other way. I shouted out loud, Plan B. Even Gao Yukin could hear this sound. At this time, the monster had abandoned its target and was ready to kill Herman. His original idea was to avoid these hunters, but now he can only kill them. When Gao Yukin heard the sound, he immediately took out a firework from the package next to him. Press hard and the missile will explode quickly in the air. During their fight, in order to avoid being picked off by others, Herman deliberately chose to be silent when using his abilities. In addition, the sound of rain can cover up the sound of fighting, so that no other hunters are approaching. Under normal circumstances, the sound of gunfire and flying birds alone would be enough to attract all kinds of people in the rainforest. At the same time, Donald also hoped that the monster in front of him was truly intelligent. Herman was in danger at this time and tried his best to dodge the monster's attacks. Fortunately, he was trained in dodging. But it can't last very long. The fireworks have been set off and some people have noticed them, including Biscuit. At this time, the monster suddenly stopped attacking Herman. Instead, it leaped in one direction. Oh no! Yukin, run! Donald shouted immediately when he saw the monster's actions. The so-called Plan B is based on the assumption that the Warcraft is intelligent and will not fight with them for a long time but will leave quickly. After all, fireworks will attract other enemies. This way they will be safe, and if other hunters come, they will still be able to cooperate with Gao Yukin's ability. You can also get some money from the entrustment. However, he didn't expect that the monster did not choose to escape, but went straight to Gao Yukin's position. As soon as the sniper rifle fired, Warcraft knew there was a third person present. Donald thought in horror, could it be that this monster had guessed that Gao Yukin, as a third party, also had the ability to track? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he didn't run away but instead chased Gao Yukin. Gao Yukin also noticed the actions of the Warcraft. He dropped his gun and packed supplies and immediately ran away. Used Ju to try to dodge. But after changing position several times, the Warcraft also changed its position. Why? Gao Yukin didn't quite understand. A huge figure leaped in the air and stood in front of Gao Yukin. At this time, Gao Yukin was extremely frightened as he had never experienced such danger before. Chapter 74. It seemed that Gao Yukin was about to die in the tiger's mouth. A figure rushed out quickly and kicked the giant tiger. The 4 or 5 meter tall tiger was kicked away. A short girl with blonde hair and a red dress appeared. It was Biscuit who came. If other hunters came, they might not necessarily help, but Biscuit has a higher justice value. If you see someone in danger, you should still help them. A tiger-type monster. Biscuit looked at the monster that she kicked away. The tiger monster didn't suffer any damage. It was just that Siji's kick was hasty and more powerful. Roar! The tiger monster's pupils slowly turned red, the mental energy in its body expanded, and its injuries were actually healing rapidly. If you have such ability, why did you use the subhuman state before? The tiger monster's desire to kill is rising. The huge body immediately pounced towards Biscuit, and the claws on its limbs became sharper and wrapped in mental energy. Every step would leave deep claw marks on the ground and trees. Biscuit was in her girlish state, not her strongest, but she was agile and quickly dodged every attack. He was very at ease and was still observing the monster in front of him. Judging from its fur, it looks very much like a magical beast called the white two-headed tiger. Not being a fantasy beast hunter, Baiziji couldn't make an accurate judgment. Moreover, the murderous aura of the monster in front of him was still changing, and it seemed to have lost its mind. Suddenly, his tiger's mouth opened and a stream of spiritual energy roared out. In an instant, many trees and grass were destroyed. The roar directly plowed the forest, revealing a long gully. The power is quite impressive. The body of the white tiger monster was still changing, and it seemed that 4 or 5 meters in height was not its limit. Herman and Donald had already arrived at Gao Yukin's side. Ask your partner if he is okay. After getting the reply that everything was fine, he began to pay attention to the battle between Biscuit and the white tiger beast. To be precise, it was Biscuit who dodged and the white tiger beast who chased after him. There was a huge noise, and all the nearby trees were knocked down or cut by the monster's sharp claws. Soon another roar of mental energy gushed out, and another long gully appeared. We can't deal with this kind of monster at all. Gao Yukin was sweating profusely and is still afraid. Donald thought of something, it can actually succeed. Boss, what are you talking about? Herman heard what Donald said. Nothing. Donald suppressed the thought in his mind. So what should we do now? Herman concentrated and looked at the monster's spiritual energy which was still rising. With this level of strength, even if he used all his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to break the opponent's defense. The gap is too big. Soon other figures approached, including people wearing martial arts uniforms and a well-trained team with guns. They are all in the outer areas. It's the owner of this building, Baiziji. Someone recognized Baiziji. If Biscuit can accept this commission, then other hunters in Carey City can naturally accept it as well. Naturally, there will be hunters coming, and among them there will be martial artists in the Sky Arena, who will naturally recognize Biscuit. Is this the demonic beast? The level of its mental energy is really exaggerated. A martial arts disciple can sense the amount of mental energy on the demonic beast even without concentration. In a battle between non-users, without taking their abilities into consideration, the amount of non energy can determine the outcome of the battle. A user of psychic powers may not be able to be invincible with speed alone, but if his psychic energy is strong, then he can still be indestructible. Mindfulness is also a very important indicator. The improvement of mental energy is related to the practice of refining. The amount of mental energy can be increased through practice, but it is generally slow. The best way is to combine appropriate physical training with the use of medicines and medicated diets to allow your body to grow further. At the same time, it also tests one's will. Being physically and mentally strong can also increase your energy. As Sky Arena's research over the years has shown, if one wants to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and cultivate one's chi to a high level, then one must pay great attention to the cultivation and maintenance of the body. After each battle, participants in the Sky Arena will use the Sky Arena's medical team to conduct a physical examination on their bodies. You can not only find out if you have any hidden injuries on your body, but also get a set of physical data to see if you have become stronger. The digitization of some physical abilities and visible growth are also inspiring many martial artists. Of course, everyone except the host needs to pay for this service. If martial artists in the past came to the Sky Arena to make money, now it costs more money to practice martial arts. Many martial artists also make money from other aspects to develop themselves or train their disciples. It was the first time for many people to see Warcraft. The white tiger monster grew larger again, but stopped attacking. Instead, it paced and roared, its body shaking, and it seemed to be in great pain. The originally blood-red pupils were slowly regaining clarity. The hunters around were all on guard against each other. With so many people surrounding it, even though the monster looked very powerful, it was impossible for it to escape. I just don't know who will be able to defeat this monster in the end. According to the commission, this monster must be captured alive. The magical beast that woke up also noticed the situation around it. Biscuit was the first to react. Disperse! Biscuit finally had time to shout. Another roar. At the same time, the monster's body moved immediately. The roar was directed towards the team of martial artists. And the body rushed towards the team holding guns. The team of martial artists were all beings who controlled their minds, and when faced with the roar, they all quickly dodged and no one was injured. On the other side, gunshots continued as dozens of people simultaneously fired at the monsters rushing towards them. The bullets had no effect at all when they hit the monster. In an instant, several people in this team fell under the sharp claws, or were knocked away directly, or swept by the tiger's tail. But without exception, even if they did not die immediately, they would not be able to survive. It slaughtered all the people standing in its way, then ran towards the forest, and its size began to shrink. At this time, there is no way to consider whether it is possible to track one's own abilities. Just when it was about to transform into a subhuman form, suddenly a sword flashed and the monster stopped abruptly, but it was too late. With a puff sound, the sword light cut a wound on the abdomen and blood gushed out. Little cat, where are you going to run? Haha! A rope suddenly appeared from the ground and bound its feet. Let it fall. Two people appeared, one of them holding a sword and about to attack. Stop, the mission requires survival. Chapter 75. There is actually someone hiding nearby. Even Biscuit didn't notice that although she was fighting, she was also paying attention to the people nearby. The two new people appeared, wearing the same grey clothes. This is it. Biscuit recognized it. The two newly appeared people, one of whom controlled the rope to attack the white tiger monster, immediately hit the monster's head, but only knocked it out. Then the monster was tied up and the bleeding was stopped. Hiding in the dark, one of them even used the ability hide. This caused the panicked monster to be ambushed. Of course, the successful sneak attack also proved that these two people were extraordinary. The other teams nearby obviously did not want to hand over their prey just like that. They all gathered around. I told you there's no need to issue any commissions. Now it's actually very troublesome. The man holding the sword looked around with a cold face. We are worried that he will cause other incidents. Without them, we would not be able to capture him so easily, right? The other one smiled. Now that we have caught the monster, can you please move aside? If possible, I don't really want to have a conflict with you. The man who has the ability to control the rope is called Valentine. It seemed as if he was asking with a smile, but the energy displayed on his body seemed like a warning. The man holding the sword was called Dingni, and the murderous aura on his body was enough to scare ordinary people. Except for a few ordinary teams, that is, the teams that did not master the mind, they retreated, while the other teams did not. It seems we can't come to an agreement. There's nothing we can do. Valentine restrained his smile. A sharp sword wind flashed by. Unlike Lucci's vacuum slash, this was a sword energy slash formed by thoughts. The target is everyone around. From the very beginning, these two men did not take anyone seriously. Ah! Screams were heard. Some people were attacked by the sword energy and did not block or dodge. They were directly cut and injured. Those who were weak were directly killed. Donald was also injured while trying to protect his two teammates. The only teams that did not suffer any damage were the martial artists team and Biscuit's individual team. Dinny was about to go on a killing spree. Baiziji spoke up, "Are you from Liaozonghui?" "Oh, was I recognized?" Valentine looked at Biscuit. He knew that the girl in front of him was the strongest one present. Of course this does not include himself and Dinny. It's not surprising, but now that you know we are from the Liaozong Society, are you still planning to stop us? Dingni pointed his sword at Biscuit. Except for Donald, whose face changed, everyone else around was confused. What kind of force is Liaozonghui? The Liaozong Society is a scattered force in the Mingbo Republic, composed of retired soldiers from the Mingbo Republic. Although they are called individual forces, they actually cooperate with the Mingbo Republic's government, military and many large companies. It specializes in handling some private affairs for the government, the military and large enterprises, and is also a mercenary organization. Netero is indeed a world-class warrior. But when it comes to the power of non-users, there is absolutely no organization that can compare to the power of V5. Even the Mafia has thugs like Yin Beasts. Because Maha appeared when the 10 old men were assassinated, I personally think that in addition to Yin Beasts, there should be a protective non team. As one of the 5 major countries, V5 naturally also has a team of non-users. The strength of the regular team is definitely stronger than many unconventional ones. And on the top of a tree, Phoenix was listening to the conversation on the field. Lucci is also observing here. Lucci was reborn in this world and has more knowledge about the hunter world. What he knows in the anime is just the tip of the iceberg. If we have to make a metaphor, we can compare the hunter world to Marvel. The protagonist's plot, except for the Chimera Ant incident, which later involves the Kajin Empire and the Dark Continent, is basically just a small fight. The Dark Continent can be completely compared to the universe, outer space. No wonder I feel like something is not right with this monster. This monster should have been a human being originally. Biscuit's tone was unfriendly, but also melancholy. Through some observation, she had discovered some abnormalities, and after thinking about some things she knew, she came to a conclusion. I've been guessed. It seems you are not simple. Valentine didn't know Biscuit. Get out of the way now. If you continue to block us, we won't be polite anymore. Valentine then said sternly. Biscuit guessed that the client might be a large pharmaceutical company in the Mingbo Republic, studying the human experiments conducted by Warcraft. But in the hunter world, even places like Yokiksen can exist, underground auctions are rampant, and all kinds of human organs have become auction items, which shows the madness of this world. Donald's team chose to give up. As for the team composed of martial artists, when they saw Biscuit's conflicted expression, they knew that this Liaozong society might not be easy to deal with. The other party didn't know Biscuit, but they did. The owner of the Sky Arena and of course Netero's disciple, even she was struggling with this, so it was difficult for them to stop her. After I get back, I will look up what Liaozong is talking about. Boring. Dinny looked at the people who were slowly retreating and felt a little disappointed. And Lucci can naturally think of many things. Although some information about the 5 major countries is well hidden, there are always some rumors circulating in the world. In addition to rumors about the research of various war weapons, there are naturally also rumors about the evolution of superhumans. There are even rumors of zombies. Lucci wanted to stop it. Because he recognized the monster and the battle patterns on its body when it grew bigger just now. There is no doubt that this person is a Pachi, and may even be one of the missing Pachinan users of the previous generation. It would be even better if it was a patriarch or a priest. He needs someone to help him decipher the divine words in the underground ruins. Moreover, as a test subject like this, Lucci was also very curious. Could the Sky Arena's medical group also research something from him? What Lucci is more concerned about now is that if he tries to stop them head-on, his identity will be exposed, and he will most likely come into conflict with some large companies in the Mingbo Republic. And based on Lucci's experience with Marvel, who knows if these companies will have any relationship with the military of the Mingbo Republic. If he were to be targeted, Lucci was not sure if he could handle it with his current identity. After all, even the Hunter Association has to obey V5. But Lucci didn't want to miss such an achievement. In that case, Lucci thought about it. Lucci's body shape in the underground ruins is changing, and he has become a young boy. Lucci used his mind to engrave, and 2 patterns appeared on his chest and back. The front has the Pachi war emblem, while the back has the Phoenix's contract pattern. The former is just a pattern. Fortunately, my transformation training is not bad. Now I just need a mask. Lucci quickly returned to the Sky Arena with a space transfer. Valentine and Dinny were dragging the beast forward. Suddenly, a shirtless boy stood in front of them, and the two saw the battle marks on the boy's chest. Chapter 76. The one standing in front of them was naturally Lucci. With the help of the ability of space transfer, he moved many times, went to the Sky Arena, and also went to Pachi village to borrow some things. At this time, Lucci's attire is very similar to that of the Pachi tribe. There was a ribbon on her forehead and some paint scratches on her face. Originally, Lucci was preparing a mask, but the masks he found in the Sky Arena were not suitable for the Pachi identity he intended to pretend to be. May I ask you something? Are you from the Pachi tribe? Valentine asked. Valentine was not familiar with the Pachi tribe and could only judge them simply by the battle marks and clothing on Lucci. The other people around had no idea who this young man who suddenly appeared was. Only Biscuit saw something. After all, she had come into contact with Lucci when he was a teenager, and they practiced the ability of transformation together. Lucci's change was not as severe as Illumi's, which was to replace a different person, so Biscuit could not be hidden from him. But Biscuit didn't say anything. Lucci's gaze passed Valentine and stopped at the bound and unconscious monster. It seems there is no need to ask. This is difficult to deal with. If possible, I really don't want to do anything to the child. Valentine became distressed. Put him down, you can leave. Lucci finally spoke. The you mentioned here includes everyone present here. Others had no idea what was going on. Biscuit also pretended to be confused, but was looking forward to Lucci's next performance. She easily figured out that since Lucci appeared in this form, he naturally didn't want his true identity to be known. To be precise, they don't want to be targeted by some large companies in the Mingbo Republic. Then different means will inevitably be used. As long as you understand Lucci, you will know some related abilities. Many labels are attached to Lucci, such as being able to fly, control fire, have hypnotic eyes, have powerful mind energy, and have mind energy weapons. Are there any other means now? Dinny and Valentine were on guard and did not find any possible Pachi people around. Unlike others, they are aware of the target's situation. Know the other party's identity and relationship with the Pachi people. The only troublesome thing about this mission is that the guy would hide in Pachi village, but it seems that he has not chosen to do so. I don't know why, but it can make them feel a little more relaxed. I thought the mission was completed, but I didn't expect that the Pachi tribe would come to my door when I was leaving. Dingni's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and he directly attacked Lucci. But he had no intention of hurting Lucci, he intended to knock him out. But Lucci's reaction was not slow. When the enemy got close to him, he kicked out. Dingni didn't even react, he flew backwards, did a backflip and slid onto the ground. Put him down and leave. Lucci said again. The two people in front of him had no intention of killing, and Lucci did not intend to kill anyone, and even if he killed them, it would not be of much use. Everyone else was watching the battle, at least the situation had changed. The martial arts team has already contacted Baiziji, wanting to learn from her what the Liaishong Society is. A strong man from the Pachi tribe? But at this age, how can he still have telekinesis? Valentine let go of the monster he was dragging in his hand. He also became alert, and the energy rope appeared in his hand. But Lucci suddenly jumped, and several ropes emerged from the ground. Before, World of Warcraft fell into this unexpected move. Lucci saw clearly that in addition to using invisibility, this mind rope also had the ability to penetrate at will. So sharp. Dinny attacked again, and this time he drew his knife. Since he is a powerful enemy, we cannot hold back, otherwise we might be the one to die if we are not careful. Dingni is a user with enhancement abilities and is good at using swords. Facing Dini's attack, Lucci actually slapped him back with his palm. Could it be that the other party is a reinforcement type? Is this what others think? But a reinforcement system at this age dares to grab a weapon with bare hands? There was a hint of surprise in Dingni's cold eyes, but he quickly calmed down. With a ding sound, the imagined cutting did not occur, but instead a metallic collision sound was heard. Lucci was just about to change his palm into a claw. Dingni quickly retracted the knife in his hand and stepped back a few steps. What happened? This young man clearly didn't use any strong energy, so how come he was able to block it? In close combat between non-users, the most commonly used technique is flow. As long as the difference in mental energy is not too big, a person can use hardness to break the hardness of most people. And in the eyes of everyone present, the young man in front of them was even using the entanglement method. Is it because of the battle lines on his chest? Valentine and Dini are thinking. In their eyes, the battle pattern on Lucci's chest was bright. Of course, everything is not so. The reason why Lucci dared to use Chan to do such a thing was because he used the iron block. His chi runs beneath the skin. Unless you have the ability to roll your eyes. Otherwise, what you see first is just entanglement. Even if you use a circle, you will not be able to see through it unless it is a special circle. Lucci had a blank expression on his face, his palms facing upwards. But it was quickly photographed. Danger! Valentine reacted first, pulled the rope in his hand, and flew to the left. Dingni swung the blade quickly. The sound of ding 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 continued endlessly. Those who had some strength, especially the martial artists, looked at this scene with astonishment. The attack launched by Lucci was drops of falling rain, which passed through his palms and were instantly infused with thoughts. The power of the raindrops is no less than that of a gun. Because Valentine is a user of the materialization type, he can sense the danger in the raindrops and chooses to avoid them. Of course he can resist head-on, but his fighting style is not suitable for frontal combat. He had disappeared into the woods. Dingni was a little delighted to see Lucci's move. It seems that you should be a young and powerful person in the Pachi tribe, but you have not taken any action for so many years. You should also know that the Puenla group is not something you can afford to offend. Dini spoke. And revealed the name of their employer. Lucci knew it when he heard the name. The Puenla group, a well-known pharmaceutical company in the Republic of Mingbo, is a very well-known company in the Republic of Mingbo or even in the world. Suddenly another rope emerged from the ground, but Lucci dodged it again. It is basically impossible to distract Lucci by using words. As for the monster not far away, Lucci did not approach it. It seems like he can rescue the other person at any time, but there is a rope on the other person's body, which is simply a trap. Chapter 77. Was he dodged again? Seeing such a sharp intuition, Valentine, hiding in the dark, frowned. His ability is not that strong, but he is good at stealing people. It also seemed that the trap was seen through by the other party. As long as the boy dares to get close to the monster, the mind rope on its body will attack immediately. In addition to the ability to penetrate, his mind rope also has two abilities. One is to amplify the pain of the person tied up, and the other is the ability to confusion. As long as you are tied up with ropes, your body will become uncoordinated. It is the ability to assist in combat. Now it all depends on whether Ding Ni can create opportunities for him. After Dingni cut off the raindrops, he went straight forward. He wanted to see if it was true. He didn't need to be afraid of Dini's close combat. These two have strength, but their strength is limited. Compared with the owner of the Sky Arena, they are still a little behind. Probably better than martial artists in life and death combat. However, it seems that the other party has not yet made up his mind to kill, which Lucci can sense. Lucci directly met the attack with his bare palms, and the opponent had no chance to break his defense. He slapped the sword with one palm and attacked the opponent's face with one punch. Dingni slashed 20 times in an instant, but Lucci followed them all. When Lucci attacked with a punch, Dini sheathed his knife and used the hilt to block it. The body shape is still changing. He blocked the attack, but within a second, he was attacked on the side of his waist and flew sideways. How come? What happened? The martial arts team from the Sky Arena did not notice any changes just now. Valentine, who was hiding and preparing for a sneak attack, was also shocked. Dingni, who was knocked flying, adjusted his body, fearing that Lucci would chase him, so he immediately swung out a mental attack. The water splashed everywhere. In everyone's eyes, a large mass was gathering and blocking Dingni's attack, and it was also attacked by water just now. Is this the power of the word God? Lucci sighed. Not wanting to use telekinesis to overwhelm others, but also wanting to expose his own abilities, Lucci tried to use the God word found in the underground ruins. The phoenix that was originally nearby had long disappeared. Everyone present used Ning. I saw a ball of spiritual energy in the center of the water mass. However, the water ball soon burst. Sure enough, it was not that easy. Lucci just injected thoughts into a drop of rainwater and formed the word God, which included contact and the word God that Lucci guessed was water in the underground ruins. It has played a role, but not a big one, and further research is needed. Lucci disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already at Valentine's position. So fast, this was Valentine's reaction. Fortunately, he reacted in time and only had time to block one punch, but he was also knocked into several trees and appeared in front of everyone. After landing, I was still wondering how the other party discovered me. His ability to conceal his aura was also considered outstanding among the Liaison Club. The other party didn't use the circle either. How did you find me? Trying to get some information out of the words. But he didn't know that Lucci could observe its existence from another perspective. It can be said that as long as he has control of the underground ruins, nothing in the Bassin rainforest can be hidden from him. Remove your abilities, or I'll kill you. Lucci spoke again. After a brief fight, Valentine and Dini realized that they were probably no match for the young man in front of them. I was very confused, because the mental energy displayed by the boy was obviously not strong. According to the original records of the base, this is not the case. After activating the battle patterns on their bodies, the Pachinan users will only become stronger, their recovery abilities will increase, and their Nen energy will increase. But it's not the case at all now. Lucci waved his hand, and the rain on his hand was thrown out. In an instant, the rope appeared in the rain curtain and was shot down. Do you think you can launch a surprise attack by hiding in the rain? Ding and I held the knife with both hands, and his mental energy surged, 80% of which was infused into the knife. This is a style of play that abandons defense. When Valentine saw that the sneak attack didn't work, he activated his ability to weave mind ropes around Dini's body, forming a simple armor. Combination ability? Lucci was not surprised. He remembered that in the comics, there were people with combined abilities in Bai Yang's team. Or it should be said that as long as there is an user with a military system, whether they are mercenaries or non-users, they may develop in this direction. But Lucci didn't want to delay any longer. Dini attacked again. The strikes are faster and more powerful. This speed was not enough in Lucci's eyes, and he moved his body to avoid all attacks. Go straight over the other person. Dingni's heart sank. Lucci's target is Valentine, and he wants to beat him until his ability is removed. The main reason is that I don't want to test what the rope is capable of. Valentine ran straight towards Biscuit and the others. Help me stop him quickly. We can split the commission money equally this time. Valentine had to ask for help from Biscuit and others at this time. Lucci shot out the raindrops again. Valentine used his ability, but the mental energy in his body was not enough to provide much defense. There were some wounds on his body, and he was not shot, but someone still attacked him. Dingni turned around and slashed. Lucci jumped, and suddenly several ropes extended from Dini's armor. Can I still activate my ability at this time? Lucci glanced at Valentine. But he was not in a hurry. Water streams gathered on his hands and he swung them quickly, swinging all the ropes away. Lucci once again tested the power of the God word. After landing, the water on my hands dissipated and did not last long. Only one strike will do. It is not easy to experiment under the current circumstances. Dingni continued to attack, and the armor on his body surged. The ropes became like tentacles and would try to tie anyone up as long as they came within a certain range of Lucci. The other side is discussing the entrustment issue and whether they are really willing to share the money. Biscuit listened absent-mindedly, but his eyes never left Lucci's fight. Of course, she could see that Lucci was holding back, or perhaps hiding his intentions. In fact, the battle had only been going on for less than 10 minutes. It is impossible to easily defeat the opponent without revealing your own abilities. There were too many people present. If there were only 2 of them, Lucci would have been rude. But it doesn't matter, it's still an appearance anyway. Phoenix had already made preparations in the underground ruins. Fog began to appear in the surrounding area. The altar, which is always in operation, represents the protection of Pachi village and the monitoring of the Basin rainforest. As long as he uses his thoughts, Lucci can also control the altar. Previously it was a monitoring capability, but now it is a defensive capability for Pachi village. You can let Lucci take the person away. This is Lucci's backup plan. If Lucci cannot defeat the opponent quickly, this method will also work. He mainly appeared in the scene where Warcraft was rescued by the Pachi tribe. Chapter 78. When Baizaji saw the fog appear, a strange light appeared in his eyes. Just remembered, Lucci should be dealing with the problem of devouring land. Why is he here? Is this fog controlled by the Pachi tribe? Biscuit now has too many questions he wants to ask Lucci. Is this mist a telekinetic ability? The people present could see the faint presence of telekinesis in the mist. They all became alert. Quick! Help me stop him! Valentine grabbed the beast and one end of the rope on his body immediately flew towards him. Of course, Lucci would not give the opponent this opportunity. While dodging the attacks, he continued to splash water. It must be said that this method of slapping water is very useful for the fine practice of releasing the system. If it involves the word God, it will be even more difficult. At this time, Dini was already a little anxious. Lucci was too slippery, and his swordsmanship did not perform to the fullest extent. In the case of a sharp attack, sometimes it is useless if you can't hit the person. If it weren't for the rope armor, the opponent would probably be able to defeat me easily. Is this really the limit of my strength? The raindrops flew like bullets, blocking Valentine's thoughts. The fog spread quickly, enveloping everyone. I can't see my fingers. But as quickly as it came, it also went away. In less than 10 seconds, the fog dissipated quickly, and the Napake boy and the monster had disappeared from the spot. The mission has failed. Valentine sensed his own ability and found that he had exceeded the distance and the ability had been automatically cancelled. His rope ability cannot last forever and will automatically disappear once it exceeds a certain range. That boy made the wrong choice. Valentine cancelled the ability. You have to know that the experimental subject was the only one that successfully survived the experiment over the years and lived for a relatively long time. They are extremely valuable materials for the entire test base. If they fail this time, the group will increase the commission, hire more professional hunters, or send out more people. For example, the armed forces of the group, or the hired Liaison Society and some mercenaries. It is possible that the Basin rainforest will directly become a battlefield. Valentine and Dini plan to leave and report the situation to their superiors first. As for the others, they had doubts. There were too many things they didn't understand about this commissioned task, and it seemed that the task had become even more troublesome. They are considering whether to continue. In the end, they all chose to give up. For this group of martial artists, they came here just to make some extra money. If things were too troublesome, they would give up. It was far better than playing in the Sky Arena. Only Donald's team of 3 had some little ideas. Gao Yukin's ability gives them a chance, but of course this chance requires cooperation with others. Somewhere in the Basin rainforest, Lucci and Warcraft appear. Relying on the power of the underground ruins, they successfully transferred. The layout of the Basin rainforest gives Lucci a feeling of Greed Island, but of course it is far less complete and novel than Greed Island. They are similar only in some ways, as Liza, as a game administrator, can easily drive away invaders. Now that you're awake, stop pretending. Lucci said. Gold opened his eyes, half sat up, and looked at the boy in front of him. Roar! He shouted in a low voice. He has lost the ability to speak. I can no longer communicate with people. Can you see it? Lucci stretched out a finger and formed words with his mind. Gold nodded. Then he stretched out his claws and started writing on the ground. He was not yet able to use his thoughts to form various words to communicate. Who are you? The first thing Gold asked was Lucci's identity. Gold was a priest of the previous generation. They originally left the Basin rainforest to rescue their missing tribesmen, but they didn't realize it was a trap. Eventually all of them fell into the hands of the Puenla group. Become a test subject. The research base where he is located is conducting research on Warcraft genes and human genes. The reason why the Pachi people were chosen is that they have certain special characteristics, there are genetic problems belonging to their race, and there is also the factor of the battle pattern. When conducting research experiments, the Pachi people had the best experimental data. And they were not the first batch of test subjects. In the long history of the Patch people, most of the missing Patch people disappeared for this reason. This experiment has been going on for many years. As a priest of the Pachi tribe, he could tell that Lucci was not a Pachi. Lucci was silent for a moment and looked at the other person. Lucci Phoenix, this is my name. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Lucci began to recover. From a teenager to a young man. Gold was unfamiliar with the name, after all, he had just escaped recently. He wanted to go home, but because of the changes in himself, he was unable to communicate verbally, and he could not get close to his people. The original plan was to live in the Basin rainforest without disturbing the tribesmen. Unfortunately, those people had no intention of letting him go. Why save me? Gold wrote immediately. In fact, he also wanted to ask why Lucci could use the power of their clan. Could it be that that place had been occupied by outsiders? It's somewhat ironic to say that he had only been a priest for a few years. He had not been to the Holy Land of the Pachi tribe too many times. He only knew about the capabilities of the Holy Land but had never really mastered it. His main responsibility is to lead the tribesmen in sacrifices and contribute their spiritual energy. Help the tribe members to engrave the war patterns and connect with the Holy Land, so that they can borrow the power of the Holy Land. Lucci was about to answer. Ah! Ah! Suddenly Gold screamed in pain and fell to the ground and rolled. His body was swollen, as if something was inside him. But in fact, it was just the backlash of the Warcraft genes, and he did not perfectly integrate the Warcraft genes. Every time he uses a power that does not belong to him, he will lose his mind more and more, and it is said that his lifespan will be shortened. The body became weaker and weaker. The claws scratched his body, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out from the swollen areas, making him feel better. But such blood loss is also a great harm. In that base, with the assistance of medicine, such a situation would only occur every 2 or 3 months, but now such backlash may occur at any time. One wrong move could result in death. Lucci frowned. He didn't want the other person to die like this. There are still many things that need to be understood by the other party. Phoenix appeared beside him. Now that Phoenix's healing ability can still be used, a tear flowed from Phoenix's eyes and dripped onto Gold's body. First there was a white light, and then a flame appeared. Gold's self-inflicted injuries healed quickly, and the original pain slowly eased. Who? Gold gasped and fell to the ground. Chapter 79. In the world of Harry Potter, the phoenix is also a very rare creature among magical animals. Moreover, the phoenix can even resist the Avada Kedavra curse. The miraculous healing power of tears has also been inherited in this world. But this time there seems to be a change. This was not the first time that Lucci had used Phoenix's healing ability, he had experimented with it before. But no flames came out. Was it because of the previous rebirth that caused the ability to change? Gold's originally depleted vitality was replenished by Phoenix's tears. The flames on his body made him feel like he was reborn, as if his body was regaining vitality. Even the genetic collapse caused by the backlash has been alleviated. How is it? Lucci asked. Gold felt much better. He stood up with difficulty and continued to write on the ground to communicate with Lucci. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude. His eyes rested on Phoenix again. Then let's continue with the previous question. The reason I saved you was naturally because I had something to ask for. Lucci started by talking about his own identity. Before being captured, the Pachi people had little communication with the outside world, not to mention after being used as experimental subjects, it was even more impossible for them to come into contact with the outside world. He said he didn't understand what Sky Arena was or what the OP was. But I also understood Lucci's request. Want to know the God's word of their holy land? From the way Lucci rescued him before, he knew that the holy land might have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Now it is completely certain. It was also their fault. If they had left one person in the village, the inheritance would not have been interrupted. Although I rescued you, this matter is not over yet. You should be aware of how important you are to them, right? In a world with supernatural powers, one can naturally rely on personal force, but Lucci's strength is not yet to the point where he can defeat an entire country alone. Facing such a large group, Lucci would also find it troublesome. Now, unless you are willing to be taken away by them, you must leave the Basin rainforest. Otherwise, your presence will only bring danger to this place. Of course, Even if you leave, the Pachi tribe may not be safe. As long as you are not dead or caught by them, what happened to you will happen to your people again. Luchi's words made Gold very angry. They were just living a peaceful life here, so why were they being targeted like this? All I can say is that in such a world, weakness is the original sin, especially when one still has certain values. The same is true for the Kurita tribe. Just because the flaming red eyes were one of the 7 beauties, their clan was exterminated. Ethnic minorities like this will sooner or later face the problem of extinction if they do not communicate with the outside world. The issue of marriage and childbearing alone is enough to cause their population to continue to decrease. Gold was angry and wanted revenge, but his experience told him. The enemy was a behemoth, and it was simply not something that he or the Pachi could handle. Even when he was able to escape from the research base, it was only because other test subjects rioted that he found the opportunity. After calming down from his anger, he now needs to consider not only his own safety, but also the safety of his tribe members. This is their home and they cannot choose to leave. And even if they leave, where can they go? Now there are problems in the Holy Land, and even the safety of the village has been affected. That kind of devouring power may be powerful, but Gold is afraid that the other party has a way to deal with it. Or he didn't want to see the use of technological weapons to destroy the basin rainforest. What to do? What to do? Gold discovered sadly that in this case, what was the point of escaping? Looking up at Luchi, perhaps this is also a solution. If it was the former Gold, he would never have considered it. This is the pride of the Pachi people. But years of experience have smoothed out all his edges. Start writing with your paw. If we, the Pachi people, submit to you, can you protect our safety? He doesn't know whether the host of the Sky Arena is powerful or not. But the fact that Luchi can go to their Holy Land and activate and use the Holy Land proves that he is extraordinary. I can't give you guarantees, but I can give you the power to protect yourself. It is impossible for him to help directly. The power to protect yourself? What power? So do we need to go back to the village now? You can't make the decision for the Pachi tribe now. Luchi asked. Going back to the village? Gold couldn't help but fall into reminiscence, recalling some distant memories. Gold nodded. Moreover, you need to tell your people about what happened to you and make preparations early. Phoenix disappeared again. The fog appeared again. Gold thought to himself, sure enough, it could be considered luck once, but not the second time. Luchi came to Pachi village with Gold. It was first discovered by the children in the village. After using this ability several times, Luchi had a basic understanding of the situation in Pachi village. By using special spatial abilities, the space of Pachi village in the basin rainforest was cut, and it is still in the basin rainforest. If Luchi were to make an analogy, this ability is similar to opening up a different space. Pachi village is actually very large. In addition to the village, there are also their own plantations, a small forest, and even a small lake. It can make Pachi village self-sufficient, and if it were not for the need to maintain such an alien space, it would be considered very safe. He stayed at the entrance of the village and did not go in. After all, Gold looks a little scary now. Monroe and Benson ran to the village entrance anxiously. Originally, they were discussing with some tribesmen whether to accept Luchi's help. Some tribesmen were unwilling to accept Luchi's help, as they simply thought that after Gunter reached the 200th floor, they would be able to find a way to awaken their thoughts. They can solve the problem themselves. Gunter is the strongest person in Pachi village except for the patriarch and the priest. Even when he doesn't use his mind, Gunter is the strongest. He went to the Sky Arena to open his mind. When Luchi came to Pachi village again without anyone leading him, it was enough to shock them. Monroe and Benson were not stupid and quickly guessed the possibility. Luchi was afraid that he had entered the holy land of their clan from the devouring land, otherwise it would be inexplicable. Of course, another thing that made them curious was the existence of a human with a tiger head following Luchi. Gold looked at the Pachi people one by one. He had been away from the village for too long and he knew very few people in the village. After returning to the Basin rainforest, he only met the Patch people who were out. Lord Luchi, what's going on? Monroe saw that Luchi was shirtless and had battle marks on his body. Chapter 80. Things have changed a little. You once told me about what happened to the previous generation of your Pachi people. Do you recognize him? It was very troublesome. Gold couldn't speak. Recognize him? What's going on? What is this? His eyes fell on Gold, looking him up and down, a non-human race. Patriarch Monroe didn't see anything. Benson was suddenly shocked, and his eyes met Gold's. He felt that the eyes were familiar, but how could it be possible? Benson couldn't believe it in his heart. Are you, Gold, brother? Benson asked uncertainly. When Gold saw that Benson recognized him, he trembled all over, then his eyes turned red and he shed tears. This look filled with emotion cannot be faked. When Patriarch Monroe heard what Benson said, he was also shocked, and the face of Gold in his memory began to compare with the person in front of him. Unfortunately, in the end I could only feel that his eyes were somewhat familiar. Are you really Brother Gold? Benson ran over immediately. Gold nodded with tears in his eyes and sobbed. He stretched out his hand to hug Benson, but his raised hand stopped. Because it was a pair of animal claws, which made Gold depressed. It really is Brother Gold. After careful observation, Benson became more and more certain. What on earth happened? You guys. Benson couldn't help but shed tears. It is natural to be touched when someone you thought you would never see again appears in front of you. This is not the place to talk. Let's go into the village and talk. Besides, there are some things you need to know. Lucci spoke, and it was raining, so it was not easy to communicate. Okay. Monroe also came over. In his heart, he also wanted to ask Brother Gold what had happened to his father and those missing uncles. The group entered the village and went to Benson's priest's house again. The tribesmen who had been missing for many years reappeared, and other Pachi members also crowded into the houses or stood outside the doors. They don't care about this little rain. For some reason, your brother is unable to speak now, but he can communicate through writing. Lucci asked Monroe to prepare a small wooden board and then prepare charcoal pencils. Soon a silent exchange began, with Gold doing most of the writing. Monroe and Benson are watching. Write about what happened. After learning the reason why their tribesmen kept disappearing, Monroe and Benson were angry. When Gold wrote about other people, he was very painful. He watched his own people die with his own eyes. Some even mutated into monsters or suffered direct genetic backlash and turned into a mass of rotten meat. The memories of the past were also a torture to him. But it also caused the anger in his heart to surge. Monroe and Benson were also extremely angry, and Monroe couldn't help but want to take revenge right now. The other Pachi members did not see the contents on the wooden board, but through questioning by the patriarch and the priest, they learned some things, which also made them very angry. Fortunately, Lucci spoke up and stopped them. Revenge? You even need help from an outsider like me for matters concerning your own clan. How can you talk about revenge? Your ancestors have given you protection. You know too little about the outside world. Although it may be a bit rude, if I wanted to kill everyone here, it would take less than 10 minutes. While Lucci was trying to stop them, his mental energy and power also burst out. All the Pachi people present felt an instinctive fear of facing a higher level of danger. Given the current situation of the Pachi tribe, Lucci can definitely take a strong and dominant position, otherwise only destruction will await them. The demise of a minority ethnic group will not cause any waves in this world. Even the Pachis have less to talk about than the Kuritas. You know nothing about your enemy. Anger alone won't solve anything. Gold also tried to stop him anxiously. Perhaps you don't know much about the Puenla group, so let's compare it to the Sky Arena. This group is more powerful than the Sky Arena. The influence of the Sky Arena is limited to the martial arts world and the city of Keri. Puenla is a global enterprise with its head office in the Republic of Mingbo. It has an unknown number of subsidiaries and research institutions. And it also has a deep connection with V5. The pharmaceutical industry is a highly profitable industry, not to mention a pharmaceutical group company that is researching superhumans. A brief introduction from Lucci was enough to let them know that this was a behemoth. Of course, Lucci felt that a prominent test subject like Gold should not be enough to attract the attention of the entire Puenla group. The more likely person is the person in charge of a certain research direction, a mid to high level figure, but the power that can be mobilized should never be underestimated. After returning, Lucci plans to go to the Hunter website to find out some relevant information. The Pachi people were excellent experimental subjects. This description made them very angry, but what could they do with their anger? Now, let alone revenge, even protecting his own people is difficult. In other words, the existence of Pachi village is special, otherwise we would have to consider how to avoid it. Even being in such a different space is not absolutely safe. Lucci can come in and out freely, so if he encounters some psychic users with special abilities, they might also be able to come in and out here. I chose to help you because I value the value of the land of Basin, and now I value the inherited knowledge of your Pachi people. This is a deal. It depends on whether you choose to accept it. Faced with such a life and death crisis, Lucci believed that they would make an important decision. I can give you some time, but it's better to make a decision as soon as possible because you don't have much time. I will continue to stay in the Basin rainforest. Come to me when you have made a decision. After saying that, Lucci disappeared from their sight. After Lucci disappeared, Monroe, Benson, and others immediately discussed their Holy Land issue with Gold. Before, they had only heard about it from their elders, and they didn't know much about it. They even thought that the appearance of the devouring land was related to the Holy Land, and they were not particularly sure. Now that it is confirmed that Gold is back, can we use the power of the Holy Land to protect them? Gold continued to communicate with them. Little did they know that their communication was also under Lucci's observation. Lucci, who disappeared from Pachi village, appeared in front of Biscuit. She was alone now. It seems that you have solved the problem, but is there no restriction on the use of this ability of yours? Biscuit asked Lucci, who suddenly appeared. After Phoenix used that ability of space transfer, Biscuit naturally didn't believe that Lucci couldn't use this ability. But Lucci never used it in front of her. Are you not going to hide it this time? There is no solution, don't you know that? Things have become even more difficult now. So that monster is really a member of the Pachi tribe? Biscuit asked with certainty. Yes, so I need your help now too. Lucci nodded. Chapter 81. Biscuit was not too surprised. When Lucci appeared before, he guessed that Lucci would want to help. Hearing what Lucci said, Bizaji frowned and said, "Even I can't help you with this matter. She is not a criminal group like the Welcome Brigade. If you offend a world-renowned company and are targeted, it will be very troublesome in many aspects. And Biscuit himself is also a loner. It should be said that martial artists and hunters are basically loners, and they don't have any power. At most, they are outstanding talents in the industry. Even the Hunter Association is like this. Only those who have passed the Hunter exam are called hunters, but these hunters will not obey the orders of the Hunter Association unless it is profitable. But why did you think of intervening in this matter?" Biscuit became curious. "That's certainly profitable, come with me." Lucci stretched out his hand. Upon hearing this, Biscuit held Lucci's hand. He took people through space and transferred them directly to the underground ruins. The firelight illuminates the surrounding situation. Although Bizaji was mentally prepared, he still asked, "Is there no limit to your ability? How could such a powerful space transfer ability not have a powerful restraining X-oath effect? And Lucci has too many abilities." Lucci didn't know how to explain to Biscuit. Could he say that he was cheating? "It seems that you have not only solved the problem of the Pachi tribe, but also gained a lot." Biscuit looked around and could find many divine structures here. In Lucci's eyes, the Basin rainforest is like the island of greed. He wanted to master the replica and improve it. "We found the problem, but it is not solved. This is the sacred place of the Pachi people." Lucy told Biscuit about his discovery, and also informed him of the situation in Gold and Pachi village. "Come to think of it, I haven't asked you yet, what is your hunting target?" Biscuit stopped smiling and turned serious. The first of the 10 rules of Hunter is that the hunter has a hunting target. It can also be seen as an inquiry into Lucci's goals. "Of course I have to become stronger, at least stronger than Master Netero. I don't want to wait until Master gets old before defeating him." Lucci said it directly. This is indeed one of Lucci's goals at this stage, to defeat Netero head-on. He is now very skilled in using his spatial ability, which is even more convenient and faster than Naruto's Flying Thunder God. But even though Lucci had mastered spatial abilities, he was unable to defeat Netero's 100-style Guanyin or his heart-drop listening fist. It can also be said that Lucci's reaction speed is far slower than Netero's. He also tried to teleport directly to the vicinity of Netero to attack. But that Hyakushiki Guanyin is not a physical entity, and if Lucci gets close to it, he will be attacked by the faster Hyakushiki Guanyin. It can be said that the closer to Netero, the wider the attack of Hyakushiki cannon will be, and the fewer gaps there will be. If you think about it this way, you are indeed cheating, but compared to the real cheating Ant King, you are still far behind. It's just that their abilities are more varied. After hearing Lucci's answer, Bizaji remained silent. This is not only Lucci's goal, but also the goal of all disciples of the Shinjin-ryu school and many martial artists in the world. Biscuit naturally also has such a goal, but she knows very well that she has absolutely no chance of defeating teacher Netero at the moment. I can't make a breakthrough in my telepathic ability in a short period of time, so I can only make a breakthrough from other directions. The word God is the path I have chosen. Of course, I think if this power can be used well, it can even change the world. This is also what Lucci is more confused about. From what we know from the anime and manga, there have been several expeditions to the Dark Continent. Lucci didn't know the specific situation, but it didn't look formal. If one really wants to expedite the Dark Continent, then one cannot just rely on the strength of some individuals or the numbers to make up for it. Technology is indeed very powerful, but in a world with extraordinary powers like this, many things should also be put to use. In the anime, Lucci feels that the power of the word God is not being used. The only ones who made good use of it were Kim Foolish and his partners. Created the Greed Island. The magical cards that can be brought out are really amazing. But this game can also hone the abilities of non-users. Before he took control of the Sky Arena, Lucci did not have enough capital to understand the situation in the outside world, and he once thought about the Dark Continent. But now Lucci no longer thinks so. It's not that he doesn't care about the Dark Continent, but Lucci feels that the known world of mankind still has many mysteries, and there is no need to rush for the Dark Continent. This time when I took the Hunter exam, I also encountered some interesting things. Lucci changed the subject and talked about his own Hunter exam experience. After hearing about Lucci's experience, Biscuit said in disbelief, "Is there such a thing happening? The power of mind is really amazing. But is it okay to just tell me this?" Biscuit asked. "Of course it doesn't matter, I believe you," Lucci said indifferently. Putting aside these things, he was not the only one who knew about them, and he still trusted Biscalucci very much. It's not just about the relationship with them, but also about their performance in the anime. This is a very gentle person. When I have time, I will go to the Oasis of God to take a look. It can actually help people open their minds. It's amazing. Biscuit became interested. "So does that seed have the same ability?" asked Biscuit. "Of course." Lucci said affirmatively. Lucci brought Biscuit to the altar and used his mind to drive it, and the scene of the Basin rainforest began to appear. Now Biscuit understood why Lucci appeared at such a coincidence, and why there was fog. "I helped the Pachi tribe because of the sacred characters here in the Basin rainforest. It is rich in resources and very suitable for growing various medicinal herbs. It can also save most of the expenses for the Sky Arena." Lucci even wondered whether the blood orchid could be transplanted into the Basin rainforest. "So what do you want me to do?" "Although I don't know whether the Pachi tribe is particularly important to the Puenla group, the next visitor will definitely be more powerful and more formal." "So you agreed?" Lucci smiled. "Now that you've said that, how could I not agree? Besides, isn't this also good for me? To be precise, it should be the Sky Arena. I just want you to be a teacher. I don't intend to intervene. They need to solve the problem themselves. We just need to provide a little help. With your ability, you should be able to help them develop a certain combat capability in a short period of time." Chapter 82. 2 days later, the Pachi people took the initiative to find Lucci. After discussion among all the Pachi people, they all agreed to submit to Lucci. "In fact, I don't plan to ask you to do anything for me. I only have 2 goals. One is your inheritance, and the other is the value of the Basin rainforest." Lucci made his declaration. This time, besides Lucy and Biscuit, there was another person who came to the Pachi tribe, and that was Julia Conrad. And Julia once again felt Lucci's power. It was like a miracle to appear here directly from Carey City. As for the issue of the Pachi people, Lucci felt that there were other ways to deal with it. First of all, the Basin rainforest is located in the territory of the Republic of Badokia, so a lawsuit can be filed against the Puenla group regarding the issue of human experiments. Of course, the effect may not be very big. But it can also attract some attention and prevent them from being too unscrupulous. Moreover, matters concerning the cultivation of medicinal herbs in the Basin rainforest also need to be handed over to Julia to control. It would be best to let her actually get involved. "Is this the sacred tree?" Gunter, the strongest young man of the Pachi tribe, also returned to the village. He also planned to wait for the Hunter exam next year. But now there are other ways. It is still unknown how long it will take for a small sapling like this to grow into a mature tree. Don't worry, it won't take too long. As if he knew what Gunter was thinking, Lucci answered directly. This sapling can grow slowly and naturally, but it can also grow with the help of mind energy. Of course, it is only limited to Lucci's mental energy. After all, it is also a product of the power of thought. So have you chosen a place to plant? Lucci asked. I have chosen it, Benson replied. Then, under the leadership of Benson, he took Lucci and the others to the selected planting site. It was the lakeside area of their Pachi village. At this time, all the Patch people gathered here, and men, women, old and young were all wearing clothes that they only wore during sacrifices. He knows the crisis of his own race, but he is not a conservative person. Rather than slowly declining and eventually disappearing into history, it is better to make some changes. Then let's start. Lucci stood at the selected location and took the sapling out of the pot. Ang! Ang! The cry of Phoenix resounded. Lucci planted the sapling into the small hole he had dug and slowly covered it with soil. Then, vigorous mental energy burst out from Lucci's body. It was an unprecedented burst. Lucci had never burst out his mental energy before. A pillar of spiritual energy appeared into the sky, shocking everyone. And this kind of thought energy is like a substance. For details, please refer to Nanaga's Healing of Zyja. Of course, it certainly does not directly cover the size of the hospital. And Phoenix was flying around the pillar of mental energy at high altitude. The original saplings were changing rapidly and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As it continues to grow, the trunk becomes thicker, branches grow, and then green leaves appear. And underground, invisible, the tree roots are also growing and spreading rapidly, and some of them have spread into the lake. Everyone who saw this scene felt as if they were witnessing a miracle. The Pachi people all knelt down and worshipped. Representing their submission, Lucci's behavior was not like that of an ordinary person. Julia's eyes were shining with fascination. Faced with this powerful mental energy, Julia felt that she was really too insignificant. Soon a tall oak tree appeared in front of them. And the phoenix flying in the air also landed on the oak tree. He also proudly told Lucci that this would be his home from now on. Okay, the sacred tree has been planted, now it's up to you. The oak tree is in Lucci's hands. If you really want to count it, this oak tree is like an external ability of Lucci. However, Lucci did not intend to tell others about the contract. Then Lucci asked Phoenix to take action. The loud chirping sound rises and falls, it's the phoenix singing. And hearing the phoenix's call, the Patch people stood up and began to dance their sacrificial dance. Phoenix's singing voice has a special magic. The book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also mentions that the phoenix's song has magical powers, and it is generally believed that it can enhance the courage of those with pure hearts and release the fear of those with dirty hearts. It has been verified that it can enhance courage. Follow the Patch people in their ritual dance. The phoenix began to fly around the oak tree. Then flames began to emerge from his body, bathing the entire oak tree in flames. There are also patterns appearing on the oak tree, and a pattern belonging to the phoenix appears on the oak tree. The contract had a pattern, but the phoenix pattern was too iconic, so Lucci simply chose the fairy tale guild emblem. Soon the fire spread and reached the Pachi people. But they did not feel the burning of the flames, only a sense of warmth. Among them, Gold felt the deepest, as if he was healed that time. Soon, the covenant emblem patterns appeared on the bodies of the Pachi people. As the pattern appeared, a faint aura enveloped them, and the pores in their bodies were opened. It is a very gentle opening. Let them get familiar with the existence of Qi, and gradually master it, and there will be no situation where Qi will leak away. Gold, Monroe, and Benson, the three who have already started chanting, can choose not to accept it. This contract will not be enforced. All three of them chose to accept. In addition, they also received some information. It is the information related to the contract, which is about borrowing and returning the mental energy. Is the reason why your mind energy is so strong because of that pattern? Biscuit looked at the changes in the Pachi tribe and asked Lucci thoughtfully. The back pattern of Lucci, who previously appeared in a boy's body, with his upper body exposed. Biscuit was doubtful. She knew Lucci quite well, and combined with what Lucci had said to her before, this must be related to Lucci. I'll tell you later. It is not so easy to hide it from those who are interested. This oak tree also has the ability to open thoughts, but now it has been completely mastered by Lucci. This time, it was because the Pachi tribe needed strength that Lucci took the initiative to help. If it is normal, then one can only open the mind by slowly touching the oak tree, and this method of opening the mind is also equivalent to a contract. This ability itself was obtained by Phoenix from the oak tree in the Oasis of God. Lucci believes that with time, he can become a telepath and reach a level as abnormal as the Ant King. Julia, who already knew about the existence of Neon, saw this scene. I couldn't help but ask, Lord Lucci, I wonder if I have the honor. No one will give up power. If there is a way to master Neon that does not require practice and is not dangerous, no one will refuse. Of course. Lucci replied with a smile. Chapter 83. Are you kidding me? This is too exaggerated. This ability of yours is too exaggerated. Is this really your ability? Biscuit said in disbelief. After several inquiries from Biscuit, Lucci told Biscuit about the power of contract. It was amazing enough that Phoenix and the oak tree could interact with each other as telepathic powers, but they were also able to learn abilities from each other. Since coming into contact with Neon, Bizaji has never seen such a magical thing. It feels like many of the rules of Neon abilities don't apply to Lucci at all. Also, your ability is too dangerous. You must never let other people know about it. Biscuit began to worry about Lucci. Once word gets out about Lucci's ability to give people complete mind control at will, many people will be wary of him, and many people will want to get Lucci. Although you can open your mind through practice, it takes time. If you are not a genius, it will take half a year or more than a year to open your mind. This is for ordinary people. Lucci's situation is like that of Ma Xianhong in under one person. I now understand some of the myths in ancient history. Perhaps some of them are real. Lucci's ability originated from the oak tree in the Oasis of God, and that oak tree is the inheritance of an ancient nation. The holy place of the Pachi people also proves the use of divine words by many ancient kingdoms. There are still too many unknowns in this world. Then do you want to sign a contract as well? Lucci asked with a smile. That's not necessary. I also have my own path of cultivation. Lucci's ability can also increase his mental energy. During this period, she was assisted by various cultivation secrets from the Sky Arena, and her body and mind energy grew. Even now, Lucci's ability is enough to make him a god. With Lucci's help, the entire Pachi tribe mastered Neon. Of course, Lucci also explained one thing, that is, this time all of them were awakened with thoughts because he used the power of the sacred tree to help them with the crisis that the Pachi people were facing. Then Lucci began to learn about the inherited knowledge of the Pachi people with gold. The inherited knowledge of the Pachi people is actually all in the Holy Land, but Lucci does not recognize the characters related to the Pachi people. Only gold can teach. The Pachi people actually rely on teleportation to travel to the Holy Land. There is a stone pillar in Pachi village, hidden in the small forest of Pachi village. Only those who become priests and clan leaders can find the stone pillar in the forest and use it to teleport to the Holy Land. This activation method is exactly the same as the way to enter Greed Island in the anime. It seems that many divine characters are similar. Although the battle patterns of the Pachi people look the same, they are actually different. There are battle patterns for priests, battle patterns for clan leaders, battle patterns for warriors, and ordinary battle patterns. Among them, the battle patterns of priests and clan leaders are the most effective, and they can enter and exit the Holy Land of the Pachi tribe. This battle pattern makes excellent use of the word God, and is linked to the sacrificial dance of the Pach tribe. Even ordinary people can transfer their chi to the Holy Land through sacrificial dance. All living beings have chi, but they are unable to sense and use it. Ordinary battle patterns can also work for ordinary people. If the number of Pachi people had not begun to decrease and the operation of the Holy Land had not been a little unsustainable, the situation of devouring land would not have occurred at all. And this is also similar to a contract. The more you understand, the more you will realize the profoundness of the word God. Lucci benefited greatly from the Pachi tribe's inherited knowledge. But what gold could teach him was only a part of it, and the rest required him to master the Holy Land, learn the divine words, and then unlock them before he could see them. Unfortunately, gold doesn't know how to unlock it. When he took over the position of priest, the Pachi tribe had already faced the problem of discontinuity of inheritance. Lucci was not in a hurry. This was enough for him to digest and absorb. There is no rush to master everything. Lucci's reserve of divine characters has been greatly expanded. Lucci's gains were huge. After studying, Lucci returned to the Sky Arena to digest and absorb what he had learned, as well as to apply it. Bisji stayed in the Pachi village and taught the Pachi people how to read, or more precisely, how to apply the skills. When Lucci returned to the Sky Arena, he did not immediately indulge in studying. First, let's focus on the situation of Puenla. First of all, the commission has been cancelled. It was Julia who took action, otherwise the commission might have increased. Human experiments were directly disclosed. But there were only rumors, no evidence, and Gold couldn't speak out. The Hunter Association is considered a positive organization, and some public order and good customs must still be observed. That is why the Puenla group did not continue to entrust it. But he had already contacted Julia secretly. It is a bit beyond one's capabilities for a small mafia family to want to go against the Puenla group. Based on the information Julia learned, what happened to Gold was the subject of research conducted by one of the 8 directors of the Puenla group. Threats have been made against Julia regarding Gold's matter. With Lucci behind her, Julia naturally could not compromise with the other party, and said that the Bassan Rainforest would be the next development center of their Conrad family. And a simple cooperation has been achieved with the Pachi tribe. Of course, it is impossible for Julia to let the Conrad family and the Puenla group go against each other. They simply told the other party that they could deal with the Pachi people, but they could not affect their development of the Bassan Rainforest. It is unclear at this time what support Lucci has for the Pachi tribe. Through Julia, Lucci also knew that the top management of the Puenla group probably had not paid special attention to this matter. What they are facing is a middle-level executive of the Puenla group named Pittman. Among the 8 director factions he belongs to, healing potions are the most famous. The fusion of Gold and Warcraft genes, as well as every genetic collapse that occurs, are of great help to research. In particular, alleviating the genetic collapse in Gold is also a major topic they are researching. Julia's little trick only delayed some time. The other party has already started taking action against the Liaison Society and its subordinate forces. There are many more exploration and adventure teams coming to the Bassan Rainforest, and I don't know how many of them belong to the Puenla group. Unable to make effective identification. Of course, the conflict has not yet occurred. At this stage, it should still be in the exploration stage, and this time it is no longer a small fight. It is even possible that the entire Pachi tribe will be the target. An underground research base. Haven't you found the target yet? A blond man in a suit was communicating with people through the screen. Lord Pittman, the target has disappeared in the sea. Unless we find a sea hunter, I'm afraid we can't do anything with our abilities. Chapter 84. The research base controlled by Pittman mainly studies various types of magical beasts, as well as the combination of magical beast genes and human genes. Many monsters have incredible abilities. The main research is to give humans the abilities of monsters and develop superhuman potions. Let humans evolve in a different way. There is only one intact example left, that of Gold. As for what Pittman is talking about now, it is another experimental subject, but it is not a human being, but a monster. It can also be said that they are a subhuman race, a being with intelligence. An ocean hunter? Since she has already escaped into the sea, there is nothing we can do. The ocean is still a place that humans cannot reach. Even if you are an ocean hunter, it may be difficult to find the other party in the sea. It was just luck that we were able to catch him in the first place. Lord Pittman, are you just giving up like that? The subordinate asked for confirmation on the other side of the screen. Forget it. Instead of wasting manpower and financial resources to search the ocean, the most important goal now is to find a qualified product. Pittman gave up. At this time, personnel have been gathered at the underground research base. The Donner trio were there, as well as Valentine and Dinny. In addition, there are other hired personnel, including bounty hunters, mercenaries, and members of the Liaison Society. This group of people are all non-users. Have you found a solution to the problem of the Pachik village? Pittman asked the more critical question first. The reason why formal action has not been launched yet is because the location of Pachi village cannot be determined. Pittman believed that as long as the location of Patch village was found, even if the qualified product could escape, he would choose to stay for the sake of his own people. He would make the other party regret running away from here. The hired people gathered together, holding various research materials and maps of the Bassan Rainforest. Pittman mapped the Bassan Rainforest by sending various expeditions into the area. There was no way the Pachis would kill those people. The map is basically complete, but there is no village. And according to this brother's ability, even if he knew the location, he would not find the village when he arrived. It should be some kind of alien space. The person who spoke was a man named Kellen, the leader of the Liaison Society. Judge directly based on Gaoyuqian's ability. Alternative space. This word is unfamiliar to bounty hunters and mercenaries. This is the ancient ethnic heritage that has been passed down to this day. However, judging from these situations, as long as we can find the node of the different space, we can also find or enter the village of the Pachi tribe. Clan picked up a few more photos, which showed stone pillars or statues in the Basin rainforest, some of which had traces of the word God on them. Are you sure? Do you really have such ability? For the other two team leaders, they had never seen such a situation before. It seems that your reputation does not live up to your reputation. I thought you were the best in the industry. A woman from Liaozonghui laughed. The tone was full of arrogance. Then he turned to Pittman and asked, "Are they really okay?" This sentence angered the other two teams. However, the two team leaders were not dissatisfied. Phil, the leader of the bounty hunters, simply asked, "Is this someone's ability?" It's impossible to be sure. It could be the thought after death, or it could be the use of the word God. You should know what the word God is. Clan continued. If you don't even know the latter, then there is no value in hiring you. The members of their Martyrs Association are all retired soldiers. They have carried out many secret missions for the country and are familiar with many things. The word God? Can that kind of power be capable of this? The captain of the mercenaries, Webster, was a little surprised. Among the missions related to the divine word that he had come across, there were very few people and organizations that were able to use the divine word perfectly. Of course. Cran said affirmatively, because he had experienced this in previous missions. So have you found a solution? Pittman asked. He didn't want to delay too long, as he was afraid that the qualified product that had finally appeared would die due to genetic collapse. This would be a great loss. There is no better way. We can only consider using telekinesis to try to break through. After receiving your commission, we have arranged the corresponding people. Clan's gaze rested on a person in the team. Spatial abilities are scarce, but not non-existent. We cannot provide you with other armed forces. If you need any firearms or weapons, just ask. As long as we can bring the target back, we can ask for anything. I have only one request, and that is to bring the target back. Pittman made it known in advance to prevent the group from killing their target. Besides the map, is there no more information? How many people are there in the Pachi tribe? How many non-users are there? What kind of abilities do they have? This is what Phil, as a bounty hunter, is more concerned about. A race that can wield the power of God cannot be too weak. The Pachi people are a minority and rarely communicate with the outside world. We don't have any more intelligence. One thing worth noting is their battle patterns. Cran told what he knew, 3 different teams, but it seemed as if he was the captain. As for Donald's team of 3, if it weren't for Gaoyuqian's ability and they had already locked on to gold, they would not want anyone to share their bounty. I have some guesses here. Although it's only one time, it's possible that the strange space is related to the fog. Valentine also spoke. He still remembered how Lucci had taken gold away. When the fog came, both of them disappeared. We do need to pay attention to the fog, but the fog factor in the rainforest is not something we can decide. The question now is how you plan to act, unite or separate, asked Crane. Act separately. The other 2 captains made their choices directly. Pittman really wanted them to act together, but he knew very well that these people who controlled thoughts, or people who controlled power, were very unruly and would not listen too much to his orders. Pittman had no better solution and could only leave it to them. Also, please be careful. A mafia family has connections with the Pachi tribe. They may become an obstacle for you. Pittman mentioned the Conrad family again. This group of people said they understood. Then they acted separately, some went directly to Rad Point, and some went to Cary City first. Everyone has different ideas and goals. Chapter 85. Cary City. The mercenary team chose to come here first. Their team consists of 5 people, all men, namely Webster, Frank, Micah, Spencer, and Matt. After learning that the Conrad family had connections with the patch, they decided to start with the Conrad family. If there is no way to break through that alien space, then use other methods. Learn about the patch from the Conrad family. If there is an in-depth connection, they can even try to infiltrate the Conrad family, then contact the patch, and finally take action. Webster thought that this task would not be easy. At this time, they were sitting on the bus, and there was a tour guide on the bus introducing the attractions of Cary City to the passengers. This was their first time here. They had heard of the Sky Arena but had never really been there. After coming here, I found that there is a strong martial arts culture here. The 5 people did not stay in the car for too long. They got off quickly and then went their separate ways to inquire about Conrad's situation. The other 2 teams also have different choices. They all chose to divide into teams, some came to Cree City, and some went to Rad Point to inquire about the situation of the Patch tribe. If I have the chance, I will choose to go into the Bassin Rainforest to take a look. In short, at this stage, the main focus is on obtaining intelligence. Among them, Clan's team's main target is in the Bassin Rainforest. Donald's 3-man team acted with them. Somewhere in the Bassin Rainforest. Look, we are clearly near the target, but there is no trace of the enemy. Gao Yukin took out his ability radar to show others. Is there something wrong with your ability? The first thing the women on Clan's team doubted was Gao Yukin's ability. If you doubt the ability of our teammates, then there is no need for cooperation. When Donald heard that Gao Yukin's ability was doubted, he responded impolitely. They are collaborators, not vassals. Emma, check if there is any problem nearby. Cran asked Emma to try her ability. The only woman in Clan's team is the key to this mission. Because her ability is spatial ability. The ability called Space Gate opens the way to wherever she wants to go, but it has a distance limit. The farthest distance is only 3,000 meters, and there is also a daily usage limit. It is different from Lucci's transfer space. She doesn't need to have seen a certain place, as long as it is within the distance centered on her. This ability of hers can also be used to detect hidden spaces in an alternative way. Because of her abilities, and despite her character issues, she was sent to complete this commission. Are you sure you want to use it now? Emma asked for confirmation. Well, if you really find an alien space, then you can just turn off your ability. Clan nodded. Okay. Emma said and began to activate her abilities. A key appeared in her hand. She held the key and inserted it into the void. A door slowly appeared. If Lucci saw this, he would be surprised that his abilities are somewhat similar to Nob's. Emma, sensing with her eyes closed, quickly confirmed it. But at this time, Lucci was not in the Sky Arena, but in the Pachi Holy Land in the Bassin Rainforest, slowly studying and learning, and controlling this holy land. When Emma began to use her abilities to touch the nearby space, it was immediately noticed by other people in the Holy Land. At this moment in the Holy Land, Gold and the current Patriarch and Priest are all here. We are also learning to prevent any unexpected events from happening which would cause the inheritance to be interrupted again. What's going on? The sudden light from the altar caught Gold's attention. Then he immediately used the detection ability of the altar and quickly found the target person in the Bassin Rainforest. Hearing this roar, Lucci also appeared at the altar. See the scene on the jade light curtain. That is the ability of mind. Have you arrived yet? Emma didn't open her eyes, but said, there is indeed a different space here, A&D. Sensing it, Emma tried turning the key to push the door. Then I found that there was a lot of resistance. No, this alien space is a bit large. If I continue, it might cause a big noise. Emma opened her eyes. Do you want to push it away? And Crane immediately asked, can it be pushed open completely? Yes, but it will make a big noise and will only last for a short time. Emma felt the consumption of her mental energy. Her ability consumption perception told her that in order to push open such a door, she would need to consume a little more mental energy. Emma estimated that if she opened the door, with her level of mental energy, it would probably take less than 3 minutes. Emma informed him of her situation. Only 3 minutes. Cran thought. If you use this ability to escape, 3 minutes is more than enough. If it can be used for combat, then it won't work. If you rush in but find that you are no match for the opponent, you will most likely end up like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Cancel the ability first. Being able to enter is good news. Now we need more intelligence and we need to make more preparations for the battle. Crane took no chances with the invasion. Go and take a look at the marked places first. Lucci noticed this scene. Although the opponent did not fully display it, Lucci could basically guess what kind of ability it was. As expected, all kinds of strange and weird abilities exist. It's a bit like a magic door. This ability can probably break through even Nob's 4-dimensional apartment. They finally showed up. Are we going to kill them? Monroe couldn't wait to take revenge. They are not our enemies, and even if we have to fight, we should at least find out their situation. Benson seemed much calmer. Roar! Gold roared. Then he took the small wooden board next to him and started writing. He said he could be the bait to test the other party's ability. The screen then rotates, revealing the figure of Gao Yuqian, indicating that this person's ability is likely to be able to track him. If possible, it would be best to kill him. Lucci did not participate in their discussion and left the matter to them to handle. When there are a lot of people, all kinds of abilities may emerge. Lucci noticed the woman's ability. It's a pity that his ability is good but his strength is too poor. However, it is understandable that the development of general abilities is somewhat related to personal experience. This kind of spatial ability can usually only be developed by people with an escape mentality. Gold and the other two left the Holy Land. Go back and gather the tribesmen to start preparing for war. Lucci controlled the altar and looked around the Basin rainforest to see if there were other non-users. There were too few of them now. Chapter 86. The clan team is about to head to the ruins in the Basin rainforest. Moved. Gao Yuqian shouted loudly. On his ability radar, the light spot belonging to Gold began to move. Did the other party leave the alien space village? There were only 5 people in their operation. Clan and Emma were from the Liaishong Society, while Gao Yuqian and his team of 3 were together. All eyes turned to Kran. Wait for the captain to give instructions. So are we going to chase the other party now? Don't worry. Emma, you just used your ability, and this is the Pachi's territory. It is very likely to attract their attention. This may be a trap, and they may have even discovered us. Now is not the time to fight. Crane chose to give up. There is no need to take risks now. At least he needs to fully understand the situation in the Basin rainforest. His other teammates are also working hard. Be very cautious. Through the power of the Holy Land, Lucci is still observing everywhere, including the Pachi tribe. Even though the entire clan started chanting, the time was too short and less than 20 people among them could actually form combat power. We haven't figured out our true strength yet, so be cautious. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are many Pachi people. But once the battle starts, it is likely to be one-sided. Just like the number of people in the welcoming brigade can also massacre the Kurita people. The main reason was that Lucci did not expect that the personnel sent by the other party would have people with spatial abilities. Otherwise, if there is no one with spatial ability, you can always run away if you can't win. But the Pachi people were also very smart and they immediately thought of a solution. In Lucci's footage, we saw that they took the initiative to attack. He tried to use Gold as bait, but unfortunately he didn't fall for it. Since they were not fooled, there was no meeting or clash. The Pachi people were not in a hurry to fight, as they also needed time. Soon the Pachis made some more decisions. The first thing is to increase the number of priests. Originally, priests needed to pass some tests, but now we can't control so many things. It is only for the purpose of operating the Holy Land and ensuring that there are always people in the Holy Land so that the situation in the Basin rainforest can be observed. If an accident occurs, the tribesmen can be rescued immediately. 2 days passed like this. I'm so tired. You must reward me well when this is over. When Lucy showed up in Pachi village, he was immediately met with complaints from Biscuit. These days, she teaches the Pachi people and uses her abilities to help the outstanding ones among them to practice. No problem. Lucci agreed immediately. Under the oak tree, Biscuit told Lucci about the problems the Pachi people were facing in their cultivation. As for basic applied skills, I can only simply tell them how to practice. In order to form combat power as quickly as possible, many of them have already begun to develop their abilities. There's even some standardization. Although the Holy Land has good capabilities, it is not convenient enough. Among them, some people have developed the ability of telekinetic beasts. The telekinetic beasts of the goshawk type do not need combat capabilities, as long as they can share vision for observation. If you want to fight, vision intelligence in the rainforest is also crucial. Another group of people are from the operations department, and they directly take the beast taming route. The Patch tribe also keeps dogs, so they naturally have a certain intimacy with the creatures in the Basin rainforest. Develop abilities to command rainforest creatures to fight. There are many dangerous creatures in the rainforest, and even a person with the ability of Nen can be attacked if he is not careful. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, the entire Pachi tribe became excited. If it really comes into play, it still has a certain ability to protect itself. Unfortunately, there is a person with spatial ability among the visitors this time. Lucci said this information. A person with space ability? Biscuit exclaimed. Then he said, it seems that they know something about the Pachi people. What kind of spatial ability they have? Spatial abilities are rare. I only saw it roughly and made some guesses, but the ability of that person is not very strong. The Pachi tribe now has two targets. One is the ability to track gold, and the other is Emma, a person with spatial abilities. Given the chance, the Pachis would definitely choose to kill them. The Patch tribe also began to take action, and they began to expel all the adventure teams or exploration teams in the Basin rainforest by force. At least in this case, they didn't want to kill innocent people. Inform these adventure teams or survey teams that if there are non-Pachi people in the Basin rainforest, they will attack directly. I hope they spread this message. The bloodshed has already happened, and not everyone is listening. What's more, there are armed personnel from the Puenla group disguised among them. When facing the Pachi people, some pretended to negotiate, while others directly attacked with guns. It's just a minor friction now. Come to the lake. Lucci suddenly said, Bizaji, do you think the power of the divine word can create a mind beast? Ah! Biscuit didn't understand why Lucci suddenly asked this. It should be possible. After all, the word God can be constructed into many abilities. However, it should be more difficult to read the beast. Speaking of which, learning divine characters is like cultivating different abilities, but it consumes too much energy. But Lucci said as a matter of course, if you want to become a powerful non-user, I think mastering the ability of the word God is crucial. To this day, Lucci still doesn't know who the 5 greatest non-users in the world that Biscuit mentioned are. I only know one Jin Fulishi. Lucci felt that only those who had a deep study of divine characters could receive such an honor. Because studying the word God is studying the ability of mind. Lucci stretched his hand into the lake, and spiritual energy appeared on his hand, and the word God began to form in the water. Suddenly the water surged, a water ball rose from the lake, and then slowly began to take shape. An ordinary water element appeared. When Biscuit uses condensation, he can see the composition of the word God in the water element, and the power that holds it together comes from Lucci's mental energy. This is not suitable for fighting. It consumes a lot of mental energy. It's far worse than doing it yourself. Bizaji commented mercilessly. Well, the best way is to have a carrier, an energy source, and the ability to fight. It's not enough to just rely on the word God. The path that Lucci is taking now is a bit like the path that Kim Fulishi will take in the future. The more I understand thoughts and divine characters, the more interesting I find them. This joy of learning made Lucci addicted to it. The water element dissipated. My mission is accomplished, now send me away. Biscuit helped only because of Lucci. She had no intention of continuing to interfere in this matter. Thank you for your help. Lucci took Biscuit back to the Sky Arena. Biscuit once again marveled at Lucci's convenient and unreasonable abilities. When a small fire started in the Basin rainforest, Webster from Cary City also gained a lot of information. Chapter 87. Webster's 5-man team came together. According to what I have learned, the relationship between the Conrad family and the Pachi tribe is due to the development of the Basin rainforest. And this plan is also related to the Sky Arena. Some information is not difficult to find out. But you wouldn't know if you didn't come here. Martial arts are really prevalent here, and there are also quite a lot of people with non abilities here. Webster also said with emotion. He had never encountered so many non-users in any city. Boss, you haven't watched the battles above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. There are quite a lot of experts with non-abilities here. If you know the Conrad family, you will inevitably know the city of Cary and the Sky Arena. After all, there are great connections between the 3. The 5 people each told the information they had obtained. Some are their own associations. The first point is the Conrad family's emphasis on the Basin rainforest. I also found out that there were challengers from the Pachi tribe in the Sky Arena. Not all the Pachi people are non-users. They had thought of this a long time ago. Even ancient nations with great heritage could not achieve this. In response to missions and commissions, the first thing they do is collect intelligence. At the same time, there are relatively simple ideas on how to complete the task. In fact, the most direct way is to use the lives of the Pachi people to threaten the mission target to leave with them. The other party is not a real monster, and he is also rational. Their goal was not to start a war against the Pachi tribe. This method has a success rate, but it is generally low. As mercenaries, they have come into contact with many ethnic minorities and value the lives of their people very much, but they will not easily accept threats. Even those who are used as threats will use their own lives to prevent this from happening. And they heard that all the Pachi people in Kree City had left. If you want to find the hostages, you have to go to the Basin rainforest. In addition, they are also evaluating the possibility of the Conrad family's involvement and the power that the Conrad family possesses. At least in the current assessment, it seems that the Conrad family does not necessarily have to help the Pachi. If it is just because of the Basin rainforest, even if the Pachi people are destroyed or suffer heavy losses, it will not affect their development of the Basin rainforest. But Spencer among the 5 people revealed a crucial piece of information. In order to understand the specific cooperation between the Conrad family and the Pachi family, I used my ability to control a senior member of the Conrad family to obtain intelligence. There is a bad rumor, and many previous inferences may need to be changed. Spencer is the interrogator in their team. He is a user of manipulation abilities and can control others to ask for information at will as long as he achieves his goal. Similar to the ability of hypnosis. What rumors? Because of the relationship between the Conrad family and the Sky Arena, this gangster family does all the business in the open, and some martial artists have also joined the Conrad family. There are probably dozens of non-users in this gang. This is an extremely terrifying number. Few gangs have so many non-users. Of course, most of them can only be regarded as guest officials. And now within the Conrad family, there is a rumor that as long as one can gain recognition from the Pachi tribe, one can become a non-user. Are you sure? Webster asked. They are all non-users, and the way to become non-users is to force themselves to open their minds, or it should be said that this is the way most non-users in the world open their minds. The method of gradually opening the essence points and controlling thoughts through practice is either mastered by big countries or big forces, or is a secret of various powerful martial arts schools. Although this rumor does not say what the method is, it is definitely safe. The news came from Julia. If you stay in Carey City for a long time, it is impossible not to know the existence of the superpower called mind. Moreover, various martial arts halls now have many disciples, and a large number of them are people who want to master superpowers. Gangs value strength more. After Julia learned how to read and learned more about Lucci's power, her ambitions further expanded. Her original plan was to establish a family base in Yokiksen and gain a foothold in this auction city. But now, she has a bigger goal. That means becoming a 10-year-old man. Who says women can't become a 10-year-old man? If other mafia family leaders can become one of the 10 elders because of their industries, then as long as she has strong enough power, she can also become one of the 10 elders. As for the sacred tree, Lucci gave it to the Pachi tribe. But it doesn't mean that it is only for them to use. It will also be open to the outside world in the future, including Lucci's plan for the Basin rainforest. This contract ability must be utilized. If used well, Lucci will gain extremely terrifying amounts of mental energy. If this news is true, then it means that the Pachi tribe has mastered the method of becoming an ability, which means that the ability among the Pachi tribe is more than imagined. It also means that the Conrad family's cooperation with the Pachi tribe may become more in-depth. Of course, the Sky Arena is even more terrifying. Webster reacted immediately. It was mentioned earlier that after the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, there will be battles between people with an ability, and the contestants who can't read Nan are waiting to master it. If this news is also known to the contestants of the Sky Arena, it will also be a way out for them. And they are also easy helpers for the Pachi people to win over. The ability of thought can bring about a qualitative change in a person. But if a person with a superficial grasp of mind skills fights a martial artist with great strength, the martial artist will definitely win. Any player who can reach the 200th floor must be strong. If it's true, then I'm afraid we need to unite and not act separately. Webster thought about the worst-case scenario. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The 5 people instantly became alert and suspicious. They did not choose to stay in a hotel, but rented a private house, so no one should come. From Frank's perspective, the house they rented had been surrounded. We're surrounded. Frank is the scout in the team. His ability is to summon a lot of small sparrows to help them investigate various situations. Similar to the abilities of the dragonfly chimera ant among the chimera ants. With a loud bang, the door was knocked open. You are really brave. You dare to provoke our Conrad family. Spencer discovered a familiar figure, who was the senior member of the Conrad family whom he controlled yesterday. Chapter 88. Belloc Conrad. Julia's younger brother, and also a martial artist. Spencer's ability is to hypnotize people. Generally, after torturing information, in order not to attract attention, he will make the other party forget about having seen him, but the things that were asked. But it is a telekinetic ability after all. Belloc meets Julia every day, and there are always 2 female non-users beside Julia. Soon, I noticed something strange about him. Even Lucci didn't know that one of the 2 non-users beside Julia was an eliminator. If it weren't for this incident, Julia reported to Lucci. There are 2 sisters, Eve and Eva is a mind remover. Eva is a person with the ability to materialize. It is not known whether it is because of her experiences since childhood that she has become somewhat religious. She materializes into a necklace made of cross jewelry. It has certain healing and thought-eliminating abilities, and can sense malicious thoughts. When he noticed something strange about Belloc, he immediately helped him to get rid of his thoughts. Belloc naturally remembered that he was being controlled. Naturally, this matter will not be let go so easily. Webster in the room also had an ugly look on his face. But they all quickly picked up their weapons, that is, various firearms. Belloc did not enter the room, but was outside the door, which was knocked open by a person with enhanced telekinetic ability from the Conrad family. The 2 sides did not fight at the first moment and were in a state of confrontation. The 5 Websters were communicating silently, using Frank's ability to inform them of the situation around them. They have been surrounded by members of the Conrad family, many of whom are carrying guns. As for Belloc, he did not order his men to shoot directly, naturally because he had some concerns. It's not that I'm concerned about the other party, but I don't want to cause too much impact. You have to know that Julia is now the mayor of Cary City, so she is still a little cautious when engaging in a gunfight in Cary City. A qualified team must have complementary abilities. Webster's 5-member team covers the 5 major departments, except for the trait department. Matt. Webster whispered. Matt then had something resembling a bomb in his hand. At the same time, Webster moved quickly and broke through several walls in an instant. Matt quickly threw the bomb in his hand. This caused the Conrad family to quickly retreat, thinking it was something dangerous. But soon thick smoke began to appear. Matt is the one with the ability of transformation among the 5 people. He simply transforms his mental energy into the form of smoke and then throws it out. Good at cover operations. And with the help of Frank's perspective, they also knew where the weak points of the encirclement were. Jump out of the room directly and leave with the help of smoke. They had no intention of fighting the Conrad family. Of course, we can also look at it from another perspective, that their strength is not as good as the Phantom Troop. But it's only natural. Because of the smoke, no one dared to fire randomly, and the Conrad family's psychic users who came this time did not have the ability to deal with the situation. The problem of people with psychic abilities within mafia families is that guns themselves are enough to threaten many people, without even the need to use psychic abilities. There won't be much combat experience. In the Sky Arena, there are more enhanced combat capabilities. And when facing a battle with the evil beasts of the 10 old men in the future, they will choose to use gentle and torture methods, such as sick dogs and leeches. And in the tall building in the distance, Lucci was looking out. Just interested to take a look. That's a good ability. Seeing the smoke, his Sharingan couldn't see through it. After all, it's not like the Byakugan can see through things and see the situation clearly. There are only a small number of people in the Basin rainforest. Next to him were Julia and her 2 bodyguards. According to the intelligence, they should be a 5-member mercenary group called Weishung. They are also well known in the mercenary world and have completed many commissioned missions. The difference between mercenaries and hunters is that mercenaries only need money, while hunters may not be interested in all commissions due to different personal interests. It's a team of non-users, but we didn't find any information about their abilities. Julia informed. The city of Cary is controlled by the Conrad family, so it is very convenient to find outsiders. As long as you know the appearance, you can find relevant information. It's great to be able to find relevant information in a short time. If you use a hunter's intelligence website, you may get more information, but you will also need more money. From this point of view, Pittman should have commissioned several teams, and the one in the Basin rainforest is still a small part. Lord Lucci, now that the other party has learned that information, do we want to eliminate them? Julia asked. The real reason that made Julia take action was that important information was leaked. In Julia's opinion, the existence of the sacred tree cannot be known to outsiders. She had only told a few people close to her, and because Belloc had embarked on the path of martial arts and understood the existence of Nian, she told her the news. There's no need to hide it. Like I told you, anything is fine as long as it can gain the approval of the Pachi people. Maybe in the future, the Pachi people will have special tests for them. Lucci laughed when he thought of this. He likes to see changes in the world, not the plot changes he knows about but the unknown changes. The reason why he wanted to help the Pachi people was not only because of their own heritage, but also because of the name of the Pachi people, which reminded him of the Pachi people in a certain anime. It was a piece of cake for them to give the sacred tree to the Pachi people, and they even looked forward to future changes. Julia said she didn't quite understand, but in her heart, Lucci might think highly of the Pachi people. It seems that this battle is inevitable for our Conrad family. In this case, we have no choice but to formally intervene, Julia said. As long as it doesn't have too much impact on the city of Kerry. Lucci said lightly. This is not Yokiksen, and Lucci doesn't like to see all kinds of chaos. In the distance, there was already an exchange of fire. This smoke can't last long. Gunfire rang out. Ordinary gang members could never be a match for these 5 mercenaries. These mercenaries had even been to the battlefield, and now it was just a small scene for them. Webster and his 4 companions had only one goal, which was to leave Kerry City. Knowing that this is the Conrad family's territory, we cannot stay here for long, otherwise it will be dangerous. It's this kind of ability. Lucci was surprised. Because the last man in Webster's team showed ability. That is the ability of materialization. It uses its own materialization ability to directly transform itself into a military vehicle. This ability is very similar to that of Zipponian, the senior butler of the Zaldik family. The abilities are universal, so the battle can be solved with firearms. Chapter 89. Lucci followed directly. I just want to see how this group of people perform. Regarding the situation of non-users wreaking havoc in the city, all Lucci knew about was the Phantom Troop. Lucci, who can fly, can easily catch up with them. This mercenary group is different from the Phantom Troop and has some restraint. Is it because it is in the urban area? Even so, it was difficult for the Conrad family to catch up with the enemy. The mercenary team was moving very fast, and the military vehicle had telekinetic abilities, so it could drive very fast. As long as it's not blocked. The place they chose to live in was also close to the edge of the city of Kerry. That's right. Even if it's the Phantom Troop, we have to drive to chase them. We can't expect too much. Lucci saw that the Conrad family could not catch up. It reminded me of the scene in the anime where Wojin was kidnapped and ran away by car, and the Phantom Troop had to chase him by car. Lucci just watched the other party escape from Kerry City without trying to stop him. If he wanted to stop it, he could have done it. The stage is ready, and Lucci naturally wants to watch a big battle. After living in this world for so many years, I have become much more indifferent without realizing it. Otherwise, if you really want to solve the problem, there is actually a better way, which is to find out who is behind the scenes. You can just give a commission to the killer and kill the person behind the scenes. Webster, who had left Kerry City, had already called the other 2 captains. When they acted separately, they also left each other contact information. After all, there was still a possibility that they would act together. Clan was not contacted because he was in the Bassan rainforest at that time. There is no signal base station in the Bassan rainforest, so it is not easy to make a phone call. The bounty hunter team was cleared. Why would you want to contact me after causing such a big fuss? Phil's voice came from the phone. Hearing the other party's words, Webster guessed that the other party might also be in Kerry City. There are 4 bounty hunters in the team. 2 were in Kerry City and 2 were in Rad Point. Only 2 of the 4 are professional hunters. There is important intelligence. The situation is as difficult as expected. We'd better unite. Webster didn't waste any words and directly said he wanted to cooperate. Although there are not many such cases now, based on his many years of experience in mercenary missions. If this task is delayed longer, there will be more variables and there is a high possibility that the task will fail. There are even many dangers in this mission, but of course the mercenaries have long been accustomed to it. Phil was not too arrogant. As an insider in the industry, Webster's mercenary team was still well known. Being able to come to the conclusion that cooperation is necessary must mean that there is important intelligence. In fact, Phil also obtained some information, but of course it was different from what Webster and others obtained. Then let's meet up near the Basin rainforest. I'm afraid the Conrad family is bound to intervene in your actions today, and Rad Point is not safe enough. It was inconvenient to talk on the phone, so I didn't hear the general information, but Phil made a judgment immediately. From what he had gathered about the Conrad family's connections, Julia Conrad's influence in the country was growing. It's not just the power of the gangs, there's even a certain amount of official power. In addition to this, there is the information that Phil obtained from the Hunter Intelligence website. The rise of the Conrad family is inextricably linked to the Sky Arena. There are many intersections between the two industries. The Sky Arena is well known all over the world, and anyone who knows a little about it will know that it is also a huge behemoth. Phil also obtained some information about Lucci. There are still traces of some of Lucci's actions, and Lucci did not deliberately hide his traces and actions. If this connection is deep, then the real mastermind behind the scenes may be Sky Arena. The Conrad family values the Basin rainforest, and the main reason is that they want to cooperate with the Sky Arena. In the Basin rainforest, Clan's team has encountered several battles. This time, there are 7 people in total from the Liaison Society, including Valentine and Denny. There is also a team of 3 non-staff members, including Donald. It is the team with the largest number of people among the 3 non-users. When the Pachi began to drive people out of the Basin rainforest, fighting was inevitable. Ordinary adventure and exploration teams would retreat back to Rad Point after receiving several warnings, as they understood what had happened. The remaining teams are basically ordinary people with firepower configuration. Some are hired, while others are security teams under Puenla or have related cooperation with it. They fought the most with the Pachi tribe. The Pachi tribe is also aware of the power of firearms, so when faced with these teams, they will only choose to launch sneak attacks or even seduce them, and of course, they will also use non-users to kill them. The strongest person among the Pachi tribe is undoubtedly Gold. Next are the clan leader and the priest, 2 people who have been non-users for many years. And with the power of the contract, they can lend their mental energy, allowing the 3 of them to ignore ordinary firearms. After all, this is not the Mingbo Republic, and it is impossible to bring many heavy weapons here. In addition, with the map hack turned on and the ability to control the altar to move at will, they were able to defeat the enemy in a crushing defeat. Apart from being injured, no one among the Pachi people has died so far. It is extremely convenient for non-users to deal with ordinary people, especially in an environment like a rainforest. The few battles that the clan team encountered were either sneak attacks led by Monroe and Benson. It was Gold who deliberately took them to the dangerous place in the rainforest. The Basin rainforest is very large and there are many dangerous places, such as swamps, or places where many giant pythons and crocodiles gather. Even some poisonous insects in the rainforest are very dangerous. Fighting on their own soil allows the Pachi people to unleash their powerful fighting power without restraint. But Crane's team also did a lot. From the rainforest ruins we have observed so far, many of them should be related to the arrangement of divine characters, which means that the Pachi people have a way to observe the entire rainforest. It's quite tricky to combine the ability to enter and exit the space with that kind of fog. Clan judged that this was not a task that their team could complete alone. By searching in the rainforest and constantly testing Emma's abilities, Clan has basically determined that there are only 5 areas in the rainforest where Emma's ability can reach the location of the Pachi tribe. The location of the village is limited. At the same time, 3 ruins were destroyed, and it was also verified that the opponent's full map vision was related to this. Chapter 90. When Lucci came to the Holy Land of the Pachi tribe again. There were many more Pachi people in the Holy Land. When Lucci appeared, they all saluted him and called him Sir Lucci. Both altars have been activated. On the observation altar, the original jade disc image was directly divided into multiple screens, a telepathic version of the monitor. And another altar. Many Pachi people have not cultivated any special abilities, but as long as they have the mental energy, they can activate the altar. It will be enough to have rainfall in a small area. The Pachi people living in the Basin rainforest are far more adapted to the environment of the Basin rainforest than anyone else. Among them, Gunter, the strongest of the younger generation, became the host here. What Lucci saw. These were all very bloody scenes, with some people holding guns and continuously shooting at the creatures in the rainforest, but this only stimulated the ferocity of many wild beasts. Even without relying on thoughts, the Pachi people can still compete based on their own strengths. The non-users among the enemies have not yet truly shown themselves. Lucci understood the situation a little. Gunter also briefed Lucci on the recent battle situation. Those with psychic abilities among the enemy can react quickly to sneak attacks, and ordinary means cannot harm them. They also let the other party destroy some of the arrangements made by the Pachi people in the Basin rainforest. You know, many things have been passed down. It was damaged, and it was difficult for the Pachi people to repair it. The next battle might become troublesome, and we can't let the other side continue to cause trouble. That's why they started to use another altar for rain. Even though it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, they still have to use it. But this is not a long-term solution. If the other party continues to cause destruction, then we must send someone to stop them. There are also many people with space abilities targeting the opponent, and the best way is to kill them. Gunter told Lucy a lot, including the battle situation and the development and changes of the Pachi tribe. The cultivation of abilities. He will even specially organize the heritage information of the Pachi people and give it to Lucci. On the other side, Clan led his team to leave the Basin rainforest. After they realized that the Basin rainforest was monitored by the Pachi tribe, they would not spend the night in the Basin rainforest. This is a dangerous behavior. After leaving the Basin rainforest, I also received contact from Webster. The three teams have basically confirmed their cooperation. Meet in a ruined community near the Basin rainforest and not far from Rad Point. Everyone is here, and it's basically confirmed that we want to cooperate. Clan spoke first. All three teams nodded in confirmation. Then let's start by exchanging information. Who will start first? Let me do it. Webster said. The first thing they did was to tell everyone the information they had obtained. When they heard that the Pachi people had a safe way to open their minds, the people from the other two teams all frowned. This means that there will be more non-users among the Pachi tribe. The Conrad family will definitely be involved in this incident, which means that the difficulty of the mission will be further increased. Your information is very important, but the Pachi people's psychic users shouldn't be too strong, otherwise they would have appeared in front of me long ago. Crane thought about some recent battles and pondered. The rest of the Puenla group has been basically wiped out. I also went to see some of the battlefields afterwards. They were not the work of non-users. That is to say, there is no absolutely strong person among the Pachi people. The strongest one is probably the Pachi people who were used as experimental subjects. As for Lucci, who once appeared in front of Valentine, they did not take him too seriously because he restrained his strength and did not show it. Even so, it would be troublesome if there were special abilities, Phil said immediately. The problem with non-users is their ability. The opponent may not be strong, but battles are never fought head-on. But this is also a good gain from this mission. If the mission can be completed, I believe we can also master this safe way of opening the mind. Clan is very interested in this ability, and Liaishong will need such an ability. As an organization formed by retired military personnel, not all of its members are non-users. Even among this group of people, not all of them are retired military personnel. Most of them are second generation. Then the next is some information about the Pachi people. This ancient ethnic group is quite extraordinary. They are more mysterious and powerful than any other ancient ethnic minority group I have ever encountered. Crane recounted his discoveries of the past few days one by one. Whether it is the psychic users among the Pachi tribe, the unique battle pattern abilities, or the space for a hidden village. There are also means of monitoring the Basin rainforest. It is far more than the ethnic minorities they know. Even many of the more famous non-users are not as good as the other side. Although we have the ability to enter the other party's village, it is their territory after all. Rushing in rashly will only put us in danger. It is best to further understand the situation of the Pachi tribe. It would be best if we could catch a Pachi person. The existence of telekinesis makes it very easy to obtain information. After talking about the two teams, it's Phil's team's turn next. At least this bounty hunter team did not cause any noise, and it is not known whether they obtained any useful information. You only noticed the Conrad family, but you didn't think that this family wanted to develop this place, mostly because of the existence of the Sky Arena. To be honest, even if we cooperate, I'm worried whether we can complete this mission. Phil expressed his concerns first. Phil's intelligence focuses on the Conrad family's rise to wealth. Besides that, besides using spatial abilities, there are actually other ways to enter the other party's village. The two members of Phil's team learned a lot of useful information in Radley. The Patch village had been visited by outsiders, including former members of the Conrad family and some people who had connections with Radley and the Patch. As long as there is a Patchy person leading the team, they can enter through the fog. If you want to understand the situation of the Patchy people, I have a way. Among the bounty hunter team, there is a person with special abilities. Named Raynam, it has the ability to transform by taking in the target's blood. Of course, it's just a change of appearance, there's no such thing as gaining the other person's power. This ability is very suitable for infiltration. As long as they get enough information, they can proceed to the next step. The three teams work together and also need to reveal their respective abilities. Only in this way can better cooperation be achieved. Change people? But before that, we still need to test each other and fight them head-on. The three captains began to discuss and came up with a plan. Chapter 91. Planning starts with turning from being passive to being active. Because the Patchy people are familiar with the Bassan rainforest and have the help of special abilities, their presence can be easily discovered and they can escape at any time. It can be said that it is very strong in terms of mobility. In order to turn passivity into initiative, the opponent needs to take the initiative to fight, and cannot even escape at any time. The special relics in the Bassan rainforest have been proven to be of great importance to the Patchy people, and the existence of special abilities also requires these relics. As long as they try to destroy, the Patchy people will have to show up to stop them. Of course, even if they don't show up to block the way, there's nothing to worry about, at least they can destroy the opponent's observation capabilities. Clan and the others didn't think that the Patchy people wouldn't show up. As long as they show up, they have a chance. Matt's smoke ability in Webster's team can cover their actions. Hit a Patchy under the cover of smoke, then use the ability to transform to blend into the Patchy tribe. Find out the truth about the Patchy people. If the location of the Patchy village is not strong, then they can choose to directly attack the Patchy village. It sounds simple, but it is not that easy to implement. The first uncertainty is whether the Patchy people have the ability to distinguish changes. Secondly, those who blend in need to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. It is better to try a few more times and choose a suitable target. Clan also marked on the map several relics of divine characters discovered in the Bassan rainforest these days. Divided into two teams. Go to the two divine ruins separately. Cran's team, together with Donald's trio, has a total of 10 people. Phil's bounty hunter team is together with Webster's team, a total of 9 people. When they start to act, Lucci was practicing next to the sacred tree in Patchy village. It can also be said that it is an experiment and practice of divine characters. Lucci wanted to try to construct a divine beast based on the divine knowledge he learned from the sacred land of the Patchy tribe. Use water as the medium. It is not easy. If water is used as a carrier, it is invisible and intangible, and the divine characters engraved with thoughts are difficult to maintain stability in water. Lucci tried many times, but none of them was successful. It simply won't last long. Lucci's requirements are not high. He does not expect to be used for fighting, but at least he can exist for a long time. Lucci had never seen a divine beast, and didn't know if it was really possible. His reference targets are nothing more than the various NPCs and monsters on Greedy Island. These cannot be the people with the ability of Nin, they can only be made up of the word God. Of course, judging from the Island of Greed, the mind beasts formed by the word God cannot be too strong, otherwise there would be no need for Leisha. Or do you need something tangible? A card. Lucci thought about it and realized that the NPCs and monsters on Greedy Island were not formed by thoughts alone, their bodies were cards. If Lucci wants to create a divine beast, he also needs a carrier. It doesn't have to be a card. Lucci walked by the lake, thinking in his mind. What is the most suitable carrier for water? Suddenly I saw scallops by the lake. Yup. Lucci thought of a suitable item. That is the pearl. Pearl, also known as clam pearl. Naturally, there were no pearls in Patchy village, so Lucci teleported away and immediately took some pearls from the sky arena. As for why there are pearls in the sky arena, it is not surprising, as pearls themselves have medicinal value. Pearls are also needed in some secret recipes. Once again, I came to the sacred tree. He began to try to engrave the divine word in the pearls, engraving it by thinking. This was something Lucci was already very accustomed to. The pattern of the word God appeared on the white pearls. Then Lucci injected his thoughts into it, and water vapor began to gather on the pearl, and slowly a water element took shape. After the water element takes shape, it lasts a little longer than before. But soon it collapsed and turned into pearls. Does it require constant input of mental energy to maintain it? But this is not my own ability, so how can I input mental energy? I found a solution, but was stumped by a new problem. But Lucci soon found a way. Lucci doesn't know how Greed Island works, but Lucci has his own way. The power of the contract does not have to be applied only to living things, inanimate objects can also be possessed by thoughts. Lucci tried to make a contract with the pearl on which he had engraved the word God. It's not that difficult. Success. Lucci then closed his eyes to sense the target of his contract. Apart from a large number of Pachi people, there was the pearl in his hand. And they are different from the Pachi tribe's contractors. As a living contractor, he only had one ability to force the other party into a forced restraint, but for this pearl, Lucci felt that he could control it. Is this the capability of the operating system? No. Even if there is a contract with an inanimate object, it cannot be controlled. At most, it can only be controlled by the mind energy of the inanimate object. But the entire pearl engraved with the divine word by Lucci seemed to be different. After the contract was signed, Lucci tried to use the contract to provide thoughts. Sure enough, water vapor reappeared and a small water element began to appear. The supply of mental energy has always existed, and the water element has always existed. Lucci tried to control the water element and found it a bit difficult and not that easy. The types of skills that Lucci practices are mainly in the three categories of strengthening, releasing, and changing. There are relatively few materialization and operation systems. Is it because my own operation system cultivation is relatively low? Or is it because I need some other divine power to work together? The operation system is not easy to practice among the systems. The most basic one is the Mizumi-style control of the movement of leaves. Lucci thought of the magical words contact and action. From the holy land of the Pachi people, Lucci obtained a lot of additional divine characters. Start experimenting again. But soon a new problem arose, that is, a small pearl could not accommodate too many divine characters. If too many divine characters are engraved, they will affect each other, and it will be a bad influence. It will make it chaotic and useless even if it is activated. Lucci tried other pearls and found through comparison that the better the quality of the pearl, the more and more complex the divine characters it could bear. After testing all the pearls he brought, Lucci finally succeeded again. This time it was a black pearl, and the word God could not be seen engraved on the surface. The water element appeared again, and Lucci found that he could perform simple controls on it, but this control was limited to the action mode. To be specific, similar to the NPCs and monsters in Greedy Island, they have action modes and can only perform certain actions or attacks. This is already a great success. Lucci then conducted some more experiments. Chapter 92. Because its shape is shaped by water, this divine beast is also confined to water. Its body will be very small in places with little water vapor and will be affected by the temperature. The higher the temperature, the more mental energy is needed to maintain the body. Lucci also tried to throw the black pearl into the lake, trying to absorb the entire lake water into one to see if he could create a water elemental giant. And it didn't work. Due to material limitations, the maximum height of a water element is 3 meters. The bigger the body, the more mental energy is consumed. But Lucci wasn't worried about the amount of energy at all. The sacred tree became his external ability, equivalent to a clone. It can also grow on its own and possess telekinesis. The greatest use of it to Lucci is as a reserve of mental energy. As one grows through practice, one's mental energy will increase. But mind energy is a bit similar to chakra, it cannot be stored, which means that it is impossible to accumulate mind energy every day and make your mind energy become enormous. This actually made Lucci very unhappy, because he really wanted to cultivate immortals. Lucci only recently discovered the change in the function of the sacred tree. Lucci continued to study the divine characters and test the effects of each divine character. The Pachi people have been fully mobilized. Only those who can fight can go out. Those who cannot fight can only go to the Holy Land and act as mind batteries. The battle broke out in full swing. Faced with the enemy's actions, the Pachi tribe naturally had to stop them and not let them destroy too many of the divine relics. When Lucci was resting, he would also watch the battle, or watch it through the projection of the Holy Land Jade Disc. Either you go there in person or watch from a distance. It must be said that once the competition between the users began, the Pachi tribe was completely at a disadvantage. The gap in strength between the two sides, of course, also included the gap in weapons. The Pachi people still use cold weapons. This also led to casualties among the Pachi people. Of course, the other team also suffered casualties, but there was no loss of personnel. Among the opposing team, there is someone with rare healing abilities. The gap between regular teams. The Pachi tribe's obstruction prevented the other party from destroying the remains of the divine characters. The main reason is that the other party also has the ability of Space Gate, otherwise the Pachi people really want to keep them all, even if many people will die. But he was stopped by Gold. Try not to cause casualties among your tribe members, as the Pachi people are small in number. Moreover, the other party was just hired. It would be a loss to exchange life for life if there is another attack. If this continues, the number of Pachi people will decrease. This battle lasted for 3 days. Every day the enemy tries to destroy the ruins of the divine character. And help came from the Conrad family. As a gangster family, how can there be no fighting? This prevented Clan and others from easily entering the city for supplies. At the same time, it also made Lucci understand that even though the combat members of the Phantom Troop were all from self-taught backgrounds, their strength was already considered to be at the backbone level among non-users. When it comes to Chimera Ants, the main problem is that their racial talents are too abnormal. When they demonstrated their abilities and fighting prowess, in Lucci's opinion, the other side did not have the ability to threaten the Pachi tribe. Every battle will make the Pachi people grow. The fastest way to grow is to fight to support yourself. Another battle ended, and there was a sense of sadness among the Pachi village. According to statistics, 11 tribesmen had died in the battle. Everyone held a cremation ceremony for their dead members. Among a large group of Pachi people, a young man was looking around carefully. Surprisingly, everyone awakened and became non-users. This one was naturally transformed by Rainham. After 3 days of fighting, they selected a certain Pachi tribe. In the first battle, use the ability of smoke to split the opponent, then try to take down the opponent, and then use the ability of the operation system to learn some information from the opponent. It took 3 days to make this plan a success. As for the other party's existence, they were teleported away directly under the cover of smoke using the power of the Space Gate. Through several battles, they were basically certain that as long as they were in battle, the Pachi people would not be able to pay much attention to other places in the Basin rainforest. He sent him away, and then let Rainham transform into the other person through blood transformation, and followed other Pachi people to blend into the Pachi village. The alien space does exist, and it is very large. There were quite a few Pachi people, hundreds of them, but not many of them were able to fight, and among them there were women and children who did not go to fight. Rainham saw that a child of 4 or 5 years old also awakened his thoughts. I was extremely shocked. According to previous intelligence, the Pachi people have a way of opening their minds safely. At the beginning, everyone guessed that it was a step-by-step practice similar to the practice of some martial arts schools, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. It is a more efficient and safe way to open the mind. Because a cremation was to be held for the tribe members, everyone was silent, and no one noticed anything unusual about the person played by Rainham. Even some hunting dogs in the village did not notice anything unusual. After all, his transformation was done by using the opponent's blood, so his body shape, appearance and smell were all the same. There are hundreds of non-users, and even if they don't necessarily have strong combat abilities, it won't be easy to kill them. Attacking the village is indeed feasible, but there are too many uncertainties. Even if they succeed, they will need to pay a certain price. The best way is still the backup plan. Find an opportunity, have Rainham sneak attack the target person, and then quickly leave using the power of the Space Gate. But the battle location must be closer to the outskirts of the Basin rainforest. After all, the Space Gate has a limited range of movement. Rainham was considering various possibilities. If he wanted to attack the village, he would have to poison it and find the village's regular water source. The cremation ceremony was held near the sacred tree. The sacred tree and the sacred bird, Phoenix, have been accepted as their beliefs. After they discovered that Phoenix could communicate, the cremation ceremony included Phoenix. Phoenix didn't say no. And when Rainham also appeared near the sacred tree, he was the first to discover the abnormality of the sacred tree. How could I not care about such a huge and powerful tree? Especially there is the phoenix, a special bird that is extremely luxurious and divine. Of course, it was inevitable that a familiar person was discovered. Lucky Phoenix. The focus of Sky Arena's top management. Why is he here? Is this the man behind the Pachi tribe? Lucci also didn't expect that someone had already infiltrated the Pachi tribe. Chapter 93. The Pachi people are no longer surprised by Luchi's existence. Basically, whenever it appears, it is either in the Holy Land or by the lake. To the current Pachi people, Luchi is like a god, giving them the power to fight against their enemies. Of course, perhaps because they respect Luchi too much, few people from the Pachi tribe have any dealings with Luchi. On the contrary, dealing with Phoenix is more acceptable to them. There's a bit of awe in it. Luchi is still practicing his own divine cultivation. He didn't pay much attention to the funeral ceremony held by the Pachi people, and didn't notice the outsiders among the Pachi people. Of course, unless Luchi wanted to use the power of the contract to identify the number of people, Luchi would not be able to detect Renam's transformation. All kinds of strange and bizarre mental abilities always play a big role in unexpected situations. But Renam's gaze was too direct. Because he wanted to be completely sure, Renam was observing Luchi carefully to confirm that he was the owner of the top floor of the Sky Arena. As a warrior, Luchi is particularly sensitive to this kind of gaze. The movement of the hands stopped. He stood up and looked over. Renam felt something was wrong and immediately shifted his gaze. Now he really wanted to ask about Luchi, but he didn't know how to start. In other words, he had not anticipated this beforehand, otherwise he would have been able to learn some information from the target of his transformation. Renam was overthinking. Many people in the Pachi tribe do not have enough knowledge about Luchi. People like Gunter, who knew Luchi's identity, would not deliberately tell their tribesmen that this person was the top floor owner of the Sky Arena. The older ones knew that Luchi was a strong man. The younger ones really regard Luchi as a god. Luchi walked over. His feeling just now was correct. Someone was looking at him. He was very sensitive to this, and no one among the Pachi people dared to look at him with a critical eye. Of course, at this time, Luchi did not suspect that there were outsiders mixed into the Pachi tribe. The funeral ceremony was performed by the flames of the phoenix, and its flames were enough to burn everything to ashes. Renam was once again shocked by the flames of this divine bird. It would be difficult to resist a flame of this power even with thoughts. The Pachi tribe actually has this kind of magical beast? He didn't know much about Phoenix either. Not much is known about Luchi's abilities. It is too difficult for ordinary people to buy tickets for the top-level battles. Only top martial artists and some high-ranking officials of martial arts schools know of the existence of Phoenix, which is Luchi's mind beast. And unless you have seen it with your own eyes, you cannot judge it by words alone. I saw Luchi coming over. Everyone bowed to Luchi to show their respect for him. Renam followed closely behind, not making himself too obtrusive. Lord Luchi. Gold's face was full of sadness. These tribesmen died because of him. He felt guilty and the pain in his body reappeared. However, compared with previous attacks, this one was much better and within his tolerance range. When he no longer relied on drugs to fight the pain, he himself was slowly adapting. Some of the reasons were due to the fact that he was healed by Phoenix, but a larger part was due to his own ability to strengthen his mind, which strengthened his own physique. In order to resist genetic collapse, he also strengthened his own genes during each attack. Nian is just so unreasonable. It is estimated that once they have fully adapted, the danger posed by genetic collapse will completely disappear. Luchi was scanning the Pachi people in front of him, trying to find the person who was looking at him with a scrutinizing look. And Renam lowered his head. He was very nervous at this moment, and his heart was beating very fast. Will it be discovered? Renam was worried, even though his abilities had remained undiscovered until now. But the shadow of the famous tree, who knows whether the owner of the top floor of the Sky Arena can see through him? As Luchi practiced the iron block, his physical fitness changed and he became more alert and sharper. At this moment, Luchi could hear a discordant sound in his ears. It was walking towards Renam's position. Although he didn't look up, Renam knew that Luchi was walking towards him. Have you been discovered? What should I do? Should I take action? If I take action, I will definitely die. Do I want to take a chance? Various emotions came over me. In Luchi's ears, the young man's heartbeat was very fast. Luchi's ears are not yet able to hear the melodies in the anime, but he can still hear the sound of a person's heartbeat at close range. From the violent beating of his heart, one could tell that the young man in front of him was scared and nervous. I have to say that Renam's ability is pretty good, but the Sharingan can't see through it. What are you afraid of? Luchi asked. The other Pachi people were confused as to why Luchi was paying attention to the little guy Cork. Kirk was the Pawtucket that Renam chose to transform into. He had only just turned 18 and was considered a little kid among the Pawtucket people. At this time, Raynham didn't even dare to speak. It was obvious that he had experienced being doubted before. But facing Lucci and feeling the terrifying aura from him always made him feel like he was facing death. Just by feeling it, he knew that the man in front of him was definitely the strongest among the strong. It even made it difficult for him to develop a rebellious mentality. Action must be taken, otherwise you will die. Lord Lucci, the aura, from you, makes me feel scared. Raynham said this intermittently. It also reflects his psychological feelings. Is this so? Lucci began to control his anger and thought of Nob's situation in the anime. But he soon realized something was wrong. Keep your head up. Raynham's body was a little stiff, and he raised his head to look at Lucci, a sunny and handsome young man. It is hard to believe that such a handsome young man would be the top floor owner of the Sky Arena and have such a terrifying aura. Why are you scared? You've all suffered my anger yourself. Lucci used his Sharingan to hypnotize the other party. And when Raynham raised his head, he felt nothing. I listened to Lucci's words, confused. Under the hypnotic state, he has completely trusted Lucci. I'm afraid I'm going to die. Kirk, what makes you think that? Cock, Lord Lucci is the god who gave us power. To the Pichi people, Kirk's words were a bit offensive to Lucci. Lucci ignored the words around him. Were you looking at me just now? Yes. Why? Because I want to confirm whether you are Lucci Phoenix, the top floor owner of Sky Arena. Chapter 94. The questioning continues. And patch members such as Gold and Monroe have basically discovered the abnormality of Cock. Why do you want to confirm? Confirm the target, confirm that the difficulty of the mission has increased, and consider giving up this mission. Raynham said from the bottom of his heart. He is a member of a team of bounty hunters, and they are not the kind of people who would give up their lives for a mission. Even though it will affect their ratings, compared to money and life, their own life is more important. Lucci could already confirm that the man in front of him was in disguise. Who are you? Lucci asked this question. This sentence also made the other Pichi people understand. Raynham. This answer made the other Pichi people very angry. They really wanted to do something, but Lord Lucci was here, so they suppressed their thoughts. Following Lucci's questioning, Raynham's identity was fully exposed, and their plans were all revealed. Now forget my existence from your memory. I'll leave him to you. Lucci snapped his fingers and disappeared in front of all the Pichi people. Raynham didn't know what was happening yet. In a daze, he was surrounded by the Pichi people. What happened? Before he could react, he was bound by vines. The one who did it was the current priest Benson, who had the ability to control plants. It can be a creation created by telekinesis, or it can be an existing plant. And Raynham also realized that he had been discovered, but he didn't know when he had revealed his flaw and was about to resist. But yellow flowers began to bloom on the vines, and the scent of the flowers made him fall into a deep sleep instantly. What should we do? Should we kill him? Gaunt asked. We were too careless. We didn't expect they had such ability. If Lord Lucci hadn't discovered it, the village would have been in danger. Monroe said very seriously. Yes, Lord Lucci saved us again. Gold also spoke. If the intruder was not discovered, not only would the village's secret be exposed, but having such a hidden bomb in the village would be extremely dangerous. We can't kill him. We need to confirm Cork's condition. Benson rejected Gaunt's proposal. We have to use him to exchange Cork back, but of course we can't let him go easily. Benson used his ability to make some arrangements on the opponent. Unless there is a mind-eliminating master, the opponent will surely die even if he escapes. And Lucci has already returned to the Sky Arena. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire city of Kerry. I was a little careless. We should not underestimate Eninan ability. Although Lucci had discovered the other party, he felt that he had lost his vigilance. Of course, it can also be said that Lucci feels that his current methods are not comprehensive enough. A detection capability is also needed. The effect of the circle is naturally very good, but for those who use Nen, this ability is simply too blatant and too obvious. Lucci is very powerful now and actually has quite a lot of abilities. Among the many abilities that Phoenix brings, there are also 6 types of abilities, including the Sharingan. It's actually quite comprehensive. But Lucci now feels that it is not enough. In addition to the birthday sign-in capability, there is the dream memory search that I developed myself, so is there any need to develop further capabilities? Or continue to focus on the cultivation of the divine word? Lucci doesn't have a good direction now. Since you don't have any good ideas, why not ask someone? Lucci went straight to Biscuit. So you asked me to come here just to develop the ability to see through other people's nin abilities? How is that possible? Biscuit said that this was simply impossible. She already knew the reason from Lucci. The more people with nin abilities you come into contact with, the more bizarre nin abilities will appear. Some very weak people may possess extremely abnormal abilities. A typical example is Fei Ji in the anime, whose ability is called 180-point love slave. Anyone she kisses immediately becomes her slave. Such a character was so weak that he was directly killed by Xiaodai with a vacuum cleaner. You already have so many abilities now? Can you continue to develop them? Biscuit asked. As far as she knew, there were at most 5 nin users with the most abilities, representing 5 different types of abilities. The mountain-shaped practice in the heart source flow is either like Netero, or the other types of practice are all to assist the 100 styles of Guanyin. Either all 5 departments have the ability to demonstrate and can deal with various situations and problems. Although it is not the main department, it is unable to exert 100% of the department's strength. But this thing varies from person to person. Even 50% for some people is enough to surpass 100% for many people. There is a saying that goes, the difference between people may be greater than the difference between people and dogs. It's rare for a person with multiple abilities to have special abilities, and your situation is even rarer. I can't give you any advice, and my ability development was inspired by you. Biscuit said he couldn't give Lucci any ideas. The current Biscuit is very different from the one in the anime. In the anime, Biscuit has only shown one ability, but as a martial artist of the Konosuba school, it is impossible for her to have only one ability to assist her practice with beauty. Unfortunately, when Lucci was reborn, the comics had not yet resumed serialization, and we were unable to see Biscuit's performance on the ship. But now, because of Lucci, Baizaji is somewhat on the path to becoming the Tian Shan Tong Lao. Biscuit did not give any opinion. Lucci can only ask for help from his master, President Netero. Direct phone contact. After hearing Lucci's story, Netero laughed out loud. Then he said this, your eyes are also a kind of ability. Even without concentrating, you can see thoughts and hidden thoughts, right? Netero woke Lucci up with just one sentence. He is somewhat trapped in the obstacle of knowledge and understanding. Since Phoenix is his first ability, his main development is on Phoenix. It has been quite some time since he obtained the Sharingan. It is turned on daily and used frequently. Looking back now, he simply associated the Sharingan's ability to see through illusions with seeing thoughts and invisibility. Phoenix can continue to practice and develop. So is the Sharingan also possible? I think it can be done by the ability to see through changes. And with the sacred tree as a storage of mental energy, he can also start trying to sprint for the Mangeki Sharingan. The requirement for opening the eyes is only the amount of energy required. Is the Mangeki Sharingan the upper limit of this psychic ability? After all, some of them are just my guesses, and there may be other changes. It's like Phoenix's adventure in the Oasis of the Gods. Thank you, Mr. Netero. Lucci expressed his gratitude. I'm looking forward to meeting you next time. Netero also said with a smile. Chapter 95. The first experimental subject chosen by Lucci was Biscuit. The Sharingan's ability to see through illusions is still different when facing transformation abilities like Biscuit's. After all, the 2 transformations that Lucci encountered were real physical changes. After all, if you simply use false thoughts to make changes, it will be easily seen through by Lucci's Sharingan. A typical example is the illusion that Hisoka's abilities are frivolous. Lucci couldn't see Biscuit's true appearance through the Sharingan. As for how to change and how to see through, Lucci needs to practice and experiment slowly. There has not been much evolution in this aspect of ability, but the illusion ability of the Sharingan has improved. The Sharingan's illusion hypnosis ability has only one requirement, and that is eye contact. In Lucci's training ground, there is concentration of mind energy in Baizaji's eyes, and he is in a state of concentration. At this moment, in her eyes, there were more than 10 figures of Lucci. She was obviously trapped in Lucci's illusion. The hypnotic ability of the Sharingan was also used on Baizaji, but people with strong wills could not be hypnotized. Of course, the illusion will still occur, but people will know that they are trapped in an illusion. Just by looking at each other, he can achieve this. This ability is really terrifying. Biscuit used condensation to completely see through Lucci's illusion. Each of these figures is so real in Biscuit's eyes. Not only that, even the circle can be deceived. To be precise, my feelings have been deceived. Biscuit also unfolded the circle. Include all the Luccis in it. The second time she came to the Sky Arena, she had not yet fought against Lucci and had only seen Lucci's previous battle. With this ability, no wonder everyone is afraid of your eyes. After truly experiencing Lucci's illusion ability, Biscuit felt the horror of the owner of the 240th floor in that battle. He was able to fight to that extent without even looking at Lucci, which was already quite powerful. For most martial artists, eyes are definitely their best weapon in battle, and many martial artists also believe in their own eyesight. But when facing Lucci, eyesight will not be a help, but will pose a hidden danger, and will make the battle very uncomfortable. Your ability is too unreasonable. Biscuit tried several times to get rid of Lucci's illusion, but was unable to do so. Just a glance. In fact, they are not as strong as imagined. When facing real masters, they can already fight without using their eyes. And when facing people with strong wills, they can also be exempted. The Sharingan is a form of mental ability, and the illusion effect is not reflected in disrupting mental power, but more in the spiritual aspect. It has become a mental illusion. At least Lucci's Sharingan illusion had no effect on Netero. The opponent's strong will is simply not something Lucci can shake. Strong will. Baizaji chuckled, then said very seriously, "Are you saying that my martial arts will is just like this?" It was originally just an experiment, but Biscuit became very serious. As Netero's disciple, his performance in the anime is more like a mentor. However, the identity recognition of a martial artist far exceeds other identities such as a hunter or an user. Otherwise, in the anime, she would not accept the challenge from Bino as a martial artist. Neither side chose to fight with thoughts. Without sufficient martial arts will, it would have been impossible for her to train her body to the current level. Although it has not yet reached the limit of what she can achieve. That's not what I meant. Lucci explained. I have helped you a lot. Now it's your turn to help me. Let's see if I can break free from your illusion ability with my own will. Biscuit said very seriously. Okay then. It's a good opportunity to test out my illusion abilities. When fighting with other opponents, once they have fallen into Lucci's Sharingan illusion, they will deliberately avoid it. It also made Lucci's illusion ability a little less than satisfactory. In that case, how about this? As Lucci's voice appeared, a dozen or so Lucci figures began to disappear. And the surrounding environment began to change. The training ground turned into a snowy field, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Is it still possible to do this? Lucci's Sharingan illusion is called a Sharingan illusion, but it is different from Naruto's. It tends to be more mental, and increasing the mental energy can make the illusion more realistic. It's already a bit like Tsukuyomi. It can be said to be quite perverted. It will only last 10 minutes. Lucci's voice reminded. Of course, Lucci's Sharingan illusion has a limited duration. Unless the other party wills to look into his eyes, he will fall into the illusion again, which is also a limitation of his ability. This time limit is not a problem that can be solved simply by thinking, it is more like some kind of restrictive X-oath. Hypnosis has the same effect. Compared to copying and insight, which are more about personal talent, this illusion is a pure mental ability. When Biscuit wanted to break Lucci's illusion, Lucci, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible for the Sharingan to see through this real change in appearance. Unless you have the ability to use the white eyes, you can see something deeper. Then change your mindset. You don't need to see through it, you just need to notice that something is wrong with the other person. This kind of transformation ability should also have a different energy. Different from the normal state. As long as you can identify this at the first time, it's good. Biscuit slowly form at this time makes her an easy subject to observe, and she can also do the corresponding things. To the outside world, Lucci has always appeared to be a young man, and of course he is very young himself. If he wasn't so tall, he could actually be called a teenager. In some words, Lucci has a youthful feel. Lucci began to change his body shape. He did not neglect the practice of transformation. His appearances changed from a young man, to a teenager, to a boy. The younger you are, the more restricted the mental energy you can exert will be, and this is also what is needed to maintain a form. The flow of qi in the body will also be different. It seems that every form has some kind of harmony with Qi. And it is enough for Luqi's Sharingan to be able to see through this. Even with abilities like transformation, the incoordination between the body and one's own energy can be seen. Of course, if such a person really appears, he would be a top master. Then Luqi thought of a possible exception, that was Palm. Chapter 96. Baizaji directly entered into a state of meditation to perceive his own strangeness. It is impossible for her to be unaware of any situation with this kind of power. As a martial artist of the heart source stream, meditation is considered a relatively basic practice. The heart source stream emphasizes inner cultivation. Listen to your inner voice and find out why you pursue martial arts. When Biscuit entered a state of calmness, he heard distractions. If you sense your own spirit, it is difficult to make a judgment, but when you are serious enough about something, that is when your mind is highly concentrated. The appearance of distractions at this time was obviously Luqi's illusion. Baizaji immediately began to use his martial arts will or martial arts spirit to drive away the distractions. And Luqi also sensed it. It's only been 7 or 8 minutes. At this time, Luqi was transforming into a little boy of 6 or 7 years old, using his eyes to sense the fluctuations of his own mental energy. Something is shaking Luqi's mental strength. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. He was completely unstoppable in the face of Netero, and as for the others, they basically just had to wait for some time before getting hit, or they directly lost to Luqi. No one has yet been able to do this. It's similar to Biscuit removing an illusion, but it's different from Naruto's illusion because it acts on the mind and is connected to Luqi, so it will create a confrontation. So when the other party started trying to break his Sharingan illusion, it was just a mental confrontation. If he encounters it for the first time, he will definitely not take the initiative to remove the illusion, but will use his mental power to stop Baizaji. And the external form of the illusion is still changing. There is heavy snowfall and changes in temperature, which affect the mind and the 5 senses. And Baizaji's martial arts heart is also very strong. This little bit of cold can't bother me. Biscuit spoke, and opened his eyes with a bright look in them. In her eyes, the surrounding scene became illusory, and then slowly turned into a place for cultivation. And when it was lifted, she also saw a pair of fiery red eyes with Megatama. The impact that Luqi can have is minimal. The imagined spiritual confrontation did not occur. After all, Luqi is not a true psychic user who can cast illusions with his mind. His illusion ability comes from the Sharingan. His spirit wanted to further influence Baizaji to form a mental confrontation, but he couldn't do it. So you are watching. Luqi was right in front of Biscuit and looked at her again. And Baizaji also looked directly at him. At this state, Biscuit did not fall into the illusion again, but became immune to it like Netero. Luqi also felt that the illusion did not work. It looks like you succeeded. Luqi congratulated. It's not a success yet. I'm just using meditation to maintain this state. Maybe I need to learn from my master and use some kind of practice to keep this state of mind. Biscuit felt it the most and made his comment immediately. This state cannot be maintained at all times, and if you are in battle, you will definitely need to think about many things, and it will be more likely to have flaws or mental holes. If you do this, you will still get caught. After hearing this, Luqi sighed. It seems that the heart source flow is the nemesis of his Sharingan illusion. Although he is a disciple of Xinyu and Liu, his pursuit of martial arts may not be as tenacious as theirs, or it can be said that Luqi's pursuit of strength has never been just martial arts. But you look so cute now. Biscuit rushed over and touched Luqi's little head. Luqi just let it go and didn't care. But it seems that your transformation ability has made another breakthrough. At this point, Baizaji sighed. Luqi's talent seemed too abnormal to Biscuit. I learn things very quickly, cover a lot of things, and can get started and use them quickly. This kind of distracting behavior is considered a real taboo in general martial arts practice, but it doesn't seem to be a problem for Luqi. This is also true for the practice of mind abilities. There is a difference between becoming older or younger when practicing the transformation system. The younger you are, the more vigorous the nature of your chi will be, but it will still be very weak. The older you are, the more decadent the nature of your chi will be, and finally, there will be a sense of death. The more extreme these two are, the more risky they are. The change in the nature of chi is not a simple change in characteristics or elements. At this time, Luqi is in the form of a child of 6 or 7 years old. The amount of mental energy he can use is limited, and his physical fitness is also affected. The only benefit of being in this state is that the longer you maintain it, the stronger your transformation training will be. And maintaining it also consumes thoughts. In addition, the impact on one's own body can delay growth to a certain extent. Combining many aspects, Lucci's Sharingan training has a clear goal, which is to see the flow of qi. Here, it is not just about using the flow of qi. But when a certain ability takes effect, Lucci can see subtle changes. Later, Lucci asked other people for help, mainly in terms of operational skills. Let them control the target, and Lucci uses the Sharingan to identify and see through it. Not only physical changes such as those caused by the transformation system, but even the abnormalities caused by controlling others by the manipulation system can be seen through by the Sharingan. For example, Illumi has been using his thoughts to target Killua. If such a Killua appeared in front of Lucci, even if he didn't know the plot, he would be able to see that something was wrong with Killua at a glance. It can be considered a certain ability to see through things. And when Lucci was practicing, the battle in the Basin rainforest is not over yet. In order to exchange the Pachi people back, Gold and his men's purpose had deviated. Because Clan and his men handed the Pachi member named Kok directly to the personnel of the Purwinla group and sent him directly to Pitman's research base. The natural result is to continue fighting. In order to rescue their team members, disagreements occurred among the multiple teams that were invited. Not finding a suitable solution, he sought more information about the Pachi village from the Pachi people in Kok. They can only choose to invade through the space gate. The result was naturally not as expected. Of the entire team, only 5 people escaped in the end. Of course, some Pachi people also died. Lucci was also observing their fight through Phoenix's perspective. When they had no choice but to invade Pachi village, their failure was already inevitable. If we were outside, even in the Basin rainforest, we would still have a chance of fighting. But once you enter the Pachi village, you will fall completely into the hands of the Pachi people. But escaping doesn't mean the matter is over. Many Patch people died, and the Patch would not let them go so easily. There was also Cork who was captured, and those Patch people who died in the laboratory. The Pachi people, now powerful, want revenge. And the 5 people who escaped did not leave the country alive because they were found by the Conrad family. In the end, everyone was wiped out. Chapter 97. When Lucci got the news, he was not too surprised. I just take it for granted. Lucci had seen the strength of this group of people from afar and found that there was no truly strong person among them. Their death does not mean the end of this matter. But it is no longer something that Lucci needs to continue to pay attention to. The Conrad family's active participation has changed the nature of this matter. Julia has asked other family members to work together with the Pachi people to plan to go to the underground research base in Puenla to rescue people. Not only can you make friends with the Pachi people, but you can also obtain various research materials from the underground research base. It is also beneficial to the development of their Conrad family. Of course, this matter will not be too obvious. As for Lucci, apart from his usual training, it is time for him to be busy again. The fighting competition is about to begin again, and the entire Sky Arena will become very busy. At the same time, after this fighting tournament, Lucci also invited many leaders of martial arts schools. This means that the Sky Arena is about to begin further reform. This time, the reform is mainly aimed at fighting competitions. Lucci feels that holding fighting competitions every 2 years is a bit too frequent. I want to change the time of the fighting competition and also change the competition system. The 235th floor of the Sky Arena. This is a rune inscribed with divine words. As for the application of the word God, Lucci finally began to apply it in the construction of the Sky Arena. How is it? Lucci asked. There are many people inside and outside this room, using their minds to engrave divine words on this room at the same time. The basic structure has been confirmed. Now we have to see the stimulation effect after engraving. One of the leading personnel was holding a blueprint and looking at whether there was any difference between the blueprint and the actual object. This team was specially trained for the Sky Arena. All of their members are non-users, and they all learned the divine word. What is being built now is the gravity training room that Lucci is very concerned about. This is the training aid that Lucci has always wanted. Since technology cannot yet achieve this effect, we can only rely on the power of thoughts or divine words to achieve it. Finally, after acquiring the inherited knowledge of the Pachi people, I found a solution. His team spent more than a month studying and formulating a preliminary plan, and is now conducting a physical drill. This plan is also what Lucci will talk about the reform of various martial arts schools. The emergence of the gravity training room is a very good thing for martial artists. Compared to various weight-bearing materials, the gravity chamber is an all-round training and also has an impact on the internal body. However, in the preliminary plan, the consumption of mental energy is always a problem. The staff pointed out the difficulty. With the inheritance of the Pachi people, the storage and use of mental energy on the divine word will not be a problem. But the source of the energy is a problem. The energy consumption just to maintain a gravity room like this would definitely be huge. Moreover, this is just a stall business. It is impossible to just build one. It must be promoted. The Pachi tribe has been able to survive only through years of accumulation, the contributions of its members, and the devouring power of the Holy Land. So what will sustain the Sky Arena? After all, if it is launched, the number of martial artists who want to use it will not be just a few dozen, but maybe hundreds or even thousands. Thanks to the development of the Sky Arena, many martial arts schools have gathered in Kari City. At this time, there are a lot of players above the 200th floor, numbering over 1,000. And this number is still growing. Don't worry, we can take our time. The problem of mental energy consumption will be solved. Lucci didn't know how Greedy Island solved this problem, with such a huge consumption of mental energy. I guess the constraint X oath should be used in it. Can the word God be used in this way? Lucci wasn't quite sure, because there was no relevant information in the Pachi tribe's heritage. Now Lucci has no better solution. The Pachi people's method of devouring the gas of other creatures is a bit too dangerous, and the consumption itself is also quite high, which is not advisable. As for other methods, with the current size of the Sky Arena, a small number of gravity training rooms can fully support it. It took almost a day to complete the construction of this gravity chamber. Next comes the experiment. There are 8 small workbenches at the door of the room. To be precise, it requires 8 people to maintain it. Just place your hands on the workbench and start inputting thoughts. The divine words in the entire room begin to be activated. Lucci stepped into the room. Let's start. Let him experience the effect of this gravity chamber himself. As the room activated, a force of gravity pressed down on Lucci, and it was slowly getting heavier. But this gravity is nothing to Lucci. This is just the first test, and it doesn't even have the effect of adjusting gravity. The effect of gravity is mainly determined by the 8 people who maintain the mind. Lucci kept asking them to increase the gravity effect. Soon the gravity on Lucci became stronger and stronger, but it was not enough to crush him. Until everyone had used up all their mental energy, it did not cause much impact on Lucci. The maximum effect that can be achieved is 8 times, and 8 people can only maintain it for half an hour at most. After half an hour of continuous use for a year, these maintainers are no longer ordinary. The staff immediately asked Lucci to record the data. Lucci felt relieved after walking out of the room. Feeling a little strange, he walked into the room again. What happened, Master Lucci? You come and try it and see if there is any difference between going in and out. Lucci immediately let the staff go in and out of the house. A conclusion was quickly reached, that is, after these divine characters were activated, they were still effective even without the maintenance of mental energy. The word God does not necessarily need to be recited in order to exert its power. Of course, the amplifying effect will be better if it is recited. There is a gravity difference between inside and outside the room. After careful and rigorous evaluation, the difference between inside and outside the room is about 10 kilograms. If this is the case, then the gravity effect can be improved through research and modification of the divine word. Lucci directly asked his men to come up with a suitable plan. Lucci is not the only one researching the divine word, he has multiple teams researching the divine word. The word God can be used in weapons, daily clothing, buildings, mental abilities, and so on. These are all being studied by different teams. If it is just activated, the subsequent effects can be produced without relying on mental energy. Then Lucci wants to reshape the Sky Arena. Chapter 98. With the fighting competition approaching, the entire city of Kari has become extremely lively. It's another fighting tournament this year. Piccolo looked at the advertisement for the fighting tournament on the TV in the room. The young man who was once helped by Lucci is now also a player on the 200th floor. Thinking about how he didn't even make it through the preliminaries last time, he wondered whether he should sign up this time. The longer you stay in the Sky Arena, the more you can see yourself clearly and what a true genius is like. Compared to those people, I am really ordinary. After the fighting contest commercial, a new ad has appeared. Sky Arena will hold a new fighting tournament called the KOF Tournament. The competition is conducted by teams of 3 fighters. The 2 teams take turns sending people into battle. The loser leaves the field and is replaced by other comrades in the team until one team has no one left. This determines the winner. This competition is not like a fighting competition that has a limit of 200 players, but everyone can sign up to participate. It is also worth mentioning that this competition has a clear rule that killing is not allowed, and violators will be disqualified. The trio of fighters that win will receive a huge bonus. This competition was initiated by Lucci, and the rules adopted were derived from an arcade game called King of Fighters that Lucci once played. If fighting competitions are more like individual competitions, then KOF competitions are team competitions. In Lucci's vision, there will be more and more competitions in the Sky Arena, and the types of competitions will also increase. KOF competition. I saw some introduction to the competition rules. Piccolo was immediately interested. Compared to the difficulty of fighting competitions, this KOF competition seems to be simpler. Even if the strength gap is not too big, the strategy will be more varied. And there is also the possibility of the strong leading the weak. As soon as this advertisement came out, it immediately attracted the attention of all fighters in Cary City. Even ordinary people who were not fighters wanted to get involved after seeing the advertisement. The registration location is on the 38th floor of the Sky Arena. Unlike the free registration competition in Sky Arena, registration for the KOF competition requires a registration fee. It's not expensive, just the price of a bottle of drink. It allows you to register for the first level of the Sky Arena for free, and you can get the bonus regardless of whether you win or lose. The registration period is 7 days in total. It is worth noting that if you sign up for a fighting competition, you will not be able to sign up for the KOF competition. You cannot register for 2 competitions at the same time. Once Piccolo had an idea, he immediately began to think about possible teammates. This competition is also good news for players below the 200th floor. Of course they knew that they would never be able to win the championship. Any fighter with a little common sense would know that in the end it would be a battle between the users. But it cannot affect their participation in such a fighting competition. The new competition experience is something they have never experienced before. An airship airport somewhere in Cary City. A white-haired young man came out of the airport. The emergence of the KOF competition has stirred up the situation in the city of Cary. The Conrad family also sent people to sign up. And at the upper level of the Sky Arena, Netero has already arrived here. When meeting Lucci, the first thing we did was to have a sparring match. Of course, it was just an ordinary sparring match. It seems that after a while, I may not be your opponent, haha. Netero laughed. Every time he sparred with Lucci, he could feel Lucci's obvious progress. The most terrifying thing is the growth of mental energy. How is that possible? Master, you have become stronger again. There was a little swelling and pain on Lucci's body. Even though he used all his strength to defend himself with his mind power, Netero's high Akusha ki still hurt him. Netero is still getting stronger. According to this time period, Netero's strength should have begun to decline from his peak. But this time when Lucci saw Netero, the other person's aura seemed to be stronger than the previous time they met, and there was a force in him, as if he was a lion. Most people thought Netero used to be just an old man who loved to laugh, and when Lucci saw him, he would only realize that the other party had hidden his power. But this time it continues to radiate outwards. I have to thank you for letting me see the possibility of moving forward. Netero said with emotion and seriousness. His strength had originally declined, and even if he wanted to maintain his strength he had to rely on finding fun, that is, opponents with decent strength to maintain it. But even so, it cannot change the decline of his strength. In addition to his age, the main reason is that he can't see the way forward and is a bit confused. Changes in his mentality will also cause his strength to decline. There are very few people in the world who can truly defeat him with their full strength, but there is one in the Zaldik family. Unfortunately, this one is an assassin. Bizaji is a disciple he likes. He has a strong desire for martial arts and has taken a different path from his. Until he met Lucci, he had grown at a terrifying rate. Not only his martial arts ability, but also his mind ability was excellent. In Netero's eyes, Lucci is the person most likely to break his 100 styles of Guanyin. He has high expectations for Lucci. As your opponent's expectations. It was not until his last meeting with Lucci and learning about the existence of the 6 styles that he discovered the existence of the way forward. Netero practiced straight punching and thrusting to the point where he could hear the punches with his mind, and after integrating it into his thoughts, it formed his unique ability, 100 Styles of Guanyin. In terms of skills, the 100 Styles of Guanyin can be said to be the pinnacle of skill. Ordinary people can't resist his 100 Styles of Guanyin at all. The appearance of 6 styles, among which storm kick, finger gun, and paper painting are helpful to his 100 styles. Among them, the iron block was of greater help to him. Combing the inside of the body can strengthen the body, delay aging to a certain extent, and also improve some strength. Even a slight improvement in strength would be huge for Netero. The other 6 styles inspire Netero to diversify the attacks of 100 styles. The power of Bai Shiki's attack is actually very strong, but it can hardly pose a threat to the Ant King. Netero's inspiration is that the 100 Shiki is not necessarily a simple palm and fist attack. The vacuum slash of storm kick, the sharp attack of finger guns, and the erratic attack of paper painting can all be integrated into the 100 Shiki. Not only that, there are also other weapons or martial arts concepts. It is a very common thing for Netero to hit the target from a distance. His latest changes in the practice of the 100 styles were designed to penetrate the defenses of the mind and attack the inside of the body. Is it possible to do this kind of thing? Not sure, after all, no one has tried to penetrate the attack of Nian. But Netero has done it now. The fight between Lucci and Netero was only a brief one, but it was no different from the continuous attacks of the Ant King. It also caused swelling and pain, and it was already showing initial results. Chapter 99. Silva Zaldik walks on the streets of Kree City. Feeling the enthusiasm of the entire city, fighters can be seen everywhere, and there are even some public rings where people are fighting. He had heard of the Sky Arena for a long time, but it was only today that he actually came here. If it weren't for the mission, he probably wouldn't have come here. At this time, Silva Zaldik was still very young, and of course as a killer, he had already experienced many missions. And he came here to assassinate someone, the leader of a gangster family. Silva Zaldik was hired by Pittman of the Provenla Group. The target of the assassination was none other than Julia Conrad. Although Pittman is a middle-level employee of the Purwinla Group, the authority he can use is limited. At least the company won't support him in starting a war. Faced with the constant attacks from the Patch tribe and the instigation of the Conrad family, Pittman has not been having a very good time recently. In his opinion, the reason for this situation was the Conrad family's interference. Whether it was affecting the Republic of Batokia or actively helping the Pachi people, it made Pittman very angry. In that case, he didn't mind spending a lot of money to hire a killer to assassinate Julia. Because they knew that the Conrad family also had Nen users, and many Nen teams were defeated and killed by the Pachi and the Conrad family. He knew that finding an ordinary killer might not be of much use. It is best to find one that is reputable and guaranteed. In order to spend a large sum of money to hire assassins from the Zaldik family, a world-famous assassin family. As a world-renowned Zaldik family, they themselves possess considerable power, and are at least not bad in collecting intelligence. After all, intelligence is very important to a killer, otherwise he may not even know who his target is. Now Silva is still the head of the Zaldik family, and he is not even married yet. After arriving in Kari City, he conducted an on-site investigation to confirm whether there were any discrepancies with the information collected by the Zaldik family. Confirm the target, and then look for an opportunity to kill the opponent. Julia is the mayor of Kari City. It should be easy to assassinate her. But Julia has been busy with the KOF competition or the Basin Rainforest recently. Basically it's either in the Sky Arena or in the Basin Rainforest. Both of these places make it a little difficult for Silva Zaldik to take action. The Zaldik family is not a family of killers who are willing to sacrifice their own lives to kill their targets. For them, being a killer is just a job and they also have their own lives. Such a complicated environment makes it difficult for Silva Zaldik to take action. The most important thing is that he has discovered that Julia Conrad is also a psychic user and has psychic bodyguards around her. These two factors make it impossible to kill the opponent quickly and 100% effective even in an environment suitable for action. He is looking for the right time. At present, Silva is not yet the head of the family that he will be in the future. He is cold and cool. At this time, he was in the Sky Arena, and it seemed that he wanted to sign up for the KOF competition, but in fact he wanted to get closer to Julia. In this KOF competition, Lucci did not completely contract the Sky Arena, but instead handed the qualifying stage over to the Conrad family. The Conrad family developed in the city of Kari and also had a lot of fighting business. There were also underground fighting matches in the city of Kari. It's also a big business. Taking into consideration that there will be a lot of people signing up, in order not to affect the operation of the Sky Arena itself, the preliminaries will be contracted out. And according to Lucci's idea, such a game does not necessarily have to be held entirely in the Sky Arena. Once the KOF tournament becomes famous, it can be held all over the world in the name of the organizer. Of course, it is also a way to enhance the reputation of the Sky Arena. Feel the atmosphere around you. There are too many people here, and there are also quite a few people with nin abilities. After several days of tracking and exploration, Silva Zaldike basically figured out the situation of the bodyguards around Julia. In addition to ordinary bodyguards, there are a total of 4 nin bodyguards. 2 of them are the sisters Eve and Eva who have always been following Julia. The other 2 are male bodyguards. Judging from their closeness, the male bodyguards are combat members. The 2 female nin users may also have combat capabilities, but Silva believes that the 2 female bodyguards have some special abilities. The Sky Arena is not a good place to do things. It is best to wait until they leave work and then do it on the road. Sheba has already identified a destination for the action. Now he is doing the tracking work. And in Julia's office. Julia didn't know that she had been targeted by the killers of the Zaldike family, but she kept looking at the roster. How about it? There are so many people who have signed up, but they have all been recorded. Conrad recently acquired a new industry. A job called intermediary. Gangs also need subordinates. Not everyone can join a gang, especially a family-based gang. Whether it is trusted personnel or corresponding thugs, there is a corresponding set of procedures. Any mafia family with a little bit of power would like to go to Meteor Street to recruit personnel. Meteor Street is considered a talent reserve base for gangster families. And Meteor Street also needs some funding from the gangs. People who come out of Meteor Street generally have good strength and character, and since they don't have much information, they are very suitable for doing dirty work. The intermediary work that Conrad does is actually just to provide other mafia families with one more option. In the city of Kerry, there are many martial artists who are powerful but frustrated. Many people come here for money. Of course, Julia only dares to do information business below the 100th level. Collect the information of these personnel and introduce them to the corresponding gangs. If they are interested, they will be recruited through the Conrad family. Of course, you can also come directly to Kerry City to recruit. This can also be regarded as one of the ways for the Conrad family to strengthen its ties with other mafia families. How is the venue preparation going? Julia asked quickly again. Everything has been prepared, the corresponding referees are ready, and even the tickets have started to be pre-sold. His men responded quickly. Ah, very good. In fact, the current Conrad family can be considered a part of the Sky Arena in some ways. After finishing the registration for KOF, Julia was not in a hurry to leave the Sky Arena. Instead, he planned to first meet the members of the Conrad family who were fighting in the Sky Arena, and then have an audience with Lucci. Chapter 100. When he noticed Julia leaving the office, Silva Zaldike immediately followed her. Determining the location does not mean that he must take action at the corresponding location. As long as the time is right, he can take action at any time. When he saw Julia heading towards the 200th floor, Sheba knew that today's surveillance would not be successful. There is no way to determine when the other party will leave. It's not that he doesn't want to go to the 200th floor. First of all, he is not a contestant, nor a staff member, so he does not have the authority to go up there. The most important thing is that there are too many non-users above the 200th level. In such an environment, even using Ju can be considered a very eye-catching presence. No tracking is possible at all. The only good news is that all the male bodyguards have left. That is to say, when Julia leaves the Sky Arena, there will only be 2 female bodyguards around her, which will be a good opportunity for him to take action. The more troublesome thing is that there are too many entrances and exits in the Sky Arena, and Sheba cannot be sure which exit Julia will leave through. At this time, Lucci was also meeting with many martial arts school leaders and many building owners. A new step in the reform of Sky Arena. This is not the first time such a meeting has been held. The only difference is that this time Netero is attending in person. It is still the large conference room on the top floor. Explanation is done using projection. Regarding hosting the KOF tournament, Lucci's slogan is to further enhance the reputation of martial artists. At the same time, as long as martial artists have the strength, they don't need to worry about money. It has a bit of a professional meaning. Lucci's plan is that the KOF competition will be held every year, and Lucci's goal is to make it a world-class event. In addition to the KOF competition, Lucci is also planning to hold some small-scale competitions, such as the Young Lions competition, the Cary City Cup competition, etc. Some competitions have age restrictions and restrictions on non-users. Sky Arena will also broadcast these events to the world through television media and other means. For these martial arts schools, it is an opportunity to further establish their reputation. For martial artists, they also like to see such a martial arts flourishing. Lucci's goal, in addition to making money, is to further expand the influence of the Sky Arena. The expansion of power means that Lucci will be able to control more resources. That's all about the event reform. Next comes the internal reform of Sky Arena. The first thing that Lucci hoped was that martial artists from all schools could come to the Sky Arena to apply and become staff members. Lucci hopes that all Sky Arena staff are non-users. I believe everyone should have noticed the reforms I have made to the Sky Arena over the years, and everyone can feel the huge changes. My goal has never changed, which is to allow martial artists to be unaffected by life and to constantly pursue higher levels of martial arts. Lucci mentioned the equipment and secret recipes that can assist in martial arts practice in the Sky Arena today. Let many martial artists know that they can pursue martial arts in a more scientific way. This kind of pursuit of martial arts can improve the effect of practice through external means, even if one's martial arts talent is relatively low. And the word divine is something I think is very important and can assist the growth of martial arts. Moreover, after many years of research, I have finally made great achievements recently. The next thing Lucci introduced was the gravity room. Many martial artists can see how useful a gravity chamber is for training. Each school of thought has similar methods of weight-bearing training. However, due to the limitations of weight-bearing equipment, it takes a lot of time to complete a comprehensive workout, and there are always areas that cannot be exercised. But the gravity chamber is different. What's more important is that the gravity chamber is adjustable, which means that many people who are stuck in a bottleneck can use the gravity chamber to practice. After all, weight-bearing training materials and equipment do have a weight limit. In addition to the gravity room, the Sky Arena will also offer massage services, which are generally used after training in the gravity room. It can help people recover from fatigue and physical condition quickly. Save practice time. In fact, as long as you cultivate your abilities in a targeted manner, it doesn't necessarily have to be something that suits you or is used for fighting. You can develop your abilities as a job. The ability of mind can also play a big role. This massage service is also performed by non-users. The non-users in this business develop abilities that are as close as possible to Biscuit's Miss Cookie ability. Of course, it is definitely not as effective as Biscuit's ability, but even 1/10 of it would be a very powerful effect. This also allows these martial arts schools to understand why Lucci is recruiting non-users. Of course, many people have seen Lucci's ambition, because with Lucci's reform of the Sky Arena, eventually the Sky Arena will become a behemoth. At least in Netaro's eyes, if Sky Arena continues to develop in this way, it will probably become a world-renowned company. There are a few large companies in the world that even the 5 major countries cannot easily touch. Because of their large size, these large companies also wield considerable power. Not necessarily a telepathic ability. Having said all this, the next step is the reconstruction plan of the Sky Arena. Lucci wants to include the entire Sky Arena into the Word of God, and this plan will last for 10 or even 100 years. The costs will be enormous. This is just a preliminary plan now, and I would like to inform the leaders of many martial arts schools. Lucci's several reforms have brought changes to the Sky Arena, which have brought them huge benefits. Before Lucci failed, they would choose to support Lucci. This meeting was more like a report meeting. Lucci is like a planner, changing and influencing the world. It can also be regarded as one of his pursuits. He feels that there are other paths to pursue in this world. At least until he has had enough fun, he will have no idea about the Dark Continent. After this meeting, Lucci met Julia. Is there something wrong? Lucci asked. Unless there is something important, we communicate by phone. Lord Lucci, I have something to tell you. This year's Yokiksen auction will have something that you are interested in. Julia came to inform Lucci about the Yokiksen auction. What Lucci was interested in was naturally all kinds of rare materials and the inheritance of divine words. According to the information we received, the ruins of an ancient kingdom called Dengzia have been discovered. Many items from it have fallen into the hands of the world's mafia and will become this year's auction items.